Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a great augment to going cold turkey. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 150,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, at checkout to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfume.com with the checkout code SACRED to save an additional 10% off your order today. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime. Start building your credit. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started. Head to chime.com/sacred now. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred for a debit card, a credit card, a checking account, ATM access, and so on. A perfect suite of features for so many of you out there. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by Stride Bank NA, member FDIC. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. Call 1-844-244-6363 for details. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols.
Shit. Okay, hold on. Let me
try to get. You can leave that there. I don't even care. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to the Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 282. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined by, as always, Jesus Christ, I've already flubbed. I don't know if the flub is in it already, but I've already flubbed twice now.
We got to leave it now.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's too late.
Chris Raygun, my son, how are you today? So Chris came in and his mic, move over the way you were, Chris, just a little bit. Like, yeah, there you go. When he came in like this. Does it look like he's wearing a shirt and tie? And I was like, what the hell is going on here? But it's not. It's much more casual. It's very nice. Your hair is slicked back. You look great.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm good. I just got out of the shower. So like I'm still drying off a little bit. My glasses are probably still a little spotty, but
isn't that the worst when they heat up the glasses?
It's annoying, but you know, I'm feeling pretty all right.
It's a nice jacket.
Thanks. Thank you.
Maroon?
Yeah, it's maroon. I stole it. I stole it from a Macy's.
Good.
Yeah, they didn't catch me. I was too swift.
When I go into Macy's, I feel like I watch a lot of the Dead Mall videos too that I really enjoy on YouTube, and it seems like no one works in those places. You can probably just go and get whatever you want in there.
Yeah, I was out yesterday just because like it's so hard to find clothes that fit me. I'm just like a very specific size, so they never really have it. Especially jeans. Don't even get me. Jeans are impossible. But like I specifically was like, all right, listen, it's getting colder out here in LA. It's getting to the point where it's like I could wear jackets. I have some jackets that are like kind of falling apart that I've had for years. I should replace some of them. And so I went out and I was just specifically looking for jackets. And thankfully, I guess because no one's going to malls anymore. I found an abundance of them, like in my exact size. So I was like, perfect. Excellent. This is great. So I just bought a couple. And yeah, I don't know.
You know what that thing on your wall to your right, like the thing here by the window, I always look at it and you know what it reminds me of? I think over this way, more to your left.
Right.
The silver thing here. It looks like Lumines. Remember that game?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
kind of looks like that to me.
Yeah, it's a Rise
I don't
Against
know
album.
why that just came to mind for me now, though. But Chris, welcome to the show. Glad to have you here. Dustin, executive producer, welcome to the show, my friend. How are you today?
Just busy, productive morning, trying to get stuff done before Thanksgiving. This in just a few days. Dude, really snuck up on me this year. I'm worried. My turkey. I took it out of the freezer on Sunday, and every year. I increase the duration of how long it's out of the freezer, and it's still frozen every year in the center. There's like an ice cube in the center. So a little concerned about that, but just getting things ready and, having a good, we're recording on abnormal day too. Feels a little weird.
Yeah.
Right
This
now.
is usually a day where we don't record. I record Knockback every other week on this day, and I was supposed to record Knockback today. It's the day before Thanksgiving. Dagan and I are actually going to record on Thanksgiving before we have to go to our respective things. That's how much I love everyone.
Good.
Before the games begin, the football games and the food and the chicanery.
Oh, Dude,
Yep.
Luffy is going to be a balloon in the Macy's Day Parade. He's going to, Monkey D. Luffy, our boy. I didn't even mean to wear the shirt, but I did. So I was just wondering, Chris, how you feel about that? Are you excited to see the Rubber Man fly across the streets of Manhattan?
Yeah, I'm really mentally bracing myself for it because I don't think I'm prepared to see that.
Right.
In the stature by which I'm sure to see it. Like I can handle Luffy as a two-dimensional image on a TV no bigger than 55 inches and away from me. But
sure.
In a 3D presence looming over New York City, I don't think I could tune into that, honestly, to protect myself.
What was the balloon that went down?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Was it Barney?
Or something? Was it Barney? Yeah, Barney is what balloon.
Wasn't there a Seinfeld episode about that?
Balloon that popped. Yeah, there is, because it's like the Snoopy one in that one or whatever. Felix the Cat. No, that's not what it. People has Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade accident. So in
was Barney.
In 1927, Felix the Cat was the first incident. Here,
he looks horrifying.
Yeah,
are you looking at the CNN article?
I'm looking at People. Oh, and Superman tangles with a tree in the 1986 Macy's Day Parade. Yeah,
Felix
two balloons hit street lamps in 1993's parade. I remember that. Popeye's hat dumps water. Mickey Mouse collapses. That was 56.
Oh my fucking God! Felix the Cat looks like a sleep paralysis demon.
Yeah,
that is
one
horrifying.
Have Kermit on it too?
Yeah, Kermit looks horrible.
Dude,
yeah,
Kermit one is awesome.
That's fucking Kremit.
Yeah,
I'll put Kermit at all.
This is that's the image that I have of him. I put in there. Yeah, Barney, 1997.
Oh my fucking
That's
God.
Good. Yeah, I do remember these. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really Didn't we talk about this? Like, I don't get parades. I don't understand them. Parades and fireworks. It's not fucking 1810.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's go watch the people walk by on the street, and then someone's going to explode some things in the air, and very exciting.
Yeah,
on the internet, son.
Yeah, to me, Burning Man is like the appropriate. Like, Burning Man had the right idea in the sense of like, let's have a parade away from everyone.
Right.
That's what a parade should be, really. I think it's like, all right, hey, listen, we're gonna have this crazy get together. We're gonna burn a wicker man in the woods. We're going to exfoliate the hell out of ourselves non-voluntarily just by being lashed by the winds of the desert. And that'll be it. And it's like, that's good. That's an outing. That's an adventure. That's a change of scenery. But like a parade as it stands, it's just like, it's a fucking traffic jam.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That's right. Yeah, it's a big inconvenience for everyone that's around there.
Yeah.
Unless you want to see
Kremit fucking falling.
Hell yeah, dude.
Dying.
Because I remember even being on the island, like as a kid, and there's parades and everyone. It's like, I don't know, man. What are we doing here? Like, what are we doing?
I don't know.
Go home.
Yeah.
Be with your family. That's my opinion. Be with your families. It's Thanksgiving. You're out there on the streets in New York City, Manhattan, looking at Snoopy, getting tangled in a fucking maple tree. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Well, happy holidays. Thanksgiving will be over by the time everyone hears this, so I hope it went well for everybody. And welcome to Sacred Symbols PlayStation Podcast. Goes live 3 days early and ad free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We really could use your support over there. We appreciate it. Ember's Arcade wrote into us. So remember, one of the perks you get over on Patreon is you can write into the show on the weekly thread we put up for each episode. And he says, hey, gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like Last Stand Media has had a best year for several years in a row. Congratulations are obviously in order, but I have to wonder, what is next for the network as we exit 2023? This venture is clearly successful, so there certainly is a need to rock the boat, but I wonder if any of you have any wild ambitions for LSM going into 2024. Thanks, and have a happy Thanksgiving. Oh, we got a little something planned for you.
I'm hoping for more nudity.
A little more nudity. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel very much to stay successful. This will be the most successful year in Last Stand's history. Last year was the most successful year. The year before that was the most successful year, and so on and so forth. This is all thanks to you, and we're at an all-time high right now, so we appreciate it. Big plans. Sometimes you don't want to, what do they call it? Shake the apple cart? Tip the apple cart? There's something about an apple cart, and you do something to it you're not supposed to.
I haven't seen an apple cart ever.
I was
I
gonna
don't
say
think-
you don't want to act like a 1920s revolution or whatever man going out to see fireworks. We'd like to talk like one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You see?
You
Where's
should-
the town crier?
Don't shake the apple cart or wooden nickel. you know?
Extra. See?
Yeah. I think
yeah, go
I no, we got some good plans. Anime adaptation. We're gonna redo every single episode of Sacred Symbols in anime form.
Right.
Starting from the very first the pilot episode. And it's gonna go at the same exact pace as the original show.
So we'll get to this episode in 2029
Yes.
in anime form.
Exactly.
So please look forward to that. Yeah, no, I think we have something pretty big cooking actually, but you'll see more in January. You know how I like to do it. Don't you? I mean, you know how I like to do it. There was a guy I used to go to get sandwiches in San Francisco, and he used to ask people when he'd order them, do you want it the way I do it? And no one really knew what that meant. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that.
So you have to, with LSM, it's like you have to ask yourself, do you want it the way I do it? Of course you do. So stay tuned. Appreciate all your guys' kind support. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Couldn't do without you. Early ad-free access. The ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. A lot of you, most of you, many, well, I don't say many of you, because people explore the whole gamut. You can support us from $1, $2, $5, $10, $25 a month. You get different things depending on what you do. But that $5 a month tier, completely unbeatable. I would argue even if you only liked one of our shows a week, that is still an amazing value. So if you like all of our shows, all of the various shows, I think you're going to find something that you like there, including Sacred Symbols Plus, which is our twice weekly supplement to this show. We just recorded a funny one that will go live. This is already on free feeds. This will already be live on Patreon, but the day after this goes live on Patreon, we recorded a YouTube comment, Sacred Symbols Plus, where I just went in and tried to find the silliest, basically, and maybe most insulting things that people can say to us over the last few episodes. And I thought that was actually a really funny episode. I sat down with Nick Calandra at Second Wind, meteorically successful Patreon they're having over there. Thrilled for them. Dustin, you sat down with tell us a little bit about your Sacred Symbols Plus episode that just went live. It's a surprise one. I'm thrilled for you because the response has been great. So talk to us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to have Billy Martin, who is the guitar player of Good Charlotte, on Sacred Symbols Plus. And this was perfect because he is getting into the game music scene. Like he is right now, he's working on music for a Roblox game. We had a really interesting conversation about that because I was saying from our perspective and our audience, when you hear Roblox game, you think it's probably not a big deal. You know, it's a game within a game. But I looked up this game. I think it's Piggy or Piggy something. I'm trying to remember exactly. And there are dozens and dozens of YouTube videos with millions of hits. And there's apparently like merchandise and stores about this. This shit's huge, bigger than a lot of the games that we cover week to week from the industry. So we had a really cool conversation and just talked about like Good Charlotte music in various games, like originally in Madden 03 was, I think, the big one, but also
I wonder how much they get for that, or if that all goes to the record company. You know,
I don't know,
dude.
Yeah,
EA, you guys remember EA games specifically? Although many games from the late '90s, early 2000s, banging fucking soundtracks. Like there are so many bands I discovered. Like the Buzzhorn and Hot Action Cop and like all these different bands that I discovered through this. Where I was like, what was going on back then? They must have been spending a shit ton of money on licensing. Like literally, you would assume hundreds of thousands or maybe several $1 million on each of those games just licensing those songs, which is unnecessary.
Yeah, that lasted a while too.
Yeah, we talked about some of the other more obscure ones too, like Donkey Konga 2 has the anthem in it. And if you guys remember Elite Beat Agents, I brought that up and he didn't even know about it. So I informed him of the glory of Elite Beat Agents on.
Oh, that was a classic
DS.
Nintendo product. It's funny because those things probably just happen as their management and their deal makers. Plus, they probably honestly don't even own the rights to the recordings of those songs, which is unfortunate but true.
Probably.
You know? So
yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. It's everything in me right now is stopping me from not jumping behind the drums and just playing Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous on the drums right now. Because I love playing that song. Boom, da, boom, da, boom, da, boom, da, da, boom, da. Don't make me.
Fucking ridiculous. Just fucking like.
Yeah, Chris, what do Did you know about this?
I didn't know.
You knew because Colin spoiled it last week.
Oh yeah, that was the spoiler. So everyone was wondering what it was, and what I said was, I've been a fan of Good Charlotte for a really long time, which is true. The Lifestyles album came out when I was a freshman in college, I want to say, and I love that album. So I like them. I don't know anything about them. What I do know about them is that they never had a drummer, or they don't have a drummer. They like switch out drummers, and the drummer that I saw with Sugar Ray a few months ago is their drummer right now. Which is weird, because Mark McGrath was going around introducing everyone, and he's like, whatever, this guy, he's a good Charlotte's drummer, because they used to have that. And I was like, damn, you guys need like a permanent drummer. I'm gonna go look this up and why that is, but go ahead.
I don't know. No, because it's just so jarring. Like it's like, oh yeah, Dustin's interviewing the guitarist from Good Charlotte. I was like, I kind of you said it, but I almost like didn't believe it still.
Yeah,
because I was just like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what are you talking about? Why? How? Right. What? I don't know. It's still jarring to me, to be honest with you. Like even though we're like a week removed from me knowing about it.
Right. Well, that's the thing, is that I asked him, just because I knew he was getting into game music stuff and that he loves games, tweets about playing God of War and Spider-Man. I thought, well, this is an opportunity right here that will be fruitful for everyone involved. So let's do it. And here's the thing. I would love if there are other like successful musicians, touring musicians, or just people outside of our space that are also heavily into games. I find it like asking those people about their gaming lifestyle, whatever, if you want to make a pun. I think that's awesome. So it was really cool to get that kind of insight. So hopefully this isn't the last one, but this is just, we explained a little bit about how we got connected on the episode. It was just kind of a interesting circumstance where Finn McKenty, friend of the show, Finn McKenty, got him in contact with me about asking some different stuff. So just a crazy circumstance that led to this awesome episode.
Yeah, I gotta watch it.
I'm looking now. So yeah, they have had a drummer for a while. The album I was thinking of it was called The Young and the Hopeless.
Right.
That's the record I'm thinking of, and that came out right when I started my freshman year at Northeastern. And then I went back and got their original record, which is from 2000. Like, I didn't really even know them. That is the absolute limit of everything I know about them, are those two albums. Everything after that, I don't know. That's the way it is with a lot of bands. Like, we bring up Breaking Benjamin every once in a while for some reason. I used to love them, but after their third album, I'm like, and they have like, I don't know, 7 or 8 albums now, and I just literally don't know anything about it. Same with Incubus. Love those first few records. Incubus was fucking awesome in the 90s and into the 2000s. You think about Science and Make Yourself, and then my favorite, Morning View. So shout out. That's a wonderful episode. Again, I just want to play the drums right now so bad.
Yeah.
Well, I play Boys and Girls. I like playing on the drums a lot. You know that song? That Good Charlotte song? Yeah.
That was the one I knew first. And then after that, I knew a lot about that other, kind of like you, Colin. That was that particular album. I can't remember what you said the name of it. What is it called?
The Young and the Hopeless.
Young and the Hopeless. Yeah. That's the one that I know the most songs off of.
And I used to it's funny because Billy Martin's interesting, because I always, I don't know how his look has transformed, but he always struck me as goth and almost a little effeminate, like he might be gay or something like that, which I like, similar to, I never heard him talk, but just like in the videos or whatever, very similar to the way I felt about, the band Orgy. I don't know if you guys remember that band from the 90s.
No.
They were awesome, but they were all like vaguely effeminate, like goth dudes. They did a great cover of, what was it, New Order's Blue Monday that you might know, and a song called Stitches that's really good. But it was funny because I was like, in other words, I have this vision of him like kind of goth, Billy Martin in my head from the videos and all that from 20 years ago. And then when I went and looked him up, I'm like, I'm not even sure I would have recognized him. Like if I just saw him, I'm like, you could definitely see it's the same person, but it wasn't quite the same. So I don't know if you ever got the same vibe from him, but that was very interesting for me, because I looked at, when I was looking at the video and then I was looking at pictures of him, I'm like, you guys have shed that whole look, I guess,
Right. Well, that's part of the fun part now there's all of this like emo and pop punk revival stuff. And so we're seeing all of these bands, and some of them, I mean, Good Charlotte's been around to some degree or another this whole time, but some of these bands that are coming back doing their 20th anniversary on different stuff, it's like, oh, you all became dads now. And so you're kind of still have the look, but not quite the same. But it feels right, because if they looked exactly like they did then, it would be
it would come across
bad,
as like
you know?
super weird. Like it's like a tasteful amount.
The reformed emo or punker, you know?
Yeah, age appropriate emo.
Yeah,
is what a lot of it is now.
I love that everything's like, I mean, I guess you would expect it, but what's old is, especially for people my age, it's like when I saw Sugar Ray and Gin Blossoms and Tonic or whatever, it was fucking awesome, because I was like, this is incredible. I never thought I would ever get an opportunity to see these bands.
Yeah,
and they're still going. Mark McGrath's almost like, what is he, like in his mid 50s or something?
That what is it? That tour that's going on, or that went on? I think it's done, or I think it's going to
when
happen
we were
at
young.
some point. Yeah.
That's just one event.
Insane. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it's not a tour. It's not a tour.
Yeah,
but like that's
didn't the guy who made it
fucking...
then get like kicked off of it, and then he did another one or something? There's some story behind those shows.
Yeah, I don't know. But
and there's like beef between different bands or whatever. I wish I knew more about that. It's like you guys ever look up I love a band from back in the day called Taproot. Do you know them at all? They actually came up recently.
I've heard of that.
They're like a quintessential nu metal hard rock band. They're awesome. And Limp Bizkit is so Fred Durst was actually a very prominent like recruiter for Interscope in the 90s. He signed and helped sign like a shit ton of bands. And like I think even like they're involved with Korn and weird shit like that, who I also love. But there's this, you can go find it and I'll let you guys do it, or go look it up. So basically Taproot was going to sign with Fred Durst people, and then they ended up signing like with a rival group. And there's a voicemail message that you can find on YouTube to this day from Fred Durst sent to the singer of Taproot. It is fucking hysterical. And they put it on one of their records, and that's how it was out or whatever. But it's that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about with our little rivalries and things. So then when I think it's like, okay, so Limp Bizkit still plays and Taproot still plays. So like they can't cross paths, I guess, you know?
Yeah, I guess. Unless it's so old at this point that it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. Limp Bizkit got the last laugh there, I think. I mean, Taproot kind of fell off, but
I mean, now everybody fell off. So like, I mean, God bless.
I hope I fall off the same way Limp Bizkit has fallen off. When I watch videos of them and they're playing for literally 50,000 people still, I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's all about perspective.
And by the way, I
point.
love Limp Bizkit. I love Limp Bizkit. I absolutely, unironically love it. Think it's amazing. Completely underrated music. I don't know if you guys have ever really listened to it. I understand people don't like Fred Durst, which I get, but the music is insane.
I like that movie.
The drumming is some of the best drumming in rock. Like Gelato. He's fucking sick.
Did you see that movie he directed with John Travolta playing a...
What was that? I know what you're talking about.
A deeply autistic stalker paparazzi guy.
Who?
Fred Durst directed.
Fred Durst. Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Oh, The Fanatic.
Yeah, The Fanatic.
In 2019, he directed.
It is. I mean, you know, God bless. There's even a scene where like John Travolta's like in his car and he's like listening to I think Limp Bizkit, and somebody's like, "What is this? It's awesome," or something. And it's like it's really fucking funny. But every time you mentioned Korn, and every time I hear Korn, I laugh because I think of, and it's not because I don't like it. It's the opposite. It's like one of my favorite songs by them. It's that their cameo cover where it's Word Up.
Oh yeah.
That song makes me laugh so hard because just like, why would they even? The idea of Korn even knowing who Cameo is and then deciding to cover that song is hilarious to me.
Yeah, because that's I mean, you would think song. That. I'm sorry?
No, yeah, it's an 80s song, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it, and so you would think that, I guess, because they did that was like on a remix album or whatever? That I don't think I even had that whatever album that song was on for Korn.
Oh, I don't know what album it was. I remember the music video where their faces were like superimposed on fucking wild coyotes, and it was just really goddamn weird. It was one of the weirdest videos I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
What's the word up?
Oh yeah, it's on their greatest hits album. I was out of Korn by that point.
Yeah.
Here's a question real quick. This is, I mean, very important. Have you guys noticed about this Creed revival going on? What do you say?
I've read about it, but they've never been dead with me. You know, to be honest.
Yeah. I feel like Creed, Scott Stapp's voice, I think, is ridiculous. I can't get around that. It's ridiculous. Some of these songs, though, I'm not going to deny they're great songs. Without a doubt.
Sacred symbols.
Just like that.
Dude. So I will admit fully, I had a friend, Matt, who was really into them in high school, because My Own Prison came out which is their first record when I was in middle school, and then Human Clay is like their big record, and that came out when I was in 10th grade. And then Weathered came out when I was a senior, and I love those records. I don't know when they got back together like 10 years later and made another record, Full Circle. I don't know that album at all. But there are songs like Bullet and One and What's This Life For? And like these are great songs. And I've always straight up repped Creed. I mean, not like I rep Limp Bizkit, but where I'm like, I like Creed. What's wrong with Creed? I never understood why people just started being like, oh, these guys suck. It's like a bunch of these different bands. It's like, I remember, dude, Limp Bizkit, what do they sell? 40 or 50 million copies of their albums?
It's about the inescapability. It's the same problem that Imagine Dragons has with me today, where like I cannot avoid them. And that's what makes it annoying and infuriating. And I think it's back then it's way less of a problem because it's just radio. So you could you could argue that they're different, ecosystems or entirely different, environments that they're happening in. But I would say immediately, like without a shadow of a doubt, like all the hate that went to like Nickelback and Creed or whatever, like it's whatever. Like they're fine bands, they're okay, but I totally understand it with Imagine. I fucking hate with a deep passion.
I get it. There are certain bands I really, really hate too.
It's man.
But I'll show you guys this as we exit. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is one of the things I love is that Fred Durst, when they released their album in, what was that, 2021, I guess now. He plays different characters now on stage, and this is his like father dad vibes character where he looks like an older man in the link, and I just think that's so funny to me that they do that. So now that's like what he looks like when he's rapping Rollin' or whatever.
That's so weird.
Nookie.
That is so weird. He looks like he's like auditioning for something. Like it's like young hipster George Lucas or something. Like it's very, very weird. It's a very bizarre vibe that I'm getting off of this.
Yeah, this one's this is a better one. I'll send you guys here. Oops.
Oh,
arms wide open.
Oh no, I was thinking of Pearl Jam.
Oh, Pearl Jam,
which is also similar. It's like
they're similar type.
Yeah,
Even Flow's great.
Oh hell yeah, dude! That's one of my favorite songs by them, no doubt.
Yeah.
Gonna roll like butterfly. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying half the time.
Yeah. You could mumble that. You could accurately karaoke that song without knowing any of the words. I'm pretty sure.
Like the screen's broken. You're like, no prop, fam.
No problem.
Oh yeah.
That's it. Fucking auditory cancer. What is happening right now?
Whenever I know, it's awesome. Whenever Rush doesn't eat, I always sing Temple of the Dog to him. I don't mind stealing bread.
I like the visual image of that and him staring in abject ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
Right, not a single thought going on in his brain.
Yeah, he doesn't know the reference.
I can assure you. Speaking of Sacred Symbols Plus, since we got way sidetracked as we were welcoming Billy Martin to the show, which is awesome. Parks and Rec wrote into us. Said, hey, you beautiful man. Happy Thanksgiving. Got a quick one for you. Will we ever see the Sacred Sales Saga or Sacred League come back? I know they got shelved, but I enjoyed both so much. Sales Saga also wasn't crazy long, so I was hoping it would be easier for y'all to do. Sacred Saga was way harder to do because of all the math involved in it, especially for me. That's why I got the big-ass calculator. This is where the big-ass calculator came from, was from those Sacred Sales Saga days. So I will have more to say about this in January, I assure you. I will say the Sacred League is going to come back. I told you guys it would, in that the Sales Saga will probably folded into it in some way. And what I told you guys was I envision a show every month that's hosted by someone else so that the three of us come in and play together on an even playing field, And, well, I think we'll execute on that. So patience, but I appreciate you. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a great augment to going cold turkey. Learn more now at tryfume.com, that's F-U-M, and use the code SACRED at checkout. When I first discovered Fume, I must admit I was intrigued by something that seemed truly new and unique, a so-called flavored air device that eliminates the word bad in a specific bad habit. But here's the thing. While it's great for cessation, and while its use there is rather obvious, it's not only for that. I'm not trying to cease anything except perhaps the insane amount of mayonnaise I seem to put on everything these days, all of which seems to be finding its way to my love handles, but I digress. The point is, I like my Fume, and Fume can be additive to your life, without worry or fuss or even electricity. See, Fume is a well-made wooden and metallic implement that you put these little replaceable cylinders within called cores. These cores are super affordable and come in a variety of delightful flavors and aromas, from sparkling grapefruit, crisp mint, and white cranberry, to raspberry lemon, maple pepper, or my favorite, orange vanilla, among others. Remember just a moment ago when I said that Fume doesn't even require electricity? It's true. Instead, you pull the flavored air from the cores and it's all analog. No vapor, no harmful chemicals, and nothing to even charge. You're literally breathing in flavored air. That's the long and the short of it. Now, can you see how useful that can be for many of you out there? And how for others of us, we simply want something fun and safe to play around with? I love pulling on my Fume. It sits here at my desk as I work. Let's have a pull. That orange really is nice. I wonder what you'll think when you try Fume for yourself. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 150,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, at checkout to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfume.com with the checkout code SACRED to save an additional 10% off your order today. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning banking app and suite of basic banking features that you can learn more about right now at chime.com/sacred. My friends, if you listen to the show, you know that I have a bit of a passion for finance, and as the owner of two businesses, I suppose that makes at least a little bit of sense. So as we move into the holiday season, a season of rampant and some might even say gratuitous capitalism, can I leave you with a friendly tip? By using Chime's Credit Builder Visa credit card to make your purchases, and then literally just paying the bill off with the money you would have otherwise used, you can positively affect your credit score. Indeed, this is what I've been doing for the better part of 2 decades, putting everything on a credit card and then paying it off on time and in full, always making sure I have money to buy what I wanted, but putting the system to work for me by, over time, setting a positive trend for my credit score. With a great credit score, you'll get better loan rates on your house or your car and so on, have a better chance at an apartment lease, or even get that job you wanted since, yes indeed, many employers check your credit score to see if you're responsible. Of course, Chime has myriad other functions too, which I think are great for most of you out there that only need the most basic banking options, like a checking account, a debit card, savings, ATM access, and so on, sans many of the fees, balance requirements, and so on you may be used to at other banks. But man, with all the gifts you're about to buy, why not put that money to good use by doing yourself a favor in the long term, by potentially boosting that credit score? The only thing you never want to do is live beyond your means. Only spend what you have, pay off your balance, and boom, you're golden. Start building your credit. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started. Head to chime.com/sacred now. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred for a debit card, a credit card, a checking account, ATM access, and so on. A perfect suite of features for so many of you out there. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by Stride Bank NA, member FDIC. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. Call 1-844-244-6363 for details. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. All right, merch. LastStandMedia.store. We appreciate your support over there. Very important to note, although it'll probably be too late by the time most of you hear this. I don't know. Super Perils of Baking in its Sega Genesis style box.
Ooh.
Available 425 copies, I think we're selling, because we're a little short. I'm keeping a whole sleeve for myself, and we gave a bunch of away or whatever, so we're gonna have 425 of those to sell, and obviously the digital version of that is available on various platforms. Appreciate that. But the one thing I wanted to bring you guys attention to this week, if I might, in addition to our Black Friday sales over at laststandmedia.store, which doesn't include the game, but which will include everything else, we appreciate that, so get your merch, stock up, is Herbroxia, the original Herbroxia, the game from Lilymo, the studio that I co-own with Barry Johnson, a game made before I joined the studio, is now on PlayStation 5. We went and added, and by we, I mean Barry went and added a hard mode and a bunch of new modes and new trophies. I wrote a story for it and put it in context with our other games, so I got to retcon it. That's really awesome. So please go check that out. It's $7.99 on PSN. And if you already own the PS4 or Vita versions of the original Herbroxia, you'll already have it for free. So you can just go download it. But please do support it. And understand, I could conceivably get money from Lilymo one day. That would be nice, but all my money from Lilymo goes right back into the other games. So none of it goes into my pocket. It all really just goes to Barry, and he does all the hard work anyway. Remington James wrote into us. Good to hear from you. Says, hey fellas, I recently jetted off on a business trip and had to catch a flight. I've always added a little flair to my luggage to make my suitcase stand out in the baggage claim. After snagging some Sacred Symbol stickers at the Houston live show, I decided to pimp out my suitcase with one. My unsuspecting business partner, who was a bit clueless about the whole Sacred Symbol scene, noticed the sticker and asked me about the sticker's meaning. I confidently declared it was a symbol of the PlayStation podcast that I support on Patreon. His response? Oh, I thought it was the flag you'd wave for gay surrender. I was literally crying. I don't think I've ever laughed so hard in my life. Fair enough. You could wave the Sacred Symbols symbol in gay surrender if you want. What is gay surrender?
That's what I was. I was curious about that as well, but I didn't want to Google it.
It's okay. So give me two things. Either you are
definitely don't want to Google that. Yeah.
No. You either are surrendering to being gay, or you are a gay surrendering. Something to think about.
This is like the worm hat in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like
a gay surrendering.
One gay?
Yeah.
It could be a multitude of them. I mean, it's
a volume. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I had no clue what the fuck this meant when I read it in the document. And I was like, I guess this is something that I'm just not in tune with.
Do you guys know who Remington James is? He's a friend of mine, and he's a friend of the show.
Is he the bodybuilder?
Yeah, he has 700,000 followers on YouTube or subscribers.
Yeah, I met him at some of our live shows.
Yeah, right? You'll notice him because he's all beefed up. But he's a mega talented entrepreneur too. In that I'm trying to remember. I think it's called Anabar or whatever. It's like he has like this line of food that is mega popular.
Oh, weird.
And he's killing it. Very proud of him. Always good to hear from him.
Yeah,
and he always shows up for us at the live shows, which I think is really cool.
I do have to say though, man, like he wrote. So these are write-ins, so we can see how things are written. And gay surrender is a proper noun,
right? Yep.
It was an event. The gay surrender.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, is it a band?
That's what. Yeah, right. It sounds like a new wave band or something.
Yeah, it should be a good name actually.
It is. The gay surrender would be a really great name.
Maybe is that the event when the Supreme Court thing happened? And they were running out under Obama. That was gay surrender.
The gay surrender.
Well, why would the flag be stained glass? That
colorful.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why would it be a circle? That's kind of the bigger thing I'm wondering is, okay, so you could have, what is it? Nepal has that weird triangle flag and stuff, but typically we have our rectangular flags. Some people like the Swiss have their square flag. Okay. Have you ever seen a circular flag in your fucking life? Remington, do you want to be in business with this dude?
Yeah, I don't know, man. You got to get the fuck out of there.
Ask yourself that question. Thank you for writing in. All right, leave nice comments on you guys know the whole thing. I don't have to say anything else. The reviews and the comments and the this and the that. We appreciate it. All right, let's get into some topics of discussion here. We got into this pretty quick, actually. Not so bad today, guys. We got way sidetracked on the music stuff.
Well, there's still time.
Yeah. Well, there's unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, there's an enormous amount of time left to waste.
Yeah.
Eric Cave wrote into us on Patreon. Remember, you can write into us on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Use the weekly thread in the newsfeed. He says, hello, CDC. I have a bone to pick with Colin in particular, but Dustin and Chris, feel free to chime in if you're on my side. I frequently hear Colin say the words on Long Island when I think the more appropriate phrasing would be in Long Island. Nowhere else in the world would we use on instead of in Chicago, in Los Angeles, and so on. And don't give me that bullcrap. Well, it's different because it's an island rebuttal that I already know is coming because no one says I'm on Hawaii or I'm on Japan. Colin, as the resident pedantic, please defend yourself. Fake rage aside. I love the show and all the work you do around the calendar. Keep up the good work and have a wonderful holiday season. You're missing a big key component to me, which is the word island.
Right.
What is the dominant part of Hawaii called? Like in vernacular, do you guys know? It's very simple. Big island, I don't know. Right? The big island. When you say I'm on the big island, you don't say you're in the big island. You say you're on the big island. Now you would say you're going to Hawaii. Where are you going to be? I'm going to be on the big island. It's the word island. That is the operative word. And it's not that it is an island.
It's that it's called.
Right. But also sometimes it does matter. Like I'm going to Barbados. Are you really going to say you're in Barbados? Really? Or are you on Barbados?
The distinguishing factor here to me is just that it's an island that's called an island, because Manhattan is an island, but it's not called Manhattan Island, not really, not colloquially speaking,
right?
Like but Long Island is called Long Island. It's already got island in the name, and so because of that, you would be like, yeah, I'm on Long Island, as opposed to if you were to specify that you were in Manhattan and you were designating that it was an island, you would have to say I am on the island of Manhattan. You know what I mean? That's how it would go. But that's too long of a thing for anybody to say. So they would say, I'm in Manhattan. Or if they were on Long Island, they would go like, hey, I'm on Long Island, because that's the name of the place. I feel like it's like, that's really all there is to it, I think.
Well, I think so too. And I wanted to bring this up specifically because I thought maybe you might already know this, but Eric might find it funny and others might find it funny, is that this is actually a topic of discussion where people from Long Island are very, very, very defensive about it. Where if you go to random like ABC News and they'll post something happened on Long Island, but their social media person puts like in Long Island, every response to that tweet is going to be like, it's on Long Island, on Long Island, on Long Island. Like this is the thing that people staunchly defend. So I appreciate that. But so you say it's not, you wouldn't say on Japan, but you would say on Hokkaido, wouldn't you?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, would you say, where in Japan are you going? Oh, I'm going in Hokkaido. Going to Hokkaido, I'll be on Hokkaido, right?
Yeah, it's to or on. You know what I mean? Like it's generally I had some family in Long Island that I would always say like in Long Island, because I knew that it would bother them. And
no one says that. Like so no funny. That's like, you know, in
but that is also accurate, to be fair.
No,
like
it is.
I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that, by the way.
It is, but in Inglourious Bastards, I think it was, where they do the three with like this, you know, and they know. That's like the kind of thing where, like, if someone was like, "Oh, I'm from Long Island," and you went on, and then they said, "Oh, I in Long Island," you'd be like, "You are not from Long Island. Get out of here." That's good writing, by the way, isn't it? The whole.
Yeah, it's great.
That's
great.
I
love that movie.
Me too. Killing Nazis.
Arrivederci.
Actually, Brad Pitt, if anything, Brad Pitt's character, in my opinion, towards the end of the movie is actually the worst part of it. Because it gets so strange. Like, no one knows what's going on with this guy in the movie theater at the end or whatever. Come on, man. He's a fucking buffoon.
Dude, I love it. It's just because it's already absurdist as it is. So like, I love him just sitting there speaking as minimal Italian as possible, not to give himself away. It's so awesome. Underrated performance, I think, actually. Because I think it's so comedic that it's kind of like overlooked, but it's damn good. That
first scene at the French, like,
oh yeah, that's a movie by itself.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like probably one of the greatest scenes ever, in my opinion. Not that I'm like a film guy or anything like that, but all right, Eric, thank you for writing, and I hope that helps. Nicholas Brillhart wrote in and said, "Greetings, CCD. I was listening to the latest Snark Tank Extra Ammo when Chris got a text from Colin. Please tell me you didn't actually watch Oppenheimer on Twitter. Also, Chris asked about the butt fumble. So I didn't, but I thought that was funny that I would send you guys that. It probably got deleted by the time you even saw it, because it was it was literally the full all of Oppenheimer. You know how people just post those things on Twitter once in a while?
Yeah, it'll be like some guy. It'll be some guy, and they'll be like, "Fuck it, here's Oppenheimer." Right. And it's just the entirety of the movie on Twitter. With no checks and balances. And
as you guys might remember in previous episodes, the boys were getting mad at me because I didn't go to see it in an IMAX. I don't think I've ever seen a movie in IMAX in my life. And then I was like, I'll just wait for it to come to my, so I can listen to it through the TV speakers.
Right.
And
oh God.
And all of the rest. And then so I sent that to the guys on Twitter, like just saying like I'm gonna jump in. And it was just a link to Oppenheimer on Twitter, which I thought was pretty funny. But we have a few letters about this week, but I only used Nicholas's here about the butt fumble. What is this?
I don't know. I think this is trolling is what it is, because people have asked me, hey, ask Colin about the butt fumble next time around Sacred Symbols. And I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. And I always forget. But if you don't know what it is.
Oh, no, I know what it is. I just didn't know like why this was being brought up.
I have no idea. I have no context for what this is at all.
I'll send you guys. All right, I'm going to send you a video of it.
Oh man. Okay.
Here, because it's probably one of the worst moments in New York Jets history, and that really says something. So you guys can just watch. And it is a famous, like the term butt fumble is like a well-known term now at this point. So the butt fumble was just a play on the Thanksgiving game on Patriots Jets. So that's our rival, although not anymore. They've beaten us 15 times in a row. So I don't know much. There's not much of a rivalry. Mark Sanchez is our quarterback late in his career with the Jets. And there's just crazy play where he ends up running forward towards an offensive lineman, basically runs into the offensive lineman's butt, fumbles the ball catastrophically. The Jets, I think, in the second quarter of that game let up 35 points. And so this is part of that comedy. Crazy. So I don't know if the video shows it or does it justice, but
no, I see it. Yeah.
I can't embed this one. But it's on YouTube.
Dude, it's like that. So it's funny that people are bringing it up. That is in a series, in a legacy and lineage of horrifying Jets moments. That I remember clear as day watching that. I was at my friend Kevin Reed's house in San Francisco for a friend's Thanksgiving, as I was every year at his house, and just sitting there being like, I can't even believe this. You know, and what's funny is that at that time, the Jets hadn't been to the playoffs, and that was only their second season. And the Jets still haven't been to the playoffs since then.
Oh, man.
I mean,
Jesus
when I
Christ.
think about that, when I actually put that in, conceptualize how many seasons and how many games I've watched in which they're just bad. So that's what the butt fumble is. Thank you, Nicholas, for bringing that up.
Yeah, thanks.
Eric J wrote in. Oh, we have two Erics today. Hey, CDC, just wanted to tell you your podcast has been a great distraction and mood lifter for me as I am stuck at home waiting for my vision to return. Vision can get blurry when starting insulin. I was recently diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, which is unfortunate because that's the diabetes that's not your fault. At the young and tender age of 38, after going into DKA, I don't know what that is. What does that mean? Something arrest? Look that up. And being monitored in hospital for 5 days. Type 1 has been a tough thing to cope with at times, but your podcast has been a bright spot in this pretty dark time in my life. Thanks. Take care, guys. Eric, glad you're on the recovery.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Type 1 is, what's DKA? What does that mean?
It's diabetic keto acidosis.
Oh, acetosis.
Acetosis. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. I got to be honest with you, though, Eric, the reason I wanted to bring that up was just to talk about the NFT apes getting together a few weeks ago and blinding themselves. Did you guys see?
Oh my
God!
that?
Oh yeah,
that was It's been a while since I felt happiness like that because it's just so. So for anybody who isn't familiar with this, these NFT guys were throwing like this big party and they wanted these like cool black lights or whatever. So they bought like these medical grade. They looked at black lights and they were like, "What's the most expensive? What's the most expensive UV light that we can get?" It's like, let's get that one to celebrate. And then they just basically ended up irradiating themselves and microwaving their skin off at this party. It was in Hong Kong or something too, wasn't it? It like wasn't even here. So it's like, God. Yeah, I don't know. It was it was I love stories like that personally. It's just, because people would be like, I'm in the hospital with 3rd-degree burns on my face and shit like that. It's like, yeah, I hope these people are okay, but yeah, but like, I mean, that was that's something else. That's something else entirely. And I finally have an excuse to bring it up. You just got to be a fucking moron not to understand how dangerous heavy duty lights are in general. Like even just without them being UV. Like I feel like it's just basic. Like even just like concert lights and shit are fucking insane. You know, they cook you. So like the idea was like, oh yeah, let's get $100,000 UV lights to celebrate. It's like you're not questioning why those are so expensive at all. At all. By the way, I don't know if they're $100,000. I'm just exaggerating. Yeah, I know, but what's interesting to me is what's going on with those guys? Are we really still hanging on to this notion that this is going to be a thing? It's not. Know, and anyone could have told you that from the very beginning. The idea of having some sort of digital art that is unique to, it's like it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And so these guys are really, in my opinion, hanging on by a thread. I'm pretty sure like Bitcoin and stuff has recovered a great deal. So like cryptocurrency is doing okay, I think. Let me look. Cryptocurrency itself makes Bitcoin's at like, wow, man. Yeah. All over the place. Holy shit. Yeah. Cryptocurrency at the very least makes more, like infinitely more sense to me than this shit. So yeah, dude, a year ago, Bitcoin was at 16.9 and now it's at 36.5.
which is pretty crazy because some people is like, oh, my wife divorced me, my wife left me, all that. How many people dumped at that time? If you buy Bitcoin, it's almost like you should just hold it forever. It should be something that like you don't need.
Right.
And you should just put it away. And it's funny when I remember, I don't know if I told you guys that we said it on the show. I was like, if it ever goes below $10,000, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. And it didn't. So it got as low as 16.4. Oh my God. I don't know what you guys are doing. You're all speculating. None of you have any idea what you're doing.
Yeah.
No fucking clue. God bless. Eric, be well. Sorry that happened to you. You always feel bad because type 2 diabetes is self-inflicted, and doesn't mean that it's not sad and that doesn't suck, but that is kind of the, you play with fire kind of situation. Type 1 diabetes, though, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
All right. Jacob Turnball wrote in and said, howdy, boys. On this week's Constellation, Micah's topic was internet sleuthing, and her quick remark about a lady thinking she was dating Nikki Sixx sparked a memory from when I was an assistant manager from a bank. So to give everyone a little bit of insight into this, Constellation is our conversational podcast. Micah was talking about how she was doing internet sleuthing, trying to figure out where her person at the salon that she really liked, that did her nails, went, and how she couldn't figure out where she went, but she was doing all this crazy stuff. And I was bringing up how we watched this show about various catfishing things or whatever, and people helping older people. And there's this one woman who gave like hundreds of thousands of dollars to some rando who was claiming that he was Nikki Sixx, which I thought was hysterical. So he says, back to Jacob, a lady in her 60s came into the bank to do a wire transfer. The teller sent her into my manager's office. And after 10 minutes, my manager came into my office and said, she thinks she's wiring money to Kevin Costner. I immediately started laughing and asking for the details of the situation. Apparently, Academy Award winning actor Kevin Costner needs $75,000 for legal fees to separate from his wife. My manager had the woman come into my office and I was upfront with her. I understand that she was lonely and delusional, but better to be lonely and delusional and still have $75,000. While she was in my office, I told her that Kevin Costner's net worth is over $250 million and he makes more than $1 million for each episode of Yellowstone. She tells me his money is tied up in the divorce. I tell her that he's already been divorced once. You think he wouldn't have thought of that through? She then stands up and angrily says, he's flying out here this weekend and I'll have him come with me. I said, can't wait to meet him. Is he taking his personal jet or flying coach since he doesn't have any money? She left and hasn't come back since. Jacob, thank you for writing. It's a wonderful story. You saved that woman. Someone else probably wire the money to Kevin Costner in Dubai.
Oh, man.
Or in Nigeria. Dude, you guys got to go. I said it on Constellation, but people have to go watch those catfish shows because they're so annoying from the sense that all the people had to ever do was reverse image search the images. That was literally the beginning and the end of everything they had to do. And there's these frumpy American dudes in their 60s and they're talking to these hot, like mega hot Russian girls like that are in their 20s. Like, are you fucking stupid? Seriously. What is wrong with people? And this woman really thinks that she is talking to Kevin Costner. We've let the delusions get out of control. Jacob, thank you for doing the world a good service there. All right. Chris Gordon wrote in and said, ICDC. Colin, been following you since the IGN days, and it's really amazing what you've accomplished since then. Thank you. I've been listening to Sacred Symbols for years, and my son is finally at the age 13 where he can appreciate the show. I think he relates most to my baby boy Dustin and his weebish tendencies, as he is a huge Persona fan. Curious if Dustin has any Christmas gift recommendations for him. Maybe a Futaba body pillow. I don't know who that is. Or a Morgana plush. Thanks for all you do.
I don't know. It all depends. Do you like figures? Do you like plush? Do you want games? I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I think the biggest value propositions out there for a young weeb fan out there is going to be a Crunchyroll subscription and a $2 a month subscription to the Shonen Jump app. I mean, those are the core essentials, I would say. And you can get both of those for what? $12 or $13 a month. I mean, after that, you're pretty much set. That's the nice part overall about the world of anime, is that you can kind of get in for a decent price and have access, I would say, to almost everything. There is one other streaming service, but not as much of the big stuff is on there. So yeah, the Crunchyroll subscription might be good. But, if you want some figures, hit me up. I can point you in the right direction. Not that you want to corrupt them too young, but, something to think about.
13 years old. Tender age.
Mm-hmm.
is this show appropriate for a 13-year-old? I guess that's in the eye of the beholder.
Sure.
I certainly don't make this show for anyone but the most heinous of adults amongst us.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I was watching South Park at 9.
Yeah,
so
I understand that. Yeah, South Park came out when I was in 8th grade, and
yeah.
I remember my dad being like, I don't know if you should be watching this kind of situation, but I did. And they had a problem with Beavis and Butthead, which I don't really know why, because that was like way tamer than South Park. Well,
I remember The Simpsons having an air of that too. Like, my parents didn't not let me watch The Simpsons, but I remember that being like a conversation at some point where they were like, "Should we let him watch this?" And I think my dad was like, "Why not?" And I remember like watching it through that lens. It was like, "Ooh, I remember feeling like I was getting away with something watching The Simpsons."
Totally.
And then it would just end on this like heartfelt beat, and I'm just like, "This is like." It's not Full House, but it can be sometimes. So like, what the fuck is so egregious about this?
And even when you were 9 in 2003, you were like, man, this show should have been canceled years ago.
Probably.
I've said it before. Dagan and I have talked about it ad nauseum on our different shows. I don't get The Simpsons, and I cannot believe how long that show has been. Like, it is almost a joke. Like, have they figured out such an economy for it that it's so cheap, comparable to the money they make on it, even when no one seems to like it? Like, I don't think I've met someone who likes The Simpsons in 20 years, who likes like The Simpsons that is on now. Every Simpsons fan I know is like, oh, first 8 seasons.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm like, but guys, don't you understand? We're in season like 35. So what is going on here? It's incredible. It's insanity.
I think they're hoping that I think maybe there's like a dedicated viewership of older people who's just kind of hoping for it to get good, or maybe isn't aware that it's bad. You know what I mean? Because some shows last for a really long time and just have granted, a lot of those off-season shows that last for a long time are sketch comedy shows that depend like very, very heavily on the cast. Like SNL has actually had some pretty good episodes in the last like couple like weeks, which is weird. It was like, I remember saying like, that's not bad at all. Weird. Jarring after so many years of just kind of like but with a show like The Simpsons where it's the same characters over and over again, it's just like, what do you have to gain really from being on this long? It seems fucking insane. It seems borderline elder abusive due to some of these like I don't know if you've heard Marge lately, but she sounds really goddamn rough.
Julie Kavner is the one that does her voice. Yeah.
It's just
she's
like
73. Yeah, dude.
And there are episodes where it's just like, you sound like a fucking mummy, dude. Like it's sad. Like I don't want to think about some elderly lady choking out her last breaths just to make Marge Simpson do a stupid laugh on an episode that no one's gonna watch. Like it's, I don't know. Simpsons are weird. They're in a weird spot.
So here, look at this. I'm looking at this with view. I'm on the YouTube for it. First of all, 757 episodes, absolutely insane.
Oh my fucking god!
Like literally insane. How could that even be?
And that's not even as long as One Piece.
I know. Oh my god.
And every One Piece episode is perfect. So,
well, fair enough. But here, look, this is average viewership in millions. So the average viewership of the first season, 89-90. That was my first grade year. 27.8 million viewers on average an episode. That is insane.
For the first season?
Yep. That's what it says.
That's crazy.
24 point. So then it goes 24.4, 21.8, 22.4, 18.9. So by the time we're in 94, 95, 15.6. Scrolling down. 2018, 2019, 3.1, 2.5, 2.3, 2.2, 1.8. The audience is literally 5% or 7% as big as it was in the beginning. That's kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah. I know that I know there's a lot more to it. You're selling the episodes and VOD, you're selling DVDs and Blu-rays, all the merch and all. I get all of that, but it just seems like most shows would be canceled if they collapsed like that. And I think maybe there's this feeling that's because I don't know first of all, Simpsons is intrinsically linked to the beginning of Fox. We all know that. And so I think that there's something about that saying like we've basically had this thing running almost, if you count the Tracy Ullman show, this has been on the entire time Fox has been alive, which I understand. And that's kind of cool when you think about it. But maybe there's a thing where someone else will just come take it, and they just don't want that to happen. You know, and I'm not saying that they'll get the back catalog. Like I brought up Last Man Standing, right? The Tim Allen show that was really popular. That show was very popular. It was on ABC, and they just canceled it. And then Fox was like, "Oh, we'll take it," and then they finished it. They finished like the last 3 seasons of the show. So
yeah,
I wonder if they think that that's going to happen. Be like, the CW is going to be all over that. Be like, what is it going to take for us to get The Simpsons?
Yeah, I don't know. That's more than I would have expected, to be honest with you, though. Like 3 million is a lot more, because there's also the taking into account just the collapse of cable television in general. Like a successful show in like the early 90s and a successful show today mean very, very different things as far as like cable metrics go. So like I don't know how much The Simpsons is streaming, because we don't have that information at all. Because that was like a whole instigating force of this whole strike thing too. It's just like the lack of information as far as like what are the metrics for streaming?
Yeah,
like how
know, because what you'll realize is that no one's watching almost any of this stuff, and that a lot of people are just subscribing for very few shows, and those shows pop. And like I think that you kind of can read between the lines with how Netflix treats their shows. Like they don't give anything a chance, and you would just assume it's like, yeah, no one's watching this. They don't give a shit. But yeah, I think it's pretty even. 2017, 2018, 4 million. 2022, 2023, 1.8. Very interesting. That number will eventually create it below 1 million, I guess. But I wonder if my theory is right on that they're like, no, someone else will come in. We just can't let that happen.
Well, don't they own it? Like, wouldn't that be their decision ultimately if they wanted to sell it? Or
I don't know, because you would like when TV shows are developed, this happens a lot. I mean, it's not uncommon. Like Family Matters and Step by Step moved from TGIF to CBS back in the day. Like, I think that production companies sign on with networks to fund shows and have the syndication rights and put them on air. And I think that only contains like what the parameters of those shows, if your contract's allowed, because people bail out of these things all the time. I used to love a show, I don't know if you guys remember, called Jericho. That was about like the end of the United States. And I really loved it. It got canceled twice, but it was on CBS, and there were rumors like Netflix was heavily invested in trying to revive it themselves. And so, yeah, it would happen. And I assume that would be possible with The Simpsons too. I have no idea. I'm reading into it. It's kind of like optioning, right? Like the Spider-Man rights at Sony revert to Marvel if they don't use them, right? For a certain amount of time. That's why they keep releasing movies. Like that is literally the reason that they keep releasing them. So it could be a similar situation here too.
Maybe.
Right, I'm right about that, right? About Spider-Man. Like they have to exercise them. And that's why they make a Fantastic Four movie every so often. That's why they make... Not then, that would be Paramount, I think, or it was. I think they kind of folded Fantastic Four now back into the MCU wisely, and that's what Sony did with Spider-Man. They're like, "Fuck it, we'll just split the money and get Spider-Man involved in here." I read somewhere that some company could have had every Marvel character's film rights for $25 million or $50 million, something like that. I got to read more into that. Wow, it's like, damn,
that's so
dude.
Crazy. Oh my god!
Like in perpetuity or 99-year leases or something. It's like, holy moly.
That's fucking crazy.
All right, Chris, no gift ideas. Keep your child off the internet.
Yeah, probably for better.
Romulus wrote in, who I believe is the co-founder of Rome. He says, "What's up, SS crew? What Thanksgiving side is your least favorite? Personally, if I see anyone slop that can of alleged cranberry sauce onto a plate where it still retains its perfect can shape, I'm scissor kicking grandma. I'm going to kick her out of her wheelchair. I don't give a shit. What about you all?" Thank you, Romulus, for writing in.
So hostile.
I agree. I think that is probably the most egregious food. So let me be honest with you a little bit, though, because you see videos sometimes, and I've been in Thanksgiving celebrations where it's a lot of random food, where it's like, oh, this is this ethnic food, or I want to have this, and it's like, that's not what Thanksgiving is. It's got to be this foundationally stuffing, mashed potatoes, some greens, whatever, string beans, like what. You can't get too crazy with it. I'm not going trying to have ramen at my fucking Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I mean?
No.
Cranberry sauce always seems to fit in here, but I don't want anything to do with it. Ever. It just looks horrible.
Yeah.
And it's that gelatinous canned thing. It's like, what is this? It's just fucking crazy.
It's an aesthetically deeply displeasing dish. I'll put it that way. Like it's just it everything about it visually betrays. Like I've kind of avoided it at every single Thanksgiving that I can recall. Like I think I had it once just on a whim, and it just wasn't. It did not. Whatever it tasted like, did not make up for how aesthetically displeasing it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just like, this is like the least interesting thing here by like a lot. So I'm gonna ignore this forever. And then at a certain point, we just stopped doing it because I think everybody felt the same. It was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's just like it. You feel like you have to force it or something. Like imagine finding a fallout shelter and you're desperate to survive and you crawl into this thing and then you turn on the light like it's the road and the shelves full of food, but it's all cranberry sauce. Would you rather just go out and die?
I don't know. Maybe. I'd hold on, I guess, in that sense. I don't think it's fucking horrendous or anything.
I think it's weird when some people, when you get the can, they take it out of the can, it's still shaped like the can, and then they just kind of slice it like it's a cake or something, or like bread. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Everything
like perfect circular. No.
That's what he's saying, I think, in his thing, right? It retains that perfect can shape. Yeah, like it's...
Right.
Yeah,
my grandma would at least try to crush it up a little bit so it's a little more presentable. But my thing is that it just doesn't fit in the meal for me personally, where there's all these savory items and it's like, here's some jelly just to eat.
Well, I understand the impulse of like, oh, sweet and savory, because that stuff does work a lot more often than I used to be like very, very opposed to that. Like I was very much like, I'm not doing that. It doesn't make sense to have these two things together. And then I think I had cheese curds and caramel together for the first time. And I was like, this is fucking amazing in a way that I could not have possibly, I couldn't have possibly even remotely imagined how this would taste. And so like I'm more willing to give that a shot now, but at the same time I still think cranberry sauce is just not, I just don't, I feel like it's not even the right type of sweet, really. And I like cranberry, by the way. I like cranberry juice. I'm big on cranberry juice, even with its like tart aftertaste. I love it. But like
good for your urinary tract.
Yeah, man. My urinary tract is fucking slick and perfect, man.
Yeah, it's pristine.
It's funny that we're bringing this up. I think Holly's downstairs, at least maybe not as we speak, but just within the last hour, was making the homemade cranberry sauce for tomorrow. She does it. She does it herself. So
yeah, it's some Northeastern thing, just in the sense of, the cranberry bogs, and I'm sure that's what they had access to. Like, I don't know. Thanksgiving's an interesting one. The Indians really didn't know what was about to happen to them, did they?
Yeah. No, well, the Native Americans.
The Native Americans, yeah. Native Americans. Well, as I understand it, this goes all the way back to college, is that like a lot of Native Americans want to be called Indians. That this is like
I guess.
No, like it was like a reclamation sort of thing. And I remember this very well I was in college a long time ago now, but so I don't say it as an offensive thing. They're Indians.
No. Yeah. I'm just busting your balls.
Yeah. American Indians. Not India Indians, and I could see how that would be very confusing. The Indians in India definitely didn't know what was about to happen to the Indians in North America.
Yeah,
at that time, they had bigger fish to fry as well.
They didn't have each other on Discord yet.
No, no. Okay. When I turn on Discord, sometimes it has like the loading screen and it says like Discord's birthday is whatever, and it's 2015, which I'm like, wow, it's so young. Such a young company. It seems so integral, and it literally didn't even exist at all when I was at IGN, for instance. Yeah. And then suddenly it's very much like Twitch. Twitch existed for a while. I remember there were other Twitch competitors though that just went away.
It used to be Justin TV, right? And then
Justin TV. That's right.
Yeah. And then
I remember it was a big deal that there were going to be multiple streaming options on PS4 when it came out, that you'd be able to stream your games on Ustream and all these different things. And it was unclear at that time who was going to win. And these companies have really instituted themselves and insulated themselves very well. Discord, I would imagine, really can't go anywhere at this point. It's integral to people.
Yeah, you never know. It's supplanted Skype in like a really, really huge way. I was really stubborn with it too. Like it took me a long time to really get on Discord. Like I think I didn't get on Discord until like maybe like 2020, until I think the pandemic is really what made me do it. Like 2019. Just before that.
I didn't even know what it was, really. until probably the pandemic. I was like, I think it's like I actually thought it is kind of like, for the younger people out there, it reminds me a lot of Merc, or IRC, which is something that I used to use as a kid in the 90s and into the 2000s. It's very much like that. It's just a much more sophisticated version of that. And God, I used to love MIRC. Those were the days, my friend. All right, let's get into some games topics here now that Romulus has scissor kicked grandma out of her wheelchair. That poor old bitch. Irk Prime wrote in, said I'm about 10 hours into Immortals of Aveum and it's so much better than Forspoken. Why did EA let this die on release? You're not the only person that wrote in this week about this, because I think more people are playing it because of the new demo and how good it is and how wrong people were about it. It's like, well, maybe you guys should listen to me a little bit more. And also maybe you should get better taste as well. When Colin tells you that there's a magic shooter that's very special and very interesting, very well made, and you just shrug them off and say, I'm going to go play Baldur's Gate 3 like a fucking dork. Right?
Oh my
I'm going to go play Starfield. and the entire time you could have been playing Immortals of Aveum and platinuming it like I did. Only 0.8% of people that have played the game got the platinum trophy. Okay. Go play Immortals of Aveum. Half of Ascendant Studios got laid off. By the way, maybe don't buy it now, because I don't know why Brett Robbins did this, the leader of the studio, but he said, oh yeah, we're talking to Microsoft and Sony about getting it on Game Pass and PS Plus. And I would imagine that that's going to happen. And that's the place where games like this are going to go to die, to get the rest of their funds and, extract some sort of value out of it. And that's the end of that. So yeah, Immortals of Aveum is great. I bought it when it came out. You should have listened to me and bought it too. If more of you did, then they wouldn't have laid off half the studio. And now their destitution is your fault. And we're never going to get more Immortals of Aveum ever.
Yeah, you did this.
That's right. This is the Vita all over again. Like, I'm so sick of people being like, oh, the Vita is so great. It's like, I fucking know. Dude. You don't think I know that?
Sometimes it takes a while.
By the way, we'll speak about it now. Taylor Knight wrote in and said, hey, fellas, speaking of Vita, first time, long time. This past Saturday, I sat on my couch and watched football while knocking out the Habroxia 2 Platinum on my PS Portal. And I'm going to be honest, it made my worm bait wiggle. The Portal has exceeded every expectation I had. Backbone, while fine, always felt like a compromise. The Portal feels great and plays great, and after a week of trying quite a few games across the spectrum, I wouldn't hesitate to play anything on it. Based on being sold out most everywhere, it seems like PS is actually sitting on something here. How are we all feeling about it a week in? It is awesome. Now I can talk to you about this, because last week I was like, I haven't really fucked with it too much yet. I hadn't even taken the protective layer off of the screen. It's awesome. Truly. Like, I can't believe it, like how good it is. And what I mean by that is that you're right in that, Taylor. You said that the Backbone felt like a compromise, and you're right, it did. That's why I would play very specific games on it. Like, I played tons of Slay the Spire on it. I played probably half of Trails of Cold Steel on it. I would never have tried a game like RoboCop, for instance, on it. But I played RoboCop probably half the game and platinumed it on the PS Portal with no compromise. It felt fine. It looked fine. And fine makes it sound like it was mediocre. Like, it looked the way it should look at 1080p, running at 60-ish frames a second on a great connection. Now, there's a lot of consternations. In fact, some person rudely wrote into me, and I don't know what the answer is about this, where they're like, your internet speed doesn't matter. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, it doesn't connect to the internet. And I'm like, but it's using your Wi-Fi, but your PS5 is connecting to the internet and acting as the intermediary. And it needs to be connected to an Ethernet cable. This is an important point, which is how I know that the internet speed, in fact, does matter. I've spoken to multiple people in my life. Mike, my G.I. Joe consigliere, as one of them. He brought his Portal the same day. We text back and forth all the time. He's like, this thing fucking sucks. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm playing it and it's awesome. And he's like, it doesn't work. And I'm like, is your PS5 wired? And he's like, no. And I'm like, well, there you go.
Colin, let me save you though. It is not internet speed. It's network speed.
Network. Okay, so I
know that people are like, it's not internet. It's the speed of how much bandwidth is in your network. It's very important.
So it would matter that the Ethernet cable was connected then.
Yes,
right,
absolutely.
okay, right. That's kind
your
of
Ethernet to your router.
Right. That's that way I have it as well. It's not directly to the wall. Although if it was to the wall, it would still be through the router. I just don't have that set up. Okay. So for me, like that's a fundamentally important thing is I feel like some people are having, and I mean, maybe some people are just gonna have bad experiences or just don't like it, which is fine. I don't really care. But I think some people are like, this thing doesn't work. And I'm like, you need to wire your PS5. It's not going to work. Like you can't compromise on that. In fact, it's really annoying. I have 2 PlayStation 5s and I'm wiring. Everyone knows, and some people get annoyed that I use my PS5 as a entertainment hub. Like I don't use the smart TV functionality on my TV downstairs. I prefer to use the PS5.
Yeah, I don't do that either.
Right. Like I just don't. And people are like, why would you do that? I'm like, dude, using the controller is so easy. The PS5 interface is so fast on all of the apps. It's night and day. And I have really nice TVs. So it's not like that's a compromise. So that's why I do that downstairs. So I actually have, so here it is. This wire here, I run to my computer when we record just to get a better bandwidth because I have wireless on my computer. But I run this and this goes downstairs and then I just take this plug and I plug it into my PS5 instead up here. And I use that to plug to my portal so that we can use the PS5 as an entertainment system downstairs so we can watch hockey or watch football or do whatever we're going to do. And then I'm going to play. And so it's a little annoying having that wire around. But that's because I have 2 PS5s. It's not going to be a problem for most people. But I have to say it's great. It really is. And you said here, Taylor, it exceeded your expectations. It exceeded mine too. Like I thought it was going to be cool, but it is basically a DualSense with a. I mean, it literally is a DualSense with a screen on it, but it is basically that in terms of latency and all of that. It works. It works. I don't know. Now I haven't played anything twitchy. Like if I played, and twitchy for me would be like something like Borderlands or something, not even something that fast. Maybe that will be different, but I was surprised RoboCop worked. Totally fine. That's a first-person shooter. It's not the finest first-person shooter. There's aim assist and stuff like that. But I was shocked and could imagine that it will work great for pretty much everything unless it's really you have no room for losing frames. Maybe in like a fighting game or something. I don't know. But I'm into it, dude. I highly recommend it. I'm sorry you guys don't have one because it's fucking really cool. And someone had made the point, I think in the comments, but I didn't use it. What's with the bitching about this thing? As far as the backbone was $100 and this is $200. I mean, are you kidding me? Like with how high quality this thing is for $200? I love it. Some people are saying like, oh, it's using old stock that Sony had and all of this for like Xperia tablets and everything. I'm like, I don't care. It's a great idea and it's sold out. And I think that if you have a wired PS5 and good, a good router, a good newer router, my router's from 2020, so it's not, maybe even 2019. It's not that new. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I love this thing. Agree. I love it. I'm going to be playing on this thing all the time. I'm telling you right now, I'm playing on this thing all the time. And by the way, I played on it all weekend. So yeah, go ahead.
I think the pricing thing is the bitching about the price seems off to me in that. So this really made clear to me there's a review from Linus Tech Tips about the Portal that I watched, and he broke it down and it really made sense that, okay, so MSRP for a DualSense is $70. So you're getting one of those split in half. You're getting, what is it, a 7-inch screen, HD screen in there. It includes a battery. It includes the Wi-Fi and processing. Like you said, when you compare it to some people like, oh, just get a backbone and use your phone. It's like, yeah, you could do that, which first of all, that's still going to be half the price of the Portal. And you're going to lock up your phone. Maybe let's say you could use an older phone. Maybe you've got one lying around, sure. But it's not going to have a full-size DualSense. It's not going to have as big of a screen. Sure, maybe $200 is a little bit of a premium for this a little bit. But when you think about all the components and what it's offering you, yeah, it makes complete sense to me. And it does seem to work, which is the biggest thing.
It works. I mean, I'm telling you, it works. I would tell you guys if it didn't work. I am not a sophisticated tech person at all. I don't have some like interesting network setup that is very fast or special. I just have consumer grade everything. And that's what most people are going to have. And from my layman's position, it's a really fundamentally amazing machine. And I'm not going to be trying to play it out of the house or trying to like tempt fate with it and do anything with it. But for what it is, and I was reading something, an interview that someone at Sony gave about it, in which I think it was noted that they're not even trying to sell this thing to make money. They just want engagement devices. And what they probably learned was Backbone probably sold pretty well, appreciably enough where they noticed that people were playing their games like that. And it's like, well, why don't we? This is why PlayStation outselling Xbox is so significant in Europe, is because like you're just trying to get pieces of hardware out there that beg people to use them in one direction. And I think that this is just another one of those things. Be like, oh, here, wife wants to watch fucking Desperate Housewives. That's a really modern reference. You play on your Backbone, and I'm not going to say it's completely flawless. I notice sometimes like the frame, it's the same thing with the Backbone. You'll get that icon with the exclamation point over it where the network starts to drop. And sometimes the resolution will drop, but I'm 99.9% of the time I was amazed by it. Battery life seems a little suspicious because I was hearing the battery life is strong, and I'm not experiencing that. I'm also experiencing that it takes for fucking ever to charge it, which I don't know if that's just me or what that's all about. Where like I'll have it plugged in while playing it, and it was on 30%, and I'll play it for 3 hours, and then I turn it off, and it's at 60%, and I'm like,
that might be do you think that's all just DualSense?
Yeah, maybe.
At that point?
Maybe. Because people were suggesting that the battery life was substantially better than DualSense, which it might be, but I'm like, that's kind of insulting too. Because the DualSense battery life gets me worried sometimes where it's
Dude, the Edge is so bad. That's the thing now that I've had the Edge for a few months now. Basically, you get 1.5 play sessions, and then it has the 1 bar left. So you got to charge this thing like pretty much every time you sit it down.
That's what you get for edging.
Dude, the price of edging.
The price of edging for a full month. That's what it gets you.
The price of edging for 1.5 sessions.
Yeah.
Priceless.
Low price of
those commercials.
Those are that. I wonder if they'll ever bring that back. What was that? MasterCard or something?
Yeah, I don't know if it was like MasterCard, or if it was like a hotel, like Expedia for some reason is coming to mind, but I don't think that's true.
Yeah, it's older than Expedia.
It was like the price of Thanksgiving dinner. Like, well, today it would be like $500. But back then it'd be like, like 120, or like the price of a taxi ride. It's like $20. The price of edging for 1 month. Priceless.
Price. I think it is MasterCard. I want to say.
Yeah,
I'm not going to look,
right,
but
yeah.
That's kind of where my gut is on that.
Yeah.
And I've never had a MasterCard ever. Did you guys
neither.
ever have a MasterCard?
I do now. The Apple Card is a MasterCard.
Oh, interesting.
And I got it because in order to load your digital Suica card, you cannot use Visa for Japan.
Yeah.
So I got the Apple Card, and it worked just fine.
Cool.
It's actually, dude, it's a really nice card.
Wait, Visa's not, they just don't you do Visa in Japan?
You can do Visa in Japan at most places, but it's good to have both just in case, since you're going international. And specifically, the digital Suica app does not take Visa. So I really wanted to use the digital Suica, just then since I couldn't get a card, and you literally just wave your phone over the gate, and it's that easy. So so I do have a MasterCard. I don't use it very often now, but
yeah, I have. I just use Visa. Just whatever they give you. I guess it's like I'm not.
Dude, I use the
searching
Prime
for these
card.
things. What
do you have a Prime card? The Amazon Prime card?
No, I get 3 points back on all my purchases online though.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Dude, I have the Prime card, not an ad, but basically I just use it to buy silly shit once a month. And once a month I'll get $30 or $40 in my Amazon account and just buy something random. That's how I bought Oppenheimer on 4K.
Nice.
Because as Del Toro says, I'm now a curator, preserver of films.
Man, the drama around this is so acute that
what did he say? Wait.
He said it's like your essential. It was something totally histrionic.
Yeah. I can't find what he said, but it was something about being, if you own the movie on disc, you're like a curator and preserver of films. So
it's like, man, why is everyone? It's so crazy to me that this is like even a concern. It really is. I just don't get it.
I mean, I understand it completely for movies and
For movies,
TV.
absolutely.
That shit goes away.
Yeah,
It's crazy. Even just the shit that Netflix like throws away. Like there's entire shows that are just gone from Netflix that are actually pretty good. That have no trace of existence now.
Well,
They're just gone.
But my whole point is that like everything is pirated. Everything is pirated. There is no missing. The idea of this like no one has access to this one piece of media because it is gone forever. Like that's very rare. That's like people. There are like episodes of sitcoms that are missing because they taped over them in the 70s and shit. Like that kind of stuff doesn't really happen. I don't think, because someone out there in Russia has like all of these shows in their fucking, you know, in their server.
So wait, but you were against piracy with games. We were talking a few
no,
days
I am,
ago.
but I'm saying the idea of that's not the point I'm making. The point is that people are acting like these things will never exist anymore. And what people are arguing about is the commercial viability of them always existing on the market. And those are two different things. What I'm saying is that they'll exist. You know,
I think. I mean, I don't know. It's a bigger conversation, I think. But like, there is something that's happening now where. And it's starting to be a lot more obvious today than it ever used to be, where it's like we grew up really thinking that things lived on the internet forever, right? We grew up thinking like, oh, you put it online, it's going to live there forever because the internet's basically a functioning archive of like all of digital humanity so far. And it is it is that way in some respects, in a lot of the ways that we expect it to be. Like YouTube is still here, Facebook is still here. But like there's actually a shocking amount. I can't remember what article I was reading or what study it was, but like there's a shocking amount of digital content that is just straight up gone. Like just not saved at all. Like not pirated, doesn't exist anywhere. It's just fucking gone. I think about like the original, like all of Machinima back when they erased all like everything on Machinima, like when Warner Brothers bought it or something. Mm-hmm. And then they wanted to like I think like 90% of that shit is gone. Like entirely. And that's just YouTube stuff, to be fair. But like, I don't think Oppenheimer is at risk of being like completely like, you know, erased. But I do think it's a good attitude to have for content in general, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand that. I just think I do understand your point, and I understand Dustin's too. I just think that there's a tension between this idea, because what are people basically saying, that things should always just be for sale forever? I don't understand that. I don't understand how that even works. Like something exists, and so it should always be available for you to have and do whatever you want with. Once it crosses that threshold and it exists.
I think it's more about instilling in people the idea that if you want something, you should try to own it, because its perpetuity is not guaranteed necessarily. It's not necessarily that it should be. But it's not necessarily that like, oh, everything should be for sale forever. It's that when something is for sale, it's best for you to get it physically in case it goes away, so that there is at least some preservation there for it. And I that makes perfect sense. It makes a lot more sense to me with like movies and TV than it does for games. But like it makes sense for games for me as well. I just don't value it to the same degree, because it's like, I guess it's like what we were saying last episode, where it's like there's so much bigger problems, I guess.
Yeah.
if my games go away, but like movies go away, and movies and TV like go away all the time, and it's happening a little bit with games like here and there. But yeah, I don't know. It's a big conversation though. Like you could have a whole Sacred Plus on that.
Yeah, I agree, because it gets back to the commoditization of games and the commoditization of TV. I mean, I understand. I always use Willow on Disney Plus as the example. I have no idea why, because I never even saw it and I don't care about Willow, but I know that they blinked that show out of existence to write it off. And the rules are arcane enough where it's like, no, you literally have to get this thing. You can't make any money on this, or it's illegal for you to write it down. Like it's gone. It's got to go. And they've been really cutthroat. It's really so cutthroat way. It's like, no, you can't have this, bespoke little DVD set. You can't sell it. If you sell and make money on it, then what are you writing down? Then you made a little bit of money on it. It complicates your accounting. So I understand from that perspective what they're doing, but this gets into the commoditization like it's a wheel of cheese or something. And that's kind of that is a bummer. I am simply making the argument. I am not making any other argument than saying that there are pirates all over the world and just people that just want copies of things and record things and do whatever, that I think will. And I also think, I must say that when the PlayStation Network still exists in 30 years, which it will, and I'll still have access to all of these games that I've purchased on PS4 and PS5, which I suspect I will. I wonder if we'll look back at this, because literally the idea of those things being blinked out of existence, and I know it's all in the EULA and the licensing and all that, and they can do that, and you only have a license to access it. You don't really own it and all of that. But I'm like, that would be so bad for business that you would have to assume that would be the end of Sony or like the end of Nintendo or where it's like, this is going offline. And even if those situations, you would imagine some legacy company would come on to keep it up,
Yeah.
So I know that we're like hypothesizing about things. It seems like it's a never ending drumbeat. And I'm like, I don't really know what everyone's so scared of.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like owning things, I think. That's what it comes down to, is that I don't want to rent everything in my life.
Yeah, I think that's...
But
I
you're
think that's
not
fair,
renting it, right? I mean...
Yes, you are. I mean, even if you... But you only own the access to the file. If you can't... Like, if you buy a movie on iTunes, you can't download it and save it. If something happens to your iTunes account, or if they remove it, something like that, you don't have guaranteed access forever. So this isn't the space for me where it's like you will own nothing and be happy about it. This applies. So clear, it just comes down to this, removing ownership from every aspect. I know this is fucking movies, TV, video games, but it's like, no, I want to own it. I want to be able to do what I want with the things I buy.
I do also think that, and we can move on after this, I guess we're lingering on it, but I do think that the paranoia around this, while it might seem a little bit excessive, I do think it kind of leads to its own kind of solution, because I do think people who are in this space, who are paying attention to this space, are then a little bit more worried, and thus, if they're a little bit more worried, they're more inclined to actually save this stuff and actually they're more inclined to go out of their way to save media that they otherwise wouldn't. Like, I know, even just personally, like, hearing stories about this stuff, there are YouTube videos that I remember, like, I'm in the habit now of, like, when I see a really good YouTube video, specifically, like, and I'm not talking about, like, people's content necessarily, but, like, if I see just something on the internet that I'm like, I'm never going to find this again, or, like, this is not guaranteed to be here forever, I will take it upon myself to download it, because I know I have so many videos in my, like, favorites or whatever that are just, video was removed or video was deleted or whatever. So it's like, I know that now. And so I've saved a lot of videos that would have otherwise been lost media because of that. And I know, based on certain people and some people that I know who work in certain industries adjacent, they're kind of getting into the habit of like, hey man, we're working on this. We should save some shit, even just for us, just so in case this gets written off by the company that, like, we're making this for, we at least have something for our fucking reel,
right? That
we can at least shop around, so to prove that we weren't fucking, oh, what's this gap in your resume for 2 years when you were working on or 4 years when you were working on Inside Job on Netflix. It's like, well, it's gone. So I don't know. I think the paranoia kind of leads itself to kind of solving the problem in some way. So I'm kind of
that's well said. I agree with you. I know Dagan's really serious about that stuff too, in the animation world, because so many things don't see the light of day, and then you have no proof that you worked on those things, and that's a problem. Yeah. I do agree that it is a multifaceted problem, and what I'm speaking to, I think, is specifically one silo, which is the idea that things should just be available, which I think is one of the silos, and I don't agree with that because I don't know how that would work. And then the second silo of being like, well, things are perpetual, and I don't know, man. I don't know enough about tech to really be able to say this with certainty, but in the decades to come, do we really expect that these machines are all going to work the way they do now? And that these things aren't going to break down. Like, I'm not even entirely sure if you have a PS5 on disc, that's going to matter in a few decades, because you're going to have to find a PS5 that plays it. Ultimately, what will probably end up happening are these emulation machines like you have now, maybe like where there's some offline solution and Sony doesn't go and sue them into oblivion or something for it.
Yeah. I mean, even the PSP has like that exploding battery, right?
Right. Yeah. Like if you go and look at it happens constantly. If you go look at your PSP years later, your battery is exploded inside of your PSP at this point.
Luckily replaceable on that though.
Totally. Yeah, as long as the battery hasn't damaged the PSP.
Correct.
It was probably like a fucking bomb in the making, because we had a whole drawer of those batteries at IGN like that on like someone's desk, where it was like literally just a shit ton of PSPs and PSP batteries. I'm like, oh my God, thing probably saw an ignominious end. So
I gotta repair my SP, my Game Boy Advance SP battery. It holds a charge for exactly 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
That's a bummer. That's a bummer when that started happening to even cartridges. I remember that happened to my Final Fantasy 1 cartridge in college, and I was trying to play all the way through Final Fantasy 1 without shutting it off or dying, because it wouldn't hold the save anymore. It's a bummer. It's a good way. Sony, I mean, I'm not Sony, Nintendo, until more recently than you would think, would still replace those batteries, which is crazy. I think that stopped during maybe the Wii era, which is pretty wild. Like you could still send them SNES games or whatever, and they would just replace the batteries for you.
It's not too hard to do yourself.
No,
I've not done it personally, but I've watched it on YouTube. I need to do it for some of my games.
Aren't they just watch batteries or something? Or like that style.
And you can actually, you can get something where you solder it out and then you put on a piece that makes it replaceable easily. So if it dies again, then you can just swap it out in another 20 years from now.
Man, those were the days when you had to hold in the reset button on NES and then shut it off, or your battery would erase all your save data in Dragon Quest, for instance. Dragon Warrior, as we knew it, of course. All right. Taylor, thank you for writing in. Good conversation. Adam Barnes wrote in and said, "What's up, Lords of the Slit? 2023 has been one of the best." What?
We had the moratorium, and he let him.
Yeah, you're right.
He slid it on by.
Yeah, you're right. He got one by the goalie.
A little sneaky slit you.
A little sneaky slitter.
Where is Slitterhead, man?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
That
really
has been a joke for so
question.
long, and the game still hasn't come out, which is just very, very strange indeed. But all right, Adam wrote in and said, 2023 has been one of the best, if not the best years in gaming. However, can we take a second to discuss the other side of this? It all started with Lord of Ring Gollum. Then we were blessed with Skull Island, Rise of Kong. But lads, please tell me you've seen footage of the latest Walking Dead game. It is truly something to behold, from spelling errors to static smoke clouds. That is glorious. Chris, can we expect a video on this? Now, I went on my phone because I think I maybe dreamed this or something. I thought someone sent me videos of this game.
Which one?
The Walking Dead one.
Oh yeah, I said I shared a video of some of it in the Discord.
Oh, in the Discord, that's where it was. Okay, because I went back from my phone. I'm like, I could have sworn someone said this, and I thought it was maybe an art thread or me and you, but okay, so that's where it was. And so I did see some of those videos and was watching some of them. This is more of this low rent game mill stuff. I don't know how this publisher gets away with doing this. These are the same guys that made that G.I. Joe game, horrible game. So 2 of the 3 worst games of the year are their published products. And apparently there's even an expose on that Rise of Kong game about how it was made in less than a year, which is really, really pushing it in this day and age. You could make a great game in a year back in the day, but no, not anymore. So we have obviously seen this. Chris, what are your thoughts, as you're such a fan of Lord of Ring Gollum and Skull Island? I was wondering what you thought of the Walking Dead game. It's there. I saw maybe it was the one you showed where one of them was shooting the other guy in the head with a shotgun over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's Walking Dead. That's the Walking. Yeah, dude, I'm a big Gollum head. That's what we call ourselves in the community. So like I'm big on that one. I made a video on that game already, but like honestly, yeah, I it's funny that he asked this question specifically in the context of like, or with the framing of a video, because I have been toying around with it just because 3 duds like this is so unusual and they're so aggressively bad in a way that is so uniquely uncommon in today's, like there are games that like miss the mark a lot for sure. Like even something that's really bad like Redfall was like just like a really mismanaged idea, and like there's a lot of problems with that, but like Lord of Ring Gollum and Kong and this Walking Dead game, I really implore everybody listening to watch as much footage of that game as possible, because so much of it is beyond hilarious. The cutscenes are like all still images, basically. It's like, but like they rotate around the model to make it look like it's moving, kind of. And then there's this great even in the trailer for it, where it shows all the cast walking towards the camera. Herschel, who I guess loses a leg somewhere in the show, is walking completely fucking normally with an invisible like bottom half of his leg, like in the trailer, and it's beautiful. And then like there's that boss fight where it's Shane versus Rick, who's like, I'm gonna kill you, Rick, and then Rick is tanking this damage, these shotgun shots in the face, and it is there is something special about it in a really in a negative way that I don't know, man. I haven't seen this in a long time. It reminds me of and granted I wasn't around for this time, but I remember James Rolfe making this making jokes about this publisher or this developer back in the NES days, that LJN kind of
LJN, dude.
Yeah.
where like it has echoes of that, where it's like it's just one publisher making all these fucking atrocious games, and that's just interesting because it's been a while. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen that in this space. I'm sure it's existed in the mobile space for fucking ever.
Well, to be clear,
But-
Lord of Ring is Daedalic, right? Totally.
Oh right. Yeah.
These other two though are Game Mill.
Well, yeah, but they also did like, I don't know. Maddie has a video where he goes over some of it too, where they did that Avatar game that was not good either. So it's like they're just O for O on everything that they've put out basically, and so. Or at least that's what I remember from Maddie's.
Well,
video.
this is what, because they put out the G.I. Joe Operation Blackout game, which came out, I want to say in 2020, and I platinumed it. That's actually one of my rarest platinums. That game fucking sucks. And this is as publisher. They published that shooter Nerf Legends. That was really bad.
Yeah.
And they published the Cobra Kai game.
Yeah,
and but they also published the Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl games.
Right, that's what's so confusing.
Yeah.
Is that so they do have that one game, and apparently I guess the kart racer they have like a DreamWorks kart. Do they have a DreamWorks kart racer? I don't know.
They
I don't
have
wanna speak out of turn.
I don't see that here.
I don't know
Frozen
everything.
Olaf's Quest is the other game I see here.
That's so fucking infuriating to hear. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just such a fascinating. I'm fascinated by this publisher. Like just completely enamored with how they could put this stuff out. And what's crazy about it is that Lord of Ring Gollum probably, if you're looking at it from like a quality standpoint, was the best of these. Like I know it's not their game, but I mean like of the fucking horrible games that came out this year from like kind of like sub or lesser known publishers, Lord of Ring Gollum makes like Kong Skull Island or whatever it is look like it's honestly crazy, the quality difference between them, and it's still shit.
Yeah,
Wild.
You're right in the sense it does invoke kind of the older days of, there are a lot of games, probably half of PlayStation 2's library really, where it's just trash, really. I mean, a lot of it is people just putting out games and trying, and Wii was the same way. Wii was even worse. Where there's just a huge install base, so you're just trying to sell 50,000 copies of this trash. It doesn't even matter, and so you would put your game on the disc and do the best you could and kind of set it and forget it and walk away. But you can't really do that with games anymore, which is why I think games like this are somewhat rare, and why no one, because you're right about Redfall. Like Redfall was functional. You can play it. You could even have fun with it. This is not even possible with these other games because they're so horrible. And this idea of being able to make a game in 1 year with like a AAA style box game or a AA box style game or a licensed game with 1 year and a staff of dozens of people is like, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're thinking. It's not 1990 anymore. Games are just too complicated. And it's crazy that no matter what space you're trying to fill in the market, that you would put anything out so deeply subpar that everyone involved has to know. There's no question about it. There's just nothing. Yeah, it doesn't.
I honestly think that they're going to get away with this just fine because this game fills a very specific reason this holiday season. Is it's going to be stocked probably mainly physically. I would bet probably it'll, obviously be on digital too, but this is for mom or the brother-in-law or the husband or the wife, whatever, that doesn't know a lot about video games, know that, cousin Jerry or whoever, their husband, whatever, likes Walking Dead. There's a new Walking Dead game on the shelf. I know he likes Walking Dead. I'll pick that up for him. It's a video game. And Walking Dead is one of those series, and that IP is so big that people will just blindly pick it up. Often for someone else. And maybe for themselves also. Like, I think about casual gamers that aren't listening to podcasts like this or not even looking at IGN, and maybe they go by the video game section on their shopping trip and they're like, oh, whoa, a new Walking Dead game. I love Walking Dead. I'm going to buy that. And here's the thing too, is that while I think that it is universally known that it'll be bad, the tolerance to it by some of these people won't be that bad because they like Walking Dead.
You're right, but isn't it frustrating that they just how could someone like what was it, Rob Kirkman, right? Robert Kirkman, right? Is that his name? The guy that does
that
Walking
sounds
Dead?
right.
He's a huge nerd. I mean, this is a nerd property. And
Yeah, it's Robert
wouldn't you like license it to the best studios that maybe now maybe these days the best studios are not interested anymore, but they had a long time, and obviously the Telltale games were popular. Although those games didn't really function very well either. I mean, those games are notorious for not functioning, for erasing people's saves and doing weird shit like that. So it's one of those things where I look at it and I'm like, how did this not become a 9.5 style AAA $200 million fucking insane game by IO or something? Like, I don't know. I don't get it. You know, I don't understand why you go to Game Mill and say, like, here's $5 million and 10 months before we have to enter QA, and you have nothing. And this is a beloved IP, for better or for worse. I just don't understand the flippancy. It's the same thing with the Lord of the Rings. It's like, what are you, fucking crazy? You could get, I mean, I was gonna say BioWare. That's a really bad example. You wouldn't want them to work on it anymore. But you can get like an Obsidian or something to make a fucking Lord of the Rings game. You imagine if they just walked into one of these places and were like, we have Lord of the Rings IP. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure no one would be interested in that. You definitely have to go and get Daedalic Entertainment to make the game. That was the only path to the market for Lord of Ring Gollum.
Well, I mean, didn't they say on like an earnings call or something that they were just like, our goal is to saturate the market with, or our goal is to they said specifically exploit the IP.
Yeah, exploit the IP. Nice.
Yeah, like, oh, Lord of the Ring. Lord of Ring. We got to exploit the hell out of it, and that's their goal. And obviously that's what happened. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that maybe that's, you know, not so unique a perspective. You know.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that they don't go, like, it's interesting to me that even though with all of this true, that someone doesn't go to these stakeholders and say, $200 million, give us 200. I know it's a lot of money. Give us $200 million and 5 years. And we will create a Lord of the Rings game that will, you know, mock review at an 85 and sell 10 million copies.
Yeah.
Like, look what Hogwarts Legacy did.
I was just thinking that, like, you could easily give Lord of the Rings like a Hogwarts Legacy style treatment.
It's not even great. It's just really good, and it appreciates the IP, and it's nice. You know
what will be a really telling, and I honestly, like, this could be the case already. I don't necessarily follow what the subscription services are doing, but like, if any of these titles end up on like Game Pass or something, you know what I mean? Like, that would be like a really sad day.
They're not even like Game Pass games. Like, that's how bad they are.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. It's like when that happens, like, if that happens, because I feel like, I don't know, it's got to happen at some point, right? Like, one of these has got to, I mean, I guess you could argue that Redfall, but that's purely because of the preview of first party.
I would hope that on a third party arrangement that Microsoft would never, ever publish a game to Game Pass. That would be that, like, that they shouldn't even want it. You know? Like,
for the sake of the greater industry, like, genuinely, like, if you see Lord of the Ring Gollum on Game Pass, like, that's really bad for everybody.
I don't even see a possibility of that happening, because I just don't know why Microsoft would do, like,
good.
That would be that would be such a PR hit, or such a PR hit for them to be like, you guys really paid them for this? This is like a thing you actually are taking people's subscription money and spending on. And it goes all the way. It's just, see, Hogwarts Legacy makes sense that it's good because it's deeply intertwined and interlinked with nerd culture. And that's why I was always so confused back in the day with like Battlestar Galactica. It's like, where is the fucking great Battlestar Galactica game? What is this, insane? What are you, insane? Like, why isn't someone making a great, and I remember when Game of Thrones came out and it was the Telltale game, and everyone hated it. And it's like, Game of Thrones?
Yeah,
like,
it's crazy that they,
like, you could get the best dude, you could get Techland or CD Projekt or you fucking kidding? That's the thing that frustrates me. It's not just this, it's not Habroxia. No offense, like our property where it's like, well, we're making it, we're doing the best we can. It costs tens of thousands of dollars to make. And we're an indie studio. It's like, you are an owner and the steward of this wonderful IP, and you just No one is in your ear saying, oh, this is the way it works in video games. If you just look at Batman, like look at the Arkham games, for instance, just so well made, right? And beautifully, look at Spider-Man. 5 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Like reverence and respect.
Right, exactly.
IP.
Someone just got to because these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. A lot of these people, totally. And someone that they trust or that it was going to be like, this is the way it works. This is how money is made. This is how you gain success. Yes, we can spend $5 million, make $20 million and have a horrible reputation with this game, or we could just really double down, know that we're going to sell a ton of copies because it's a Lord of the Rings game. But it's like going to be this game where we have preview events and we're going to be at the Game Awards and we're going to do all these things. And people will be like, holy moly, look at this fucking game. To me, I just don't see it any other way. And I think that it's what's so weird about this, Chris, in this day and age is, like you said, it doesn't happen anymore because people know that that's a dead end. There is no vacuum in which these games really sell anymore, because I would imagine even how many people, imagine this game came out in the NES. There were NES games that were fucking shit, like Athena and Deadly Towers, and like games that were just horrible. So Sean Baby used to call Deadly Towers shitty towers, which it used to make me laugh. I used to love Sean Baby. And it's like, you would get away with that. What were you going to do? You see the cool box art, the screens are very limited information, some cool write-up, your kid's begging you, you might have access to a magazine. It's probably not going to even be in there yet. And you buy it. And so Broderbund, who published Deadly Towers, is like, oh yeah, we made fucking millions of dollars on this shitty ass game. No one's going to care. No one's going to know. I don't know that that's the way it really works anymore in some way. Like, even how many people, what percentage of people will pick that game up at GameStop and even look it up? I bet a lot of them.
Yeah.
Go on Amazon or go, like, they're going to get warded off. Like, I don't know that it's really going to work the way that they think it's going to work. And Game Mill is obviously a fly-by-night publisher that has no money, but you got to bring your products to the guys that do. You don't think Sony would fund your Lord of the Rings game? They would probably put one of their own studios on it if you made that IP available to them. Dummies. I was going to say thanks for writing in, but I don't think anyone did. Oh, no, Adam did. Adam, thank you for writing in. All right, guys, let's get into some smaller news items here as well. Fun to talk to you guys about these today. We can move through these quickly, and then we'll get into what we're playing, and then we'll get into the bigger news. And I know there's a big piece of news that broke last week, right after we published that. I know people are eager to get into it, and we will do that shortly. But I wanted to begin here with KOTOR. So I wrote this up originally, and then I deleted it because I had news that was kind of, there's conflicting news, let's say, conflicting reports about what's going on with KOTOR. So let me give you a little bit of background since I didn't write it up. And what I basically wrote was people will remember KOTOR was revealed in 2021. And KOTOR, the remake. And it was going to be made by Aspyr, owned by Saber Interactive. And Aspyr's kind of a port house and maybe a little bit over their head with this game. And then it kind of got moved in 2022 to Saber Interactive, and it's being worked on internally there. And of course, this is a remake and a reimagining in some sense of 2003 Xbox classic BioWare Western role-playing game, Knights of the Old Republic. The reason that I bought my Xbox back in the day. So there have been these conflicting reports ever since about what's going on with this game. And so there was one report saying, and this comes from Jeff Grubb, friend of the Dukes, who works at Giant Bomb. And he was saying basically in so many words that the game seems kind of dead and no one seems to be working on it at this point. Now, this seems to make a lot of sense because as we reported a month or two ago, Sony removed the trailers from their social media and their YouTube channels saying that the license expired. And that might literally be true. The license might have expired because they no longer have the license because they've walked away from the game. And it's not the first time Sony walks away from games that they're not confident in. We've talked about many of those games in the past. Some of those games have never seen the light of day. Remember Wild? Remember that game?
Yeah.
Never saw the light of day. So they don't release things that they aren't into. It's very rare that they would release a dud. So it looked like it wasn't working out regardless of the move of developer. And of course, moving developers can work. It worked for Dead Island 2. Dead Island 2 went through 3 developers before they figured it out. And I think that game is pretty good, actually. But then we got news. So to leave it there at first, we have news from Jeff Grubb, a fairly reliable source, as I understand, who says the game is no longer being worked on. But then Jason Schreier, who's another reliable source in the industry, he says on Twitter, quote, "Can't say whether the KOTOR remake will ever actually come out, but yes, 2 people from Saber Interactive tell me they're still on it, despite recent rumors that nobody is working on the game." So conflicting reports. I think I would take Jason over Jeff. No offense. We can be like the meme of the Asian guy where it says, let them fight. I don't think they're actually fighting, and they probably both have information that's just coming from different sources. And one's probably, it seems like, my opinion is Jeff Grubb's source is Sony, and Jason's source is obviously, as he said, Saber Interactive. So I think they're getting two different stories. And what I would assume is that Sony no longer has anything to do with this game, but that it's coming. And it's worth noting that it was a PS5 timed console exclusive. It was never going to be fully exclusive to PS5. It would come to Xbox eventually anyway. So what might happen now is Saber Interactive is owned by Embracer. Embracer might just publish the game themselves through Disney, and which would now own the rights through LucasArts and etc., and have it out on everything at the same time. But I would assume that it just wasn't going up to snuff for their wants. So we don't really know. But you guys have any thoughts? Chris, you have any thoughts on this KOTOR conflict?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the most reasonable assessment of the situation. It would stand to reason to me. Just Occam's razor suggests to me that, like, yeah, Sony's probably just out for a multitude of reasons. Probably they were probably in over their heads. Like you said, it's not the first time they've walked away from something. I think about Deep Down every time. Something like that is.
I played Deep Down, dude.
Yeah, and that was
that's like one of the craziest things is that I actually played that stupid game.
And that's I don't know, that was presumably at least functional, right? Like was Deep Down like a miserable kind? It was I played a vertical slice of it, and it was kind of it was trying to be Dark Souls, basically. Right. I see. Yeah. So I mean, they've done this before for stuff that's like way deeper in development. So I mean, like, it makes sense to me that they would have just walked away when they saw things getting a little bit out of hand or a little bit unruly, especially based on what we now know about. I say now know about Embracer as if it wasn't obvious before, but like that they're probably not the most astutely managed apparatus. So I mean, yeah, it makes sense to me. It would be strange to me if it was just straight outright canceled, because I feel like there's just like a lot of potential here to just even, and I don't say this from my perspective necessarily, but from the perspective of a business, it's like I feel like you just have like a surefire. I just feel like you have something that's going to sell a fuck ton, regardless of how good it is. Unfortunately, as we've seen time and time again with a lot of releases over the last couple of years, where I mean, if Knights of the Old Republic comes out and it's subpar, that's still selling. That's not selling under 1 million units, I would imagine.
Oh my god, no, not at all. I would think KOTOR. You look at Resident Evil 4 actually sold pretty soft compared to the way I would, because I think Resident Evil 2 Remake is still the best selling of those remakes, which surprises me because Resident Evil 4 was always the most popular Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 5 or 6, I think, is still the best selling, which is fucking insanity.
Yeah.
Overall, and we haven't gotten remakes of those yet, and maybe we will one day. But I wonder if, and well, Dustin, what do you have to say about this before I even get into any more pontification? Do you think my theory is right that Sony simply withdrawn the game? And so that would make sense why Jeff Grubb is saying that they're out. He's talking to them. Meanwhile, we know Jason's talking to people on the Embracer side that are still working on it. So it's just moved to another publisher, I would assume, maybe even internally.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Anytime I hear about this game, I'm just so confused how something so important to the industry overall and you know, the fans, the players, ended up being mishandled this badly, where you have a game like Knights of the Old Republic and there's an opportunity to remake it. Let's give that to Aspire. Nothing against them, but quite frankly, they haven't really done anything to show that they're qualified to do something like this. And look what happened. And now it's floating around the ether. Maybe Saber's working on it or not. I don't know. This is one of those things, kind of like what you were saying about an IP like The Walking Dead. This seems like an easy home run. Just get the right developer to make it.
Bluepoint.
And this would be easy, completely. But I obviously, you know, there's a lot of different factors where it's like Bluepoint might be working on their own thing and all the right teams aren't going to be able to do it for 5 years or something. Well, and I guess if that's the case, then
wait.
Okay. KOTOR's been gone so long that it's better to wait 5 years and have it come out 9 or 10 years from now and do it right than have whatever the fuck's happened with this, where it's just kind of floating along. And don't get me wrong, I hope that it comes out. I hope it's amazing. Even when Aspire was making, I hope that they would have made an amazing game. But just this flippancy with what, a product like this just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it's, I agree completely. And Blue Point would have been interesting for this. I don't know that they would have really wanted to do it. It's going to be a long haul to get a game like that remade from the ground up, but you do have better targets. And I don't know if people remember the backstory behind this, and I wrote it up before I deleted the story because of the conflict that didn't allow us to deliver the news more cleanly. But the game was announced in 2021, and then, as you guys might recall, in 2022, the scuttlebutt was that they basically failed, like catastrophically failed, an internal milestone at Aspire. And you guys might remember they fired their lead designer and they fired the director of the game at that point. So something went horribly wrong, like quickly. I don't know what could have happened though. Like it almost, and I'm not saying that this is what happened because I have no information about this, but it's so strange that you would announce a game in September and then by like May the next year, you're firing it's almost as if like you could imagine it's like the Penske file or something, where it's like like they didn't do anything or something, and they just showed up and like, yeah, we didn't even do anything. Like that's how bad you have to imagine it would have gotten. Like, how did you misread that so catastrophically? It's very interesting. Yeah.
Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that really does authentically happen. That Penske, I mean, that's based on true stories, I would imagine. But I think, yeah, man, it just, the thing about it that's so strange to me, it's like, I understand that it's like a deeply complex game, and I understand that like KOTOR is this big RPG that's like really, really seminal, but it also feels like it just feels like a layup to me. Like, because so much of the work is already done for you. Like, they're not expecting, like, the hardest part of making KOTOR was thinking up of KOTOR and like making that from the ground up in the first place. So to just give it like a modern coat of paint, like, I feel like or just to clean up the combat into something that feels like, you know, reasonably modern. Like, I don't feel like that's such a, I don't know, maybe the game's like incessantly big in a way that I'm not really understanding, but like, I feel like that's just that should have been such an easy win for like a multitude of reasons. Not saying it wouldn't have taken a lot of effort. It would have taken a lot of time and obviously a skilled team and all that. But I just wonder how you catastrophically fail an internal milestone for a game whose core design is already done and whose expectations from the audience is that very little outside of modern bells and whistles would change in the first place. I don't think anybody was asking for like a reinvention of, you know, like a rewrite of KOTOR. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It all just, it really confuses me whenever this happens with remakes. It baffles me always.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Star Wars, Disney, Sony. You would think it would be a little bit different for their ability to produce this product, but yeah, Sony bailing out and being conspicuous and strange, I think, is right on brand. Okay, this leaked. I thought this was interesting. I don't know this is a huge surprise. Push Square reports existence of unannounced Gearbox games revealed via LinkedIn. So they write, and this was first reported by Eurogamer, but they have a neat little screenshot in here on their story on Push Square. That's why I wanted to use it. It says here that a former technical director, quote, a former technical director who worked at Gearbox support studio Lost Boys, referenced the existence of Borderlands 4, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands 2, and a new entry in the Brothers in Arms franchise in a since deleted LinkedIn post, end quote. So the LinkedIn post, so Lost Boys is like, as said, like a satellite studio to Gearbox, but they also work with Blizzard and they worked on PUBG and Amazon and ZeniMax Online and stuff. So they're a team for hire. And their studio technical director wrote on LinkedIn the following, quote, plan and engineer development on Borderlands 4 UE4, Tiny Tina Wonderland UE4, Brothers in Arms UE4, and so on and so on and so on. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderlands 2 UE4 is on there later. So this is basically cat out of the bag, although perhaps not a huge surprise. Embracer purchase Gearbox, although they're apparently shopping them. Now, this is where things get interesting because these two games, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, probably less further along. They might have made the decision late in development of the first game that they definitely wanted to do a sequel, so it could be further along. And actually, I really liked playing that game, although, as I said at the time, I don't know that there's a single example of a video game in which I knew less about what was going on in the game. I skipped everything in that game because I was like, you know, and I just wanted to play Borderlands basically.
Right. Yeah.
But that was in 2022. Borderlands 3, though, and Dustin, let's go to you on this, was 2019. So it's been a while. UE4, a little surprised by that, but would they point this out is this a suggestion that they moved to UE5? Like, why is he even making this? Like, he already says he's an Unreal Engine engineer in his LinkedIn. It's like, it doesn't need to be reiterated. So I was wondering if there's more to read in here, of course. And then Brothers in Arms, I mean, Brothers in Arms was long canceled, or like, I don't know if they ever actually canceled that game, but that PS3 game that was supposed to kind of revive it, that looked dope. It kind of looked like Inglourious Bastards or something like that. Looked dope. Yeah, so there's a lot to say here. What do you think about this, Dustin? What anything here strike your fancy?
I think that it would be surprising that Borderlands was still on UE4, but I mean, UE5 development has been, at least the releases we've seen so far have had somewhat, I guess, some issues on consoles. I think of like Lords of the Fallen and the game that you love, Colin, the wizard game.
Oh, Immortals of Aveum.
Immortals, also a UE5 game, which I think was better off, but so I could understand maybe them sticking with UE4 for that, but I don't personally, this doesn't strike my fancy at all. I've tried so many times to get into Borderlands and I just not into it. I don't really find them to be that funny, and if I want to play a game like that, I'm going to play Destiny. But cool. I'm glad to see, I guess, Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I didn't know how well that did. Maybe we've talked about it at some point. I'm just forgetting, but we're now getting into sequels of spin-offs for Borderlands. So obviously it's a just absolutely massive IP, and it would make sense that they want to get these things going and have them ready if they're doing that Borderlands movie, or they've already shot that, right? So,
yeah, that Eli Roth, right?
Right.
Directing it?
Yeah, that movie's been in the can for a minute. I'm reading here. It was the 11th best-selling, Tiny Tina's Wonderland. It was the 11th, this is on Wikipedia, the 11th best-selling game in the US in March 2022 by dollar sales. In May of that year, Take-Two Interactive revealed that sales of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands had exceeded the publisher's expectations, which is interesting. It was really fun, and I knew a lot of people found it to be cute. Borderlands, I'm way more interested in. The weird thing about, and I've said this before, the weird thing about Borderlands is I've played Borderlands 1, 2, and 3 a combined 120 hours, probably something like that, and I didn't beat any of them. I just like it just stopped at like various parts in all of them. I really would like to get through them and just play them all, like get through all of it. For some reason, they're so, especially Borderlands 3. I played Borderlands 3 so much. I probably played Borderlands 3 for like 80 hours, and I was just like, eh. And then like towards the end of the game, I'm like, I'm not going to beat it. So I got to get back to that. Brothers in Arms, though.
Yeah.
So Brothers in Arms, longtime Gearbox shooter, a tactical shooter. But the game that we were thinking about is Brothers in Arms 4, Brothers in Arms Furious 4. And there was that awesome trailer at E3 that they showed where they're in like some sort of tavern or something. And it had a lot of style and all of that. And then just it never came out. And apparently, and it says here that a lot of the game's elements, it says in quotes, were brought into Battleborn, which is hysterical, that Gearbox game that died on the Vine. But then it says here that Gearbox we probably reported on this at the time, that Randy Pitchford in 2021 had noted that there is a Brothers in Arms game in development. So this is probably this game, and it would be interesting. We could use like a stylish World War II style shooter. I think that would be kind of cool. Something like Wolfenstein, not necessarily sci-fi or future history, but something like that. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderland, obviously you'd want to get a sequel going if it exceeded your expectations. Borderlands 4, a no-brainer. The question here, though now, Chris, is who publishes these games? Because if they're shopping these guys around, then they're shopping these games around too. And this is an interesting piece for, I don't know how, I don't think it would make any sense for Sony to make this acquisition, but you would think that a company like Microsoft would be interested in Gearbox. If you would be able to kind of, I would be really upset if they took Borderlands away. I think a lot of people would, especially because Borderlands was huge on PlayStation as well. But anyway, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, man. I think I feel like that makes sense, but at the same time, I wonder how hesitant they would be. I don't know how the whole FTC thing, like how that came across to them as far as how willing they would be to make future acquisitions really like anytime soon. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if there's an element of like, hey, you know, we did make this massive acquisition in Call of Duty, right? And it got global attention. If we got Gearbox, I don't think anybody would pay that much attention in comparison. It's like so much smaller. But at the same time, I wonder if the opposite could also be like on their minds, where it's like, oh, well, we don't want to necessarily make any moves right now, because I mean, I doubt it would be like a problem for them to. I doubt it would even be an issue. It just strikes me as just strange that they would go after yet another shooter. You know what I mean? They already have shooters and RPGs. I feel like they already have that in some way. But I think they would be interested in
spades. They really have it at this point.
Yeah, they have
like 5 different shooter studios before they've got Activision. Now they have 10.
What they need is like a Remedy style studio. That's what like if they're trying to be like competitive and diversify what they're making. That's what they would need, is something like that. But I could see them being interested in Gearbox specifically. Like I think, and also personally, like I know exactly what you're talking about with that Furious 4 trailer, where like I remember seeing that trailer live in was it did they show it?
It was at E3 or something.
Must have been an E3. Must have been an E3 like 2011 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
And I remember thinking like, that looks really goddamn cool. Like, I'm into it, and then it just never happened, and that was a pretty big bummer. So the idea that that's still alive in some way is kind of exciting, even if Borderlands 3 to me didn't really it didn't work for me as much as I wanted it to. I was a big fan of 2. Like 2 specifically, I think is actually like genuinely great. And Wonderlands, I'm curious about, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know who would even be in the market outside of like who else is shopping.
Sega's
looking to acquire.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
Yeah, I guess they could. I guess I was thinking like smaller, but I don't know how big is Gearbox in comparison to like.
I don't even know what.
I guess they're not as big as Rovio. Rovio's probably kind of.
Gearbox.
Rovio.
Gearbox Software. 1,300 people. So that's bigger than. We'll call that Bungie sized. They're a little bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone would really be even interested in it. It would come with a lot of baggage. Randy Pitchford, I think, gets a bad rap from a lot of people, but he seems to have a weird reputation in the industry. So I don't know. I don't know. And I don't mean any insult by that. I just also like there is the baggage with the aliens shit and other stuff. I don't know if people care about that. I also don't know if Borderlands is incredibly valuable anymore. Borderlands 3 was, huge. So I don't.
Yeah.
Every time you release a new big game like that, you don't know how it's gonna fare. I just wonder who it could be. Just some investment firm, or maybe they hold on to them. If I were Embracer, you'd want to like spin down a lot of the other studios before you got rid of Gearbox. But I was reading a piece on GamesIndustry.biz, like a op-ed that was interesting, where they were saying that the problem that Embracer has right now is that they obviously expanded too quickly with low interest rate loans, but they started getting things that they hadn't intended on getting. Like, it wasn't their intention to get Tomb Raider. It just became available, and they're like, well, we got to get Tomb Raider. And it wasn't their intention to get Gearbox. It's like, oh, it became available and they got it. And they were never supposed to make AAA games, basically, is what the argument was. That they were supposed to make AA games. And now they're really over their skis, so that you have to look at it and say, like, well, the games, Gearbox and Tomb Raider and all these things are the things that will make you the most money, but they're the things you know how to do the least, and they are the things that will cost the most to make.
Right.
And so those might be, and they're the ones that will get you the most if you sell them. And so you might, and they got stuff like Tomb Raider for like a fucking fire sale. So you would almost think that they would want to spend that off just to raise a few $100 million in extra capital and pay down their exceedingly onerous debt. So anyway, we'll see what happens. And in the meantime, Borderlands 4, I think, was obviously going to happen. We might even see that as soon as the Game Awards, I think. Maybe. I really think it's been 4 years since the previous game came out. So we'll see. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I'm sorry, Chris.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I'm infinitely more curious about Band of Brothers personally. Like Borderlands, I've kind of had my fill
Brothers
on.
in
Like,
Arms.
I just want to know what. Yeah.
Band of
What did I
Brothers.
say? Band of Brothers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same thing.
Brothers in Arms.
It's the same
Yeah,
idea.
whatever.
Band of Brothers isn't funny, I guess. It's not supposed to be anyway.
No.
All right. Wario64 over on Twitter dug something up interesting from a PEGI rating. PEGI, of course, European Games Rating Board, about Dragon's Dogma 2. So, Dragon's Dogma, popular PlayStation 3 open world Western style role playing game, 2012, re-released in its Dark Arisen kind of 1.5 format in 2013, and then came to PS4 in 2017. This is one of those weird games that has over time, I think, grown in esteem, and people enjoy it and have gone back to it and really like it. And I was thinking very seriously about playing it recently because I have Dark Arisen. It must have been free at some point because I would have never bought it, but I have it in my library, but I probably won't actually ever get back to it. But if Dragon's Dogma 2 looks good, then maybe I'll go back and play the first one in preparation for the second one. But I know a lot of people are excited about this. Capcom had confirmed. So in Rewinding, we had noted that Capcom had, in their financials, said that they had a game that was coming out Q1 in the calendar year in 2024 that was unannounced. And where we're trying to figure out what that was. And some people were saying, oh, it's Dragon's Dogma 2, but Dragon's Dogma 2 is announced. It's not that product, but it looks like it still might be coming into that window, which makes me wonder if maybe this was the game they were talking about. So back to Wario 64, Dragon's Dogma 2's PEGI rating has it listed for March 22nd of its release date. March 22nd is a Friday. So that sounds about right. The listing has been taken down. Now, next week, so it'll happen in time for the next episode, I think has seen Dragon's Dogma, and they might actually confirm the release date for it at that time. So this looks like a bad leak, bad timing for Capcom, but nonetheless, we'll have more information soon. Dustin, Dragon's Dogma 2, March 22nd. Are you interested in this game at all? I will not play it without having played the first one, but I don't know if it's a game I'm going to make time for either. I am very eager to see like what it's all about, and if it looks like something cool, something maybe in the vein of a more action Japanese-ish Witcher or something can be kind of neat.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. I know that a lot of people like the original. It totally passed me by. So maybe if this one ends up being really good, I'll check out that first one. But yeah, that's one of those games that's, I don't know when I'm going to be able to get back to it. Unless there's like a clear effort. If this new game is amazing and it's a must play, then I'll make time.
Are you interested in this, Chris? Did you play the first one?
No, I didn't play that. I know I've had it recommended to me a lot. And the thing about Dragon's Dogma is I have such a limited capacity for fantasy style stuff. Like I really have to space that out far from each other because I get kind of tired of it's like, oh, the noblemen have killed the eunuchs. And it's like, okay, like I get it. Like it's great. I've heard it's cool. I'll have to be really sold by whatever the presentation is. Like if the presentation gets me, then it gets me, and then I'm in. But like I can't just, I don't know. There's no way in hell I'm going back to the original Dragon's Dogma. Isn't that stranded on PS3 as far as console goes?
There's a PS4
on Steam Deck.
Oh,
Chris.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you can play it there too. There's
Steam
a
Deck.
PS4 version that came out in 2017.
Oh, I guess Steam Deck. Yeah, that's probably a good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I feel that bad about skipping to the one that looks the most interesting to me if this one looks fine or if this one looks like cool, because I can't imagine. I don't know. It's been so many years. I can't imagine that they're going to tie it so deeply. Although I guess Alan Wake is the example of the opposite, where they tie it deeply to the first one, and you're kind of lost in the woods if you don't play that one first. I don't know. It's an RPG. I have to imagine it's going to stand on its own in a way that's unique to other sequels. So I don't know. I'll have to be sold on it, I think.
All right. Next piece of small news I wanted to bring up was from GamesIndustry.biz, because they often talk about European game sales over there on the continent. And I thought this was interesting in terms of hardware sales. Here it is. Is that it seems like PlayStation 5's trajectory in Europe, in certain European countries that they identify here, is incredibly strong. But the trajectory of its competition in Xbox is really weak. And I can't help but notice that. And I wondered what you guys thought of this. It says here in quote, and I'll quote it. Over in console hardware, PS5 is comfortably the number one console in Europe, tracked across markets, UK and Germany not included. So we talk about the UK, it's doing great in the UK and Germany as well, but these are kind of the smaller European markets. PS5 sales are up 143% over October last year, driven by the availability of stock this time around. Nintendo Switch is at number 2, despite a 20% drop in sales compared with last October, while Xbox Series S and X sales continue to struggle in Europe, down 52% year on year. That's so bad. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of excuse making. This is when your console is supposed to be kind of getting its second wind a little bit in the third and fourth year as it really finishes hard in the 6 and 7 and you get into the new console and go on from there. And PS5's legs, as we know in the United States, are actually stronger now than the PS4's. And it seems that is the same in Europe. It's, I think, the same in Japan too. So PS5 is doing very well, but I wanted to talk also about what's going on with Xbox. It just seems so stagnant in some way, like nothing matters. And I feel like it really underlines the need of an Activision acquisition. Like they really do need to jumpstart this thing in a major way because it's, and I don't know, Chris, how do you feel about this? Like I feel like there's a lot of excuse making for why Xboxes don't sell because they don't need them to sell and all of them. But it would be insane for you to say that they don't want them to sell. That's a captive Game Pass customer. That's the most captive style Game Pass customer is an Xbox owner. So this idea that you just was like, oh, it doesn't matter, just subscribe on your phone. It's like, you want the ephemeral drive-by gamer or do you want the console gamer? This doesn't make sense. And this is why I think that Microsoft just doesn't report numbers because it's not panning out. Now, I think with Call of Duty, it can really change the game, but that will remain to be seen for now. So what do you think of these numbers?
I mean, I think it puts into perspective the acquisition of Activision Blizzard King in the first place, which is, I mean, I think I know Call of Duty was a big conversation in that, obviously a big mainstay console game, but like obviously like a arguably bigger facet of that conversation was King in the mobile space. And maybe that's just where they're kind of going because you can't look at, like, I agree with you. Like, you can't look at these numbers and not come away with a catastrophic either prediction or diagnosis that something's deeply wrong. They obviously want consoles to sell. Just because it's not their main strategy going forward, that doesn't really matter for the same reason, where it's like, this is a captive person in your ecosystem. And the thing that's crazy about this too is that it really speaks to how quality really does not matter on some level. Because look, the PS4 was awesome, right? And the Xbox One was a fucking mess. The Xbox One was a fucking disaster by almost every metric, as far as like a machine, like, and how it functioned and what was available on it. There are infinitely better games available on Xbox today than there was during the height of the Xbox One era. I can tell you that much. And it's a way better machine. It's actually really, like, I love it as a machine, like, in comparison. But they're losing worse, and that's fascinating to me too.
Yeah,
like that it kind of doesn't necessarily matter. And I do wonder, like, how big of a difference Call of Duty will even make at this point. Because it is such a, like, 154% like jump in sales for the competition and a 52% decrease for you, or a 50 whatever percent decrease. What was it? Sorry, I'm misremembering the number.
Let me see here. But, it is a 52% year-on-year decrease.
That's crazy. That's just, like, really bad. And so I don't know what their plan. I brought this up recently, like, because we talked about this story in a previous episode, but the same thing kind of crosses my mind every time I see this, where it's like, dude, Xbox One was doing better and they were considering killing that thing. So, like, where does Xbox even stand right now?
I really want to know how Starfield pushed things. We know Starfield sold, we know based on sales numbers that Starfield sold softer than Spider-Man. So we know it's probably in the 3 to 3.5 to 4 million range sold, which is very respectable. Mostly on PC, no doubt. But knowing 11 million people played it, it's like, so a fifth of your audience on Game Pass played Starfield? I guess I don't know. I just don't know these numbers don't really make sense to me. This is why I keep bringing up the point of,
well,
go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, do you think that a lot of that comes down to the fact that like they want people to subscribe on platforms other than Xbox, and a lot of people are maybe subscribing on mobile? And if you're a mobile gamer, you're probably not interested in playing Starfield on your fucking
potentially
phone.
Yeah,
like,
because isn't Vampire Survive? What is that game? Vampire Survivors? Isn't that
Vampire Survivors?
That's on Game Pass, right? So you have these little bite-sized games on there. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But you have.
I think it was.
You have. Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is you have a gamut of games. It just seems strange to me that that's supposed to be this is why I keep saying, like, what is going to be the bigger game than Starfield? Like, which one? Avowed, maybe, if it really previews well. Certainly a new Halo, maybe a new Gears. I don't know. Gears was never very big. I think Gears is it's not quite this, but it's kind of like Nintendo's Metroid, where people think it's bigger than it is, and there's a real love for it, But it's not like this churn that you would think you get from it.
I feel like their next real shot in the cannon, their next actual big shot is honestly, I think it's Fable. I think Fable has that name recognition and has that kind of engendered kind of nostalgic. It has a God of War quality to it, in the sense that, like, oh, people in this ecosystem remember this, they're fond for it. They have a potential to reignite that and reinvent it. And I think, that's whether that happens is a whole nother fucking story. But because this is like it's not exactly the same thing. It's a different team with a different history taking on that project. But I mean, I have hope for Fable. I loved Fable back in the day. Like I was really big on it. And I know Hellblade is kind of that thing for a lot of people, where it's like, that's the one. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about Hellblade. Like, I like that studio a lot, and I like what I'm seeing from it, I guess, like from a fidelity standpoint. But like at the same time, like when they showed that cutscene of her touching water for 10 minutes, I don't know what the hell. I just don't know who the hell would have signed off on that in the first place. So like that game's in a weird spot for me as well. And not even to mention like what's going on with the initiative and whatever the hell's going on there with Perfect Dark, if that's even still happening. Like it feels like it's on fire over there.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm in this point of view where they haven't announced Game Pass numbers in almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years in January, as I remember. And it's like, are they going to be able to announce numbers until they're substantially higher than that? Because if you say like, oh, we're at 30 million, it's like it took you 2 years to go from 25 million to 30 million subscribers when you invested all of this money and time in all these games. It doesn't look good. So part of me is like, okay, hold some of your reservations, because maybe they just don't want to announce numbers until there's a big jump where they can say like, we have 40 million. And it's like, okay, now we understand why you haven't said anything. And of course they're going to spoof the numbers with Xbox Games with Gold kind of, or whatever, Xbox Gold, whatever the hell it is, going away and folding in, which is exactly what happened with PS Plus 2. So it's really no different. But I think that there's something about the way people ingest games on the two consoles that I think is becoming markedly different. And I continue to think that it's worth noting that, more people, Starfield, Microsoft goes on and on about how 11 million people played Starfield, but more people beat, and it's not per capita, more people beat Spider-Man 2 than beat Starfield.
That played Starfield, probably.
more people
over the course of its life.
More people platinumed Spider-Man 2 than beat Starfield.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, and it's I'm not saying per capita. It's like more people platinumed Spider-Man 2 than beat Starfield. Beat it. And
wild.
More people, and again, more people beat Spider-Man, obviously, than beat Starfield, which is just, if people think that this level of these engagement numbers don't matter, you're completely delusional. Because it's going to dictate the way games are made moving forward, and the way that they read into the way people interact with games, and what matters and what doesn't. And one side has people buying games by the millions and beating them. And one side has not really a deeper appreciation for the games because they seem to be bundled into this thing where it's just like, oh yeah, have a little bit of a taste. No worries. So when you get numbers like, 3 million people played Hi-Fi Rush, and it's like the game is a few hours long and only 10% of the people that even bother to beat it. What does that say? Like, I don't know how people can avoid that. It's not just the mathematical numerics of it, that it's not just the vast amount of people playing it. It is also something else. It is that, but it is also something else. And I think that plays into a loyalty factor that doesn't push units. Because I personally don't look at games that commodified. I look at them as like individual packages, try to stand the test of time as individual packages.
Yeah.
And that's the only way I know how to do it. I'd be overwhelmed any other way. So I appreciate that people enjoy Game Pass, and I'd be very interested to know how they're doing over there now. But when you're Starfield, like just to mainline the game in Golden Path, it's 20 to 25 hours, which is, and then you look at Spider-Man 2, which has been out for a few weeks, and time to platinum that game is 30 hours plus, and more people have already done that. I don't know that that's a good sign.
No.
Dustin, what do you have to say?
I was thinking about it. It's kind of a sad thing to think about that Xbox bought Bethesda and had what would be considered one of the easiest home runs, the creators of Skyrim, their next game exclusive to the console. And it's just, it seems like when they were making those moves, it seems so obvious that was going to be huge. And I just think that Starfield was, especially now that we're a few weeks removed, I'm not saying it wasn't big, but it wasn't as big as it should have been based on the credentials there, And I'm not saying Starfield is a bad game. I personally didn't like it. And I know many other people that really liked it and many people that didn't like it. But just think about how culturally important each Bethesda game was beforehand. Even Fallout 4, a game that I think in hindsight a lot of people agreed was not as good as we would hope. There was at least a lot of memes. And, the guy that's like, oh, your settlement's in trouble,
Yeah, Preston Garvey.
And the amount of excitement around that IP. And I know it's that you're riding off Fallout as an IP for, a decade plus of, that the recognition behind that IP, and you're doing something new with Starfield. But there's been zero impact from Starfield other than people arguing about whether or not it's good and whether or not the game design is dated. And I don't want to say there's been no celebration around it. I'm sure there's many people. I mean, the Dukes loved it. They did their spoiler cast. So I don't want to discredit that. But it just, it's clear it wasn't the hit that it needed to be. And that's always the strange thing to me right now with Xbox, is that it's always, well, this next game's going to turn things around. It's going to be the next one. And then it was like, you have the biggest you have a developer releasing a new IP that has single-handedly changed the landscape of RPGs with games like Skyrim. And this is what happened. It kind of feels like a bad hand dealt in some ways, because I think there could have been a reality where what if instead of Starfield, it was the next Elder Scrolls game? Maybe it would have had the same outcome and it would have felt dated or not landed the same way, but I think it certainly would have been different.
I hope it seems, I mean, I haven't played Starfield, but it seems like they will have to walk away at Bethesda Game Studios with the lesson that people don't want expansiveness for expansiveness' sake, that they need a curated world. It could be a mega huge curated world, but there needs to be reasons for things to exist. And that was what was always so fun about Fallout 3 and Skyrim and games like that was everything was there with meaning and purpose. And I think that from my perspective as an outsider, it seemed like they lost sight of that. And from hearing a lot of people talk about that, it's like, what is the real focus of this thing? It's broad, it's a puddle, and I think that bummed people out. But I think Xbox's problems go deeper in the sense that, because there's no denying that this has been a historically weak year for Sony in terms of their first party and second party output. It's a really, really weak year. And that PS5, indeed, if you really look at it, has not been the strongest console in terms of its first party and second party exclusives that can only be played on the console. If you have a PS4, you haven't really actually missed very much. Spider-Man 2 is actually the first major product that you would have missed 3 years into the life cycle of the console. So I'm not sitting here and saying that Sony's doing a great job of manufacturing lots of games, but when they come out, they're great and they sell well, which is one thing. But I also think that it's the ominous nature of that that's actually bad for Xbox, in the sense that it didn't matter. Sony did all of this without their own games. Well, as we talked about last quarter, they sold 50 million games last quarter, and 5 million of them were from first party. So 90% of the games that they sold were from someone else. And there's just this never ending reinforcing effect of getting games and getting people playing on your console. And it's just clear that Sony's games, while they matter to us, don't really matter brought to the broad market, and that they're in regardless of if those games exist or not. And there couldn't have been a better pronouncement of that than this year, when it was basically just Spider-Man 2. And as we said, Spider-Man 2 could have been blinked out of existence, and this would have still been maybe the strongest year in gaming history. And PlayStation benefited a great deal from just other people's work, which will get us into the next topic, no doubt. But it can't be understated that they are, Xbox must look at this. It's probably a pretty hopeless situation. I mean, in some sense, that's why I think Game Pass has to work for them, because they're like, this is a default. People are defaulting. If you read the gamesindustry.biz article we were talking about, some countries in Europe are 7-1. Now that's significant, because during the biggest blowout in games industry history, which was PS2 versus Xbox and PS2 versus GameCube, that was 6-1. So it's actually even worse, and I don't know, man. I know people think we're like bodying and trying to beat up Xbox and Microsoft all the time, and it's really not that. It's like, it's a great mystery to me. Yeah. How it's going to work out for them. I don't really know. I'm not one of these people that's rooting for their demise. I want them to figure it out, but you even see little things like that the market suggests, like on Amazon, how well things sell. You see on GameStop how much money you get for selling a PS5 back to them versus an Xbox Series X. Like, you see all of these signs. It is what it is, Right. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I was saying it is depressing. Like it bothers me that it is going to come across, because we are a PlayStation podcast, that we're just like, oh, look at them kind of bandying about this stuff. But like, I like Xbox a lot. Like I actually think like this year it was like I really enjoyed Starfield. I thought Hi-Fi Rush was great. Like, and they're putting out some cool stuff. It's just like it makes, I don't know, man. It's sad. Like I thought, the 360 PS3 generation might have had its own kind of tumultuous, like, annoyingness to it, where like there was a lot of fanboy kind of activity back then that was like really irritating to navigate. But it was a more interesting place to, I don't know, it was a more interesting place to be, because it was so split, and that kind of kept everybody on their toes in some way, and there was always something going on, and there was always something really great happening. You had like Halo, Gears, and Fable in their heyday, and then you had like Uncharted, and you got like this really great output from both of them, and it's a bummer to see it be such a wash for one of them when they used to be so prominent. And not that Xbox was ever like, the dominant force, but during the 360 they were absolutely prominent at the very least, and they were dominant for a while during that generation.
Yeah, my perception of them was in a dominant position for half that generation.
Yeah, like it was honestly like it wasn't until maybe like after Uncharted 2 that like I felt like maybe things were starting to turn, and by the time The Last of Us hit, it was definitely like, the shoe was on the other foot in that regard, but they were still close. They were still like comparable, and it bums me out to see games coming out like Hi-Fi Rush and Starfield to a lesser extent. I get it's a more niche, or not niche, but it's a more particular type of game that is going to speak to a very, very different subset of people than something like Spider-Man or God of War, and something that's a little bit more commercially viable. But like, I don't know, man, it's depressing. I get no pleasure out of seeing that, at all. Like I want them to do super well, if for no other reason than to just like give us a more interesting industry to talk about. Because right now it's sad.
Yeah, for them, I guess it's somewhat sad. I I think it's sad on PlayStation for a totally different reason, which is just this lack of direction and mystery about the future. And we're going to get into a lot of the weird news that's coming out soon. So it's not all roses here as well. But I think, I agree with you. And I think what we might be coming to the point of is that they might just be suffering from some sort of permanent perception problem. You know, I don't, and it's not even bad perception. It's just like however they're perceived is not sufficient to oversell a console that kind of just does its thing on PlayStation.
Oh, dude.
You know?
Yeah. I don't think Sony even remotely understands how much damage that game sharing video did. I really think, like, outside of just like Don Matrick's, like, you know, less than stellar approach to the beginning of that generation, I really think like that lives to this day in a way that is undeniably haunting for them.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, I mean, they admit, I thought that Phil Spencer interview earlier this year on Kind of Funny was remarkable just because of how honest the admissions were, that we kind of had already felt that the timing was just so bad and they were just so ill-led, and it might be impossible for them to dig themselves out of that hole to be, they're a player, they're relevant, of course, but to become what they want or what they think they can become. Do you have anything you want to say, Dustin, before we move on?
Nope.
Okay. The final thing I want to bring up here. I'm sorry, Chris?
I do want to say, it's not like they're not making millions of dollars, by the way.
Oh, they're making enormous
I do want to make
amount of money.
that clear. I don't want it to come across like, oh, poor Xbox or something necessarily, but like, you know, I just want to clear that up.
No, I think that that's totally fair. In fact, they're quite a profitable enterprise, it looks like, from their financials, and I think they'll continue to be. And they're certainly, now that they've ingested an enormous amount of cost with Activision, and as we said, the margins at Activision aren't great because it costs so much money to make the games that they make, but they've ingested that and they'll certainly reap the benefits of that. The final piece of news I wanted to bring up is from Video Games Chronicle, and this is actually a piece of news we reported on earlier in Sacred Symbols Run last year, actually. So there's this guy named Alex Neil, and Video Games Chronicle has a story about that too. He's described as a British consumer rights campaigner, and he filed suit last year, as you might remember, on PlayStation, towards PlayStation, for charging people a 30% cut of every game and product sold on their platform, and that this is uncompetitive and inappropriate and anti-consumer. And it had to face a bunch of barriers that you can read about online in terms of the legal system in the UK, in terms of would it be allowed to go and can proceed the trial. And now we find out that yes, it can proceed the trial. Video Games Chronicle notes that Sony is set to face a £5 billion class action lawsuit over PlayStation Store prices. It notes, quote, that the suit alleges that Sony abuses its dominant position in the market by charging excessive PlayStation Store prices. The Japanese company uses its near monopoly on the sale of digital games and add-on content for PlayStation consoles to enforce strict terms and conditions on game developers and publishers, it argues. According to the suit, these terms enable the company to dictate the price of digital content and charge a 30% commission on every purchase, which, quote, results in excessive and unfair prices to consumers that are out of all proportion to the cost of Sony providing these services to its consumers. And then it says later, quote, Sony had sought to quash the suit, arguing that the case was flawed from the start to finish, in quotes. But on Tuesday, the UK's Competition Appeal Tribunal granted class representative Neil approval to go to trial with the claim that against the Japanese company. So this is just the beginning of the process and will remain to be seen if it proceeds. I'm not super, I mean, I don't really give a shit what happens. I'm not worried for Sony one way or the other. I'm not really worried about this though, per se, because as Hogue always will remind us, and maybe if this goes further, we'll have Hogue on and we'll do a podcast all about the suit and see what it says. But you can sue anyone for anything. And though I understand that this has passed some sort of bar, it really passes the bar to be considered a class in the class action. It's just saying you can go to trial now as a class. It's not saying that the trial won't be thrown out itself or that other things can happen in the interim, although maybe it won't. Maybe this will be a huge L for Sony. But the other thing that I wanted to say is that, as I understand it, although this was in the United States, so it's going to be different, is that Epic sued Apple over this very thing. And that case, they lost. Because I think the argument is like, they can charge whatever they want. And it's their proprietary whole, situation. It's their hardware, it's their network, all of those kinds of things. And Haven Brighthaupt wrote into us on Patreon, and he says, hey boys, What's going on with this insistence that digital platform holders deserve no financial profit for being successful in their endeavors? This lawsuit that's moving forward in Europe is complaining that Sony is acting as a monopolist for taking a 30% cut on transactions from the PSN. This is eerily similar to Epic's lawsuit against Apple last year. And he says, well, he kind of quotes it. And he says, I just don't get it. No one complains that Walmart takes 30% for providing a platform to sell goods, but it seems everyone is chomping at the bit to complain about digital platforms. All these digital platforms, Apple, Sony, Xbox, Steam, etc., have copied the establishment marketplace supplier business model built by brick and mortar enterprises, which makes sense to me. It seems that internet companies should be subject to running their businesses for free at the end of the complete mercy for the suppliers with no financial incentive, which is nonsense. Okay, I'll hang up and listen now to your thoughts. Thank you, Haven, for writing in. I will say, to be fair, because you're saying Walmart takes 30% for providing a platform to sell goods, Walmart probably takes less than 5%, I would say, to supply goods. They run at mega low margins. That's how these stores survive. Grocery stores famously run at like 2% margins. So probably the wrong example, I would think. They make huge profits, but that's by volume. And so that's, in my opinion, worth noting. But as far as the PSN is concerned, is 30% onerous? Yeah, it sucks. I know. We lose, when we say we're selling a game for $8, well, we're getting 70% of the $8 or 70% of the $10, or a developer will get 70% of their $60 or $70. That's why it's such a big deal when Sony does publish games and sells it millions of copies. They get 100% of all of the money, which is big. It's a lot of money because that's a rare equation. Same thing with Nintendo and so on their platforms. I don't know if 30% is appropriate or inappropriate, and I know Epic has tried to undercut that on Epic Game Store and elsewhere by charging less. But the reality is that there is some sort of service to it. There is some sort of like, we've brought everyone to you kind of thing, which is true. For instance, when Habroxia is in the PlayStation Store and you just scroll through and see it, it's like, well, that's there because of them. They're putting us on their platform. They do deserve something. Is it 30%? Maybe is that too high? I don't know. That's why I don't personally take this class action lawsuit very seriously either. But I also know Britain has made many examples of many companies and individuals in their legal system. So it's a little looser there. Like, for instance, it's much easier to sue for libel and slander over there. It's easier to do certain things there, and there are greater consumer protections there. So maybe they'll win out. But I don't know that this is a big deal, personally. The 30% cut is a time-honored industry tradition, and it would frankly require some sort of cartel-like agreement for them to all agree to come down, unless they wanted to start undercutting each other to such a degree that becomes the industry norm. And it's also worth noting that we already know that these companies have different one-off deals with their games anyway. We're not at the 30% is the standard. That's the worst it can get, and that's the way it is for many. But we know, for instance, that Microsoft had Call of Duty at a lower rate on Xbox just to get the games. We know that Sony likely trades marketing deals for better percentage cuts for games like Hogwarts Legacy. So, Dustin, what do you think about this lawsuit? Do you have anything you want to say about it? We'll have to just wait to see how it proceeds as it goes to trial, I guess.
I don't know if I have much to add after what you've already said, other than just to make clear that every other platform other than Epic that I'm aware of also charges 30%. Valve, Xbox, Apple, maybe Nintendo too. I'm not 100% sure.
No, everyone does.
Yeah, 30% is the standard. So I don't know why Sony would be particularly targeted in this situation. But yeah, it might be a little bit too high, but you gotta... They're the ones that are providing the ability for anyone to make money on that platform. So really you can take it or leave it to some degree. If you don't want to charge that 30%, then I mean, that's the cost of being on PlayStation, the biggest platform, or on Valve, or Steam, the biggest outlet of games on PC, whatever. So I agree, it's probably a little high, but I understand why it's high, because that's what you have to do in order to succeed.
Chris, do you have anything you want to add before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement with the sense that it's weird that Sony would be singled out for using a standard, like a standard percentage cut. At the same time, I do think it's too high. Like I understand the argument that it's like, oh well, they're putting it out here for everybody to see, but I mean, it's not like they're individually loading thousands upon thousands of physical games on like a shelf somewhere that would actually require some amount of labor. It's literally just a file upload and you're good. Like it's not, and I understand, they need server maintenance and all that, but they're in such a dominant market leader position where like, and I guess that's really only the case because they've been successful. But I mean, server maintenance is important, but like they're making so much money every single time anything gets sold on the platform anyway. So there's kind of there's part of my brain where it's like you could cut that percentage in half and still make an amount of money that is unfucking fathomable to the average person and still make off pretty well. So like I kind of get it from that perspective, but I think it's weird for them to be singled out. Because it is, like you said, it's the standard.
I think the one exciting thing from my perspective, regardless of how this goes, is through the act of discovery and then in the trial, I bet we learn a lot about Sony. Because I assume their defense is going to be, it is very expensive for us to run PlayStation. And this money goes into R&D, it goes into servers, it goes into our employees, it goes into all these things. And they're going to have to show that. And defend themselves and say like, this is why the 30% cut is so necessary. We're going to find out maybe how much they make on a PS5 when they sell them. We're going to probably find out, the different kind of special arrangements they have. Cause they'll probably also say like, we don't take 30% from everyone. Here are a series of examples that are not 30% and so on and so forth. So that's where I'm a little excited, but I wonder if it'll even go to trial or if there'll be some sort of procedural nonsense in the interim, but thank you for writing in about that, Haven, and glad to talk about it. We'll revisit that lawsuit and see what it goes. And again, I have no real opinion on if it's fair or not. As a developer of games in which Sony takes 30% of our money, I kind of accept that we get something major out of Sony. And like developing a game for Sony is free. That's the other thing that's worth noting, is that you have to buy your dev kits or rent them technically. But once you have access to everything, like you're not being charged like any of these mega ridiculous fees to just have access to them or whatever. So you just submit your games to the same pipeline everyone else does, and they want your games, so that it's like that's the cost, and that's the kind of thing where we're going to learn maybe about salaries and pipelines and all that. Will be very interesting. Okay, let's get into what we're playing. We're all playing somewhat different things, I guess. So, Chris, let's start with you actually, since there's somewhat of a connection between Dustin and I. We can make work. So we'll begin with your games this week.
Yeah. So I dived into some two unusual. Well, one of them is a little bit more expected of me, I think. Ghost Runner 2. Jumped into it because I was reminded somehow that it's like, oh yeah, that's right, it's out, and I really like the first Ghost Runner, and so I put in a couple hours into that. I'm still pretty early in on it, but it's very much more of what made the original Ghost Runner like so cool, that like Hotline Miami kind of first person, like frenetic, fast, one hit death kind of, live, die, repeat style gameplay that's like really fast and kinetic and really cool. I like a lot of what they're doing, but I think, they're really diving really deep into story here. And I think that's cool. That's great. I don't care at all about any of it because it's just not what I'm here for even slightly. There's like villain monologues, and I'm probably experiencing this in the worst way possible from like a narrative director's point of view. But like I like the core of the game so much that like I just like, look, man, just get me. I don't care what the context for any of it. I don't need context, and that should be like a great compliment to like the game design. Honestly, it's like I don't care to have context for any of this. You could put all this in front of me and it would just be fun to move through, in the same way that I have no context for what's going on in Tetris. It's simply fun to engage in. And so unfortunately, although it's a lot of that is cutscene stuff and like you can easily skip that and it's kind of out of your way, some of it is in game, and there's some sections where you're kind of walking around and you're encouraged to kind of talk to these NPCs and get missions that way or get upgrades that way. And it's like, I don't know if I needed this really. I feel like what was really what was really special about the first Ghost Runner was how streamlined it was and how much of a game it was. And this is kind of leaning into this territory of where it kind of wants to be more than I think it is. I'm really early on. So like, I mean, it could, it could change my mind and show me that this was all in fact very, very necessary. But I do feel like there's a lot here that there's a lot that gets in my way when I'm just trying to enjoy like the actual game there. And that's a very Chris complaint, by the way. It's very much me. I know there's probably a lot of people who are like, oh, I actually really like the fucking robot man with the mask and his motivations. And I like his soliloquies. And I'm like, I'm sure they're great. But yeah, so I dived into that. I am having a good time with it. It is really fun and really satisfying. And I think the look of it is like really nice and really clean. There's some really cool puzzle stuff. Some really nice, simple, you think just hard enough to be like, oh, that was satisfying, but you're not spending minutes upon minutes like curiously wading through articles on figuring out what you're supposed to do. I like that aspect of it too. But a game that I think is a little bit more surprising to hear from me is I jumped into Persona 5 Tactica a little bit because I like tactics games. I said specifically, like, you put something like this in a tactics game. It's like, this is probably like the most likely way that I'm going to try it out. And it's another game that I'm still pretty early on too, because I've been juggling these two along with other stuff. Obviously, Alan Wake is still in the background as well. Just a lot of stuff going on in life right now. But I like it. I like playing it. But something that I'm noticing is that like I am not a visual novel person at all. So, and I know that this is probably going to sound really, really fucking aggravating to people, but I am treating this very similarly to Ghost Runner, where it's like, I don't care who you are. I don't care who these people are. I don't know like who's this person in the cat suit and what's her motivation for being here? Bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Right. I like playing it. Like, I think there's like a lot of really cool things that they do with like the tactics gameplay of it. I like that it's like kind of semi real time and you can kind of like move around, and it's not like, oh, you click a space and you move there and like an automated set path. There's like some level of control there. I like that you can like run up to people and push them out of cover into other people. I think that's like really dope. And there's like these like specific combat things where you can organize your team in such a way like you can like triangulate people in the middle of you if you're down. And there's like a lot of cool stuff here that I really like. And I think like the music is great. I think the chibi style actually works really, really well. It's like the reverse issue that I had with like, do you remember Gears Pop? Where like, I feel like that just didn't work at fucking at all.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. This I think works. I like playing Persona 5 Tactica a lot. But I do think I'm playing it in a way that a lot of Persona fans would probably find deeply sacrilegious, in the sense that I just have no fucking idea what's going on at all, and I don't care either. It's great. It plays really well. I really love the tactics stuff, so I'm probably going to dive far deeper into it later today, I think. But still early, so I don't have that much to say about it other than I like both of them.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, Ghost Runner 2 right up your alley. That did come out kind of silently back in October, I think.
Yeah, and, totally.
Persona 5 Tactica, maybe one day I'll get to it. I mean, it's not nowhere near on my radar until I play Persona 5 itself, which will happen one day, I'm sure. Dustin, let's move on. It really will happen one day. Yeah. I'll fall into it one day and I'm sure I'm going to love it, but I'm not there right now. Dustin, where are you with your games?
Yeah, still playing Alan Wake 2. I'm getting close to the end. I looked up and saw the how many chapters I had left, and luckily the chapter names aren't really spoilery, but I'm getting pretty close. I gotta say, some of these middle of the game chapters, pretty fucking good, pretty creepy, pretty scary. Like, I am enjoying this game more as it goes on. I'm honestly getting a little frustrated though with the combat at certain points. Particularly, there's one chapter that I think in certain parts you are designed to not fight, and there are parts where you're very clearly, it's like a roller coaster ride. You're supposed to run. I get that. There's other parts though was a little not as clear, and I was having some trouble, and eventually I just ran through it and I was fine. It felt kind of unsatisfying. I wanted to kill all the enemies and beat it, and I was having such a hard time, and then I said, fuck it, I'm just going to go. And it almost felt like that was intended, so I'm not really too sure about that, but overall, still very much enjoying it, hoping I can get done with it in time for the spoiler cast, but we'll have to see with the holiday, and my parents are here now and stuff. So we will see. I will still continue to trek on. But when it's not nighttime, I've been playing Super Mario RPG. This remake just came out on Switch last Friday. I have very little experience with the original. I checked it out a little bit when the Super Nintendo Classic came out. And I got to say, I really love this game. It's very, very cute. It is the cutest game I have played this year. Just a lot of really quirky and funny characters that say and do. The way they've remade it is very, very faithful. So the characters will do these cute little animations and act stuff out. And Bowser, when he cries, his eyeballs get droopy, which sounds really gross, but is really funny when you see it on screen. And I like that it has some characters in it that aren't really to be found anywhere else in the Mario universe, particularly Geno, of course, is the most famous of these characters. And there's also this little cloud man, which I'm forgetting his name, but he is also really cool. And so I'm having a good time. It's a nice, simple RPG. Nothing too crazy. I'm not dealing with all different kinds of systems and stuff. It's just a little basic, breezy RPG, and it's exactly what I want right now to fill the void. When I'm not playing Alan Wake, it's actually the perfect cleanser in between.
Didn't Square hide who made it? Wasn't that a big thing with it? That no one knew who made it until someone beat it and put the credits up, which is very, very weird. I
think it's one of the teams behind the Dragon Quest spinoffs.
Yeah, it is. It's just I just thought that was so strange. It's like, why are you so scared to let people know who made this game? Because it was obviously a famous late SNES Squaresoft collabo during a very interesting time that might have even led the way towards, the ability. I mean, you had Mario was missing in other games first, but where it's like, yeah, we can kind of really fuck around with Mario a little more than we have been. I think it was probably a good sign for them. Okay, that's it for you, I guess. Mario. Yep, Mario. All right, so I've been playing Alan Wake 2 as well. Just a little bit more. I have not played very much more since last week for multiple reasons, so I'll explain them to you now. Number one is the lighting in the game is so fucking jacked up that it's actually driving me insane. I can't believe that this isn't a bigger issue. It's ruining the game for me. You're supposed to be in these, I know I've said this before, but you're in these ambient and atmospheric things and it's just fucking shimmering. It looks so bad. I don't know how they haven't patched this yet. And it doesn't seem, we've kind of failed to mention this, although I guess I didn't really think about it, is that Alan Wake 2 didn't chart in the United States in October. It would have only had 4 or 5 days, but it wasn't anywhere on the list, which indicates it's maybe not selling very well either. And I wonder if that, and again, that's just my assumption. I don't know for sure, but I'm just kind of using what information we have. And I wonder if they don't feel like they want to patch it as many times as they maybe otherwise would have if it was a bigger commercial success or whatever, or looking into it more. But this is totally busted from a lighting perspective, and it really bums me out because it's stopping me from getting deeper into the game and being atmospherically engaged with it when there's a bright artificial or natural light in the game and it's just blown out. And the only option for me is to play at 30 frames and I'm not doing it. So fix the game. And so I was trying to get through that. And then last night I was playing other games I'll get to in a minute. And then last night I was like, all right, I'm going to play with Alan Wake again. It's been like a few days. Maybe they patched it. Maybe they fixed it. Turn on, the lighting still busted. But then I notice this other thing where I'm like, well, I'm definitely not playing it now until they fix this, where I'm in this area. I won't say where I am. I'm in like the 3rd or 4th chapter or whatever. And there are these TV show things, just like in the first game that you watch.
Yeah.
And you collect them. And I noticed that there are 2 next to each other like nearby in one of the locations. And I noticed that I watched one of them and I walk away from it. I watch the second one and then a prompt comes up and says like, you've watched this video. And I'm like, the game's not registering that I watched the other video. And then I went and lo and behold, it's not in the list. So then I restart the game and it doesn't do it again. Then I shut the PS5 off completely, reboot the game and put it on again. And then I search for it online. And they're like, no, the newest patch busted this. So now this trophy is totally broken. So I'm like, great. So not going to be playing that until that's fixed. So based on my trajectory with Alan Wake 2 so far, it might actually be, Dustin, that you do the podcast with Gene and Hogue. And maybe Chris, if he wants to do it. Dagan's out because he doesn't have time. And I might be out because I might not beat it in time. And we're kind of holding this thing hostage at this point. But I have to say, I loved Alan Wake. And I gushed about it just on recent episodes. We did a whole podcast about it. And I'm a little, I don't want to say disappointed, but I want to see where this is going. Because I'm too early to really have a full feel for it. But the technical issues and now and the game refuses to let me get in a cadence. And actually, the assassin AK-47 wrote in and said, hello, CDC. This is mainly for Colin. Colin, your criticism of Alan Wake 2 not having lots of fighting and killing is kind of strange to me. Haven't you been saying for years that you wish games had less fighting or killing and violence in them? Basically wanting gaming to push past these boundaries in some sense. So now I'm just confused on why you are mostly critical of Alan Wake 2 for not having lots of that. Maybe I've been misinterpreting what you have been saying all these years. I'm not sure, but I don't know. It just seems a bit odd to me. No shade to your opinion at all. Just thought this is what I've been waiting for from games lately. This is kind of a weird statement to me, Assassin, because that would be like saying, because I want less violence in games, that I want to play Hotline Miami, in which it's like a friend simulator. That doesn't mean like combat goes away and everything. As I made clear in Alan Wake, one of the things that I think shines in Alan Wake, pardon the pun, is the combat. I liked playing Alan Wake.
Right.
Like it was I was surprised by how people are like, oh, the gameplay is not very good. You're not going to like the gameplay. I'm like, the gameplay is great. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't agree with that. I think
it's awesome. The idea of using the flashlight
and opinion.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying.
Well, that's fair. I'm just saying I love the idea of taking the flashlight and removing a guy's shadow or whatever and then just fucking lighting him up in third person. And I didn't want that to go away. I immediately got the vibe and I don't know what happens later on, but in those little combat sections I've done, it's like combat seems almost optional and certainly not as pressing. And I don't know if that changes later, but that's not what I want out of Alan Wake. So it's unfair now I can't speak to it again beyond where I am in the game right now. But just because I want less violence in games overall or different ways to explore games would be like, oh, well, Mega Man has no fucking robots in it now and you just run. It's like, well, that's because I didn't say that I wanted Mega Man to have less violence. I just wanted to have more games with more options in them. So I'm going to be honest with you, bad comment. Thank you for writing in. Okay, it's not a bad comment, it's fine. Two other games I wanted to talk about really quick. RoboCop Rogue City, platinumed, 152. And I did about the last half of the game on my portal. And I just wanted to give a shout out because over on Games Press, which, has like a compilation of press releases, Teon, which is the developer, and Nacon, the publisher, announced that the game has done pretty well. 430,000 players in 2 weeks, they say. So not games sold. You would assume, let's say 400,000 copies sold, probably. Very respectable. I want to say this about RoboCop, is that I think I appreciated it more than your average person would appreciate it because I literally just watched RoboCop. And what you realize when you just watch RoboCop, or if you're a huge fan and you just know it, is this game is very true to it. It's really, really true to it. And so if you're like a RoboCop fan, this is a love letter to you in a lot of different ways, from the characters and the voice acting to the humor and the writing to the locations and old Detroit and the police station and the cars and the combat. There's a trophy for shooting a guy in a dick, which is awesome, And what I realized the more I played it is that, in most games, the weak point for a lot of enemies is their head and their chest. You want to nail guys in their dicks in this game, which I think is intentional and funny as hell. Because there's obviously that famous shot where RoboCop shoots a guy's dick off in the first movie. So I just want to give a shout out to RoboCop Rogue City because it's not a game I'd recommend if you are not a RoboCop fan or not into the IP there's really nothing for you here. But if you like RoboCop, and I would consider myself, I'm not a RoboCop fan, but I like RoboCop. It's cool. If you and if you're really thinking of the subject matter, like the shots are the same as the movie. The locations are like facsimiles of movie location stuff. That kind of stuff's pretty cool. And so I think for the RoboCop fan base, however big that may or may not be, Paul Verhoeven or whatever, I think that there's something really cool here. And so congratulations to Teon and Nacon for a really cool RoboCop game that I'm glad I bought and platinumed 152. Didn't expect the platinum, and that really wasn't the intention, but I just got to the point where it's like, yeah, this is happening. And then finally, it's been on my cross media bar. I just never deleted it after I played it one time with Micah, but I went back and played TMNT Shredder's Revenge. I beat it once through in multiplayer, and then I just never played it again. So I played through most of it up to chapter 12. I think there's 15 chapters solo with just Casey Jones, who I love. I love that character. I've always loved that character. I especially love him in the live action film from 1990 or whatever. Just think that's such a neat character. A guy just beats the shit out of you with like cricket bats and hockey sticks, and he wears a hockey mask and he's just kind of like a vigilante. I always loved that idea. So cool playing as him and just sticking around a little bit with the game. I know we talked about it. Tribute's a wonderful developer, and I know we talked about it when the game came out, but it's worth reiterating that it's a complete love letter to that IP and makes me wish that things that because I really liked Turtles when I was a kid. I loved, the Turtles actually when I was a kid. And I was, the Turtles, not the visual novel, but like the cartoon came out when I was in like kindergarten. I mean, this is like peak childhood. And the toys and the cartoons and everything about it, and the fucking birthday parties, and where all the celebrations and all the different things where you'd see all this stuff for it. And so I love it. But there are things I love much deeper. And you see a game like that, and you wish that something that you truly, really, really, really loved got the treatment that game gave Turtles. And so shout out to that game. I don't know if I'm going to play it again, but it was fun to go back, clean up a couple trophies that I didn't have, although I'm not going to get all the trophies. There's a trophy in the game to beat Shredder at the end without getting hit, which is seemingly impossible, but there's a way to spoof it where you can, with two controllers and two consoles, so you need either a friend or a different console in your house, you could just go with one player, go and beat Shredder up, and then when he has one hit point left or whatever, you can just invite your friend to the game. Then he comes in and then you kill that guy, and then your friend will get the trophy for beating Shredder without getting hit. Mm-hmm. And that was always the trophy that's one of those trophies I see where I'm like, I'm not even bothering. It's not even important. I'm just going to play the game. That's insanity. I'm not doing that. But knowing that you can kind of trick it a little bit, it's like, oh, maybe there's a future for you as a platinum trophy. But there's so much that you have to do. You have to beat it on arcade mode and all the difficulties. You have to beat it with everyone in the game. I like April O'Neil, but I don't know that I really need to be playing as April O'Neil.
Yeah.
I mean, she's fine. She's totally fine.
Yeah. Serviceable.
All right. I think that's it. Oh, so next up for me, I don't know. I downloaded 2 games onto the PS Portal connected PS5. One, Final Fantasy IV, because Dagan and I are going to be doing that on the next episode of Knockback that will go live like in a few weeks. We haven't recorded it yet. There's an episode interstitially that will go live first. But we're going to get back to Final Fantasy. I know people really wanted us to do that. So Final Fantasy IV is on the palette. And then I also downloaded Tales of Arise because I never played very much of it, which is weird because I've beaten most of the Tales games. And that DLC came out. And so I was like, maybe check it out, but I get into the game. So maybe get into those on Portal over the coming days while I wait for Alan Wake 2 to be fixed. Because the reality is that Alan Wake 2 is a non-starter for me until it's fixed. It's just, am I like the only one experiencing these issues with the lighting? It's crazy.
I don't know, because I remember seeing some shimmering, but I play everything on performance mode to the point where like I get it's distracting to a lot of people. It probably would be distracting to me under different circumstances. If I didn't love what was going on so much in the game as it was, it'd probably be more of a detriment for sure, I think. But I think I just like everything else more than I hate the shimmering, because I don't know. Maybe I just haven't had. Maybe I haven't gotten to the places that you have, or like seen the places.
You're probably further than I am. I don't know. I think
took a break for a while though. To be fair, like I haven't played in like a week probably.
I don't know,
so
man.
I don't know.
I just think it's surprising to me that that was even not allowed to come out like that. I mean, it's not like that big of a deal, I guess, but that they would look at that and say, like, yeah, this is ready to go. Like to me, I'd be like, we have a big problem. If this is the way the game looks, like we have a fucking big problem. And it seems like maybe it wasn't a big problem, or it's not replicating in the same way, or maybe a patch broke it at some point because the game reviewed so well. You know,
maybe. Yeah. I will say I've seen the shimmering. What you've described though as like lights that were blown out to a degree that was like distracting. I have not seen that at all. Like,
yeah, and I don't mess. It should be noted that in this new generation, because you know everyone used to joke around about how you would blow out the whites on your games, or at least I used to do that. Everyone used to do that, and to like make it brighter because you couldn't see shit in the game.
Yeah.
Once you started PS5 and like with the graphics and what is it, HDR or whatever, the darks and lights are so well calibrated that I never even fuck with that at all anymore. So it's not even that where it's oh, Colin, you're just setting your brightness too high. It's like, no, I'm not. I don't fuck with the brightness of the games anymore like we used to really have to do. So
yeah.
There's something with it, and there are entire shots. I mean, in the lodge, for instance, where you can switch characters, there are entire shots in that lodge, depending on the time of day, where it's like the entire screen is shimmering. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on with this? And
yeah, I don't know.
And I was still trying to press through it until the broken collectibles tracker, where I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Is that what your real non-starter is? Is the
well,
trophy,
no, that is the non-starter now. Yeah, I'm definitely not playing this game twice. And so, now I have to wait. What's frustrating is that they'll be able to fix it. The last patch broke it. So now it's just like, okay, I'm not moving from this spot now until you fix that stuff. And it's not the first time Alan Wake 2 has been broken. Didn't you have a progression bug, Dustin?
I did, but they fixed it really
right.
quickly.
So I think you can even hot fix some of that stuff. I know. I mean, I don't know how it'll work with AAA games, but like when you don't have to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you playing a Saga right now?
Yeah.
Depending on where the collectible is, you probably will be able to go back later.
Oh no, I know you can, but it's just too. I'm using a collectibles guide. I know it's going to bother people, and it's just too much. So.
Fair enough.
Shimmering.
But yeah, I'll try to take some screens even to show people what I'm talking about, or show you guys what I'm talking about.
Because I'm looking at examples of it, but I don't know if I see it. I think
you have to. I don't think looking at images is going to do the trick. I think you have to look at moving like video, because it's like it comes off as artificial light, basically, like emitting from where. I think it's the ray tracing being broken, right? I don't know anything about this stuff.
Maybe I haven't. Maybe there is something about Alan Wake 2 that feels so dreamlike to me as I'm going through it that I almost like maybe part of me is just like filters all this stuff out as being like, oh no, all right, I'm seeing it now. Yeah, I just straight up don't have this issue. That's weird. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's bad. It's. So
yeah, that would be really great. That's so interesting.
Now, this could be another one of these weird PS5 problems that we talked about. Again, we use Returnal as that example with Ben, our associate editor, where like no console or his console would not play Returnal. Like his console would just not play the game.
Digital found. That's so strange.
And so apparently the way you get rid of the shimmering problem, and Dustin, you would maybe know more about this. The way you get rid of it is to just drop it to 30 frames. Right. And do some different ray tracing option or something like that. But I want to play it at 60 frames or, it's not locked, I don't think, because it does drop. But
yeah, I'm guessing the shimmer is related to their use of AMD FSR, which is an upscaling thing in combination with some of their lighting techniques. I see what you're talking. I mean, I see it all the time. I guess it just doesn't prohibit me. I guess it's playing about a little worse than I expected on PlayStation 5, but I'm willing to make that compromise because I just understand that that's probably how something like this with this kind of lighting is going to look on console, and I wanted to play it on my couch.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. They also use a proprietary engine So
Right.
there's also that Northlight, which is probably difficult to fix compared, comparably. Although I just think you would think they would know it well enough to know how it all works. I just think the atmosphere, and again, I don't mean to be Alan Wake 2. People love it. It's awesome. I'm excited. People love it. I want to see more of it. I want to beat it. I want to get into it. I just think that that's a pretty preclusive element when you're supposed to be immersed in a horror story. To me, it's distracting as fuck. Like, no joke. And by the way, there are times, I've said it before, it's only from bright light. So if there's soft light, it doesn't happen. But when you go into like a safe room or whatever to save, it's out of control in those rooms.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I'm looking at videos of it, and it's weird to me that it doesn't look familiar because I just don't understand how it couldn't be. Because it's not like we're not on PCs, you know what I mean? Where there's like a wide variety of different SKUs or hardware setups to take advantage or to mess with. Strange.
So maybe ultimately I'll end up dropping it to 30 frames or whatever and play it in quality mode or whatever, but I don't want to. I mean, I just, and I know it would even give it a cinematic feel, but I'm very sensitive to that now. And
yeah, I couldn't.
And I reconfirmed that sensitivity playing Miles Morales when I went from playing PS5 Spider-Man to Miles Morales on PS4 to Spider-Man 2. It's like, it's fucking clear as day. And I just don't want to play like that anymore. Yeah. That's why I'm so excited for Pro, because we won't have to make any compromises anymore, or not as many, where frame rate will not even be an issue anymore,
Yeah.
And then it'll just be about resolution.
Yeah. At a certain point it will be, but
perhaps you're right. Well, I hope that they realize that with a Pro style console with much more power, that 60's got to be the baseline. No matter how, like, the level of visual you're pushing, it's like, we can't drop back. Come on, man. All right. That's what we're playing. Good selection of games. We'll continue on every week, as always, with more games as we come back. But let's get into the news. A few items here that we need to get through. It's going to be a longer episode. Number 1. News broke soon after we published last week's episode, and so we will begin with it this week. As long rumored and assumed by most, The Last of Us Part 2 will indeed be migrating to PlayStation 5 with a native port. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered will launch on PS5 on January 19th, 2024. It will be available physically and digitally, of course, and there's great news. If you already own the 2020 original on PS4 digitally, you'll be able to upgrade to the PS5 edition for a mere $10 fee. Okay, so here's the rundown. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered will support a fidelity mode running at 4K and presumably 30 frames, or 1440p upscaled to 4K in a performance mode that presumably runs at 60 frames. Note that the PS4 iteration of The Last of Us Part 2 already runs at 1080p 60 on PS5. TVs that can support an unlocked frame rate will be able to do so here, and visual touches will be rampant. Better texture resolution, draw distance, shadow and lighting quality, animation, and so on. And yes, the PS5's extremely efficient load times will be taken advantage of here too, as will DualSense. Perhaps the biggest update for many, though, will be an all-new mode exclusive to this iteration of The Last of Us Part 2. The mode is called No Return, described by developer Naughty Dog as, quote, a roguelike survival mode designed to let players prove their mettle in randomized encounters and experiences, end quote. Later, Naughty Dog continues, quote, the mode includes a host of playable characters to choose from, some playable for the first time in the Last of Us franchise, who each come with their own traits to suit different playstyles, end quote. Naughty Dog has also focused on behind-the-scenes features, including so-called lost levels that give you a playable look at early and even cut parts of the final game. A full-featured director's commentary will also be included throughout. And yes, for those interested in the physical iteration, there will be a limited WLF edition that comes with a steelbook case, trading cards, a patch, some enamel pins, and so on. WLF, of course, being the Washington Liberation Front. Pre-orders for both digital and physical editions of the game go live on December 5th. The Last of Us Part 2, launched on PS4 in 2020 to rampant critical and commercial success, is the follow-up to The Last of Us, launched on PS3 in 2013, PS4 in 2014, and PS5 just last year. It comes from Sony-owned studio Naughty Dog, widely considered their highest-ceiling team, one responsible for the likes of Uncharted and Jak and Daxter in recent years, and which is reported to be working on potentially 3 other projects concurrent to this, rather. And in limbo, The Last of Us multiplayer project, The Last of Us Part 3, and a new IP. All right, what do we think, Dustin? The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. No surprise. Can't really be too upset about this. Can't really calibrate with the upsetness about this in any corner because of the price. Just doesn't make any sense to be upset.
Yeah, I think that if there wasn't a $10 upgrade, then let the outrage flow. But for $10, being able to play it at a higher frame rate, better fidelity, upgrades, even if they're more on the subtle side, which I don't think we've seen a true comparison yet. I know that some people have put together some shots from the trailer and made a comparison, and yeah, they're pretty subtle. I'm curious about things when you see a more open environment, like draw distances and stuff like that, if that's where we're going to see a bigger improvement. But this new mode sounds really cool, and I'm curious about how in depth it will be, including some of these lost levels. That's one of the most interesting aspects to me, is being able to play these types of things and get a look at them in a unfinished state. I think that sounds super cool. And a $10 upgrade. This is so inoffensive to me that I guess it does come in terms of like, well, do we need this? It's like, I don't know. I think that there will be a lot of people that will probably be super into this new mode. If it was just the visual update, then maybe I'd be a little more questioning, but it sounds like a pretty complete package. And they're going to want to have this available, again, just like Last of Us Part 1, in partnership with the TV show. They want to give people the newest version that's available on PlayStation 5 for the second season. Even if that's a while away, have it ready to go. That makes sense from the perspective of sales and getting people involved in the brand, getting people in on PlayStation from watching the show. Having this ready to go makes total sense. So I have not replayed Last of Us Part 2. And I haven't played Last of Us Part 1 yet. So when I do, I'm excited that these versions will be available to me. So yeah, I think this is cool. I'm not super amped or anything, but I'm not offended either.
Yeah.
I think you could make the argument that, well, I don't want to say you, I'll speak for myself. I could make the argument that The Last of Us Part 2 is the best video game ever made. And I don't know how I would totally square that with my favorites, like all of my favorites, and really sit down and think about that. Like there's that exercise people do on Twitter now where it's like your favorite games. It's all the boxes and everything. I don't know exactly how it would shake out, but The Last of Us Part 2 would be amongst my very, very, very favorite games of all time. I think it is just an almost flawless execution. And well, Evan Buchanan wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, we used to get Game of the Year and complete editions of games all the time with DLC and other enhancements, and no one batted an eye. And now it seems like no matter what, people get up in arms over the same thing today. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered to me feels no different. An enhanced version of the original with new and interesting DLC. I just don't see an issue with it, especially with the $10 upgrade fee. Also, I think we can safely assume we will get a PC port at some point, so why not release it on PS5 if you're already making the upgrades? Is it just that Sony has had a pretty weak first party year that people are outraged? Thanks and have a great Thanksgiving weekend." I think that's part of it, is the maybe lack of first and second party output. It's like you have them wasting their time on this, but I would really contend that this was, and we'll find out when we see the credits, I guess, but the extended credits, is that I doubt that there are very many people working on this comparable to, an enormous studio that has multiple brand new AAA games going on at the same time within it. So I know people were worried about the opportunity cost and all of the rest, but I just see, I see a situation here where there's little to be upset about from any angle. So yeah, I bring up how much I love the game, by the way, to say that I'm going to play the fucking shit out of this game when it comes to PS5. I'll play it again. I'll platinum it again. And I'm pleased as hell to be able to play it again. I think it's such a masterclass in what video games can be. And the high bar that I think it set is still not really been surpassed. I mean, there are certain games that come along where I'm like, this is a forever game. Like both Last of Us games are that. And it's like Bioshock and others where it's like, you're just never, that we haven't gotten another Bioshock-like game really ever is a sign that you can't do it. And I think that the same thing with The Last of Us, where it's like we don't get Last of Us likes because you can't do it. It's too expensive. It's too hard. It requires too much work and too much effort. And you need to sell 10 or 15 million copies to make your money back. And there's only certain companies that can even take that risk. It's not a lack of trying or a lack of talent. It's just that certain companies cannot make games like that, And so to get them to have another bite at the apple, especially like you said, Dustin, in the light of the HBO show, have at it. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we could go into a discussion about The Last of Us Part 2 for a long time, but I think ultimately this to me is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with this at all. In fact, I wish more games did things like this in the sense of like, oh, hey, you know what? We're going to re-release it. Here's the lost levels. Here's here's cut content. Because I think one of the biggest problems that a lot of games have now is that they're so expensive to make. And because they're so expensive to make, everything that they make has to go in to the game, even if it like fucks with pacing or something. It's like, oh, this part kind of sucks for pacing, right? It was like, yeah, well, we spent like, $15 million on this section. So we're going to have to put this in there because, sorry, we're not cutting that out. I would much rather live in a world where we had like a great version, like a great, like cut down version of like a great experience. And then a couple of years later, it's like, hey, you know what? Here's a new version of it with like all of the stuff that we left on the cutting room floor that like either transformatively changes it or only like slightly changes it. Or like, here's like one thing that we had an idea for that didn't make it the cut. Here it is in this form. I think it's a lot more interesting. It provides a lot more value to me than just like, oh, a Game of the Year edition with like the DLC involved that you could have gotten before that day anyway. I think that kind of serves as a way to like, I think that serves as a great way to make the original product just better. You know what I mean? Just to be able to have teams that can expend that effort and expend that budget on things that didn't end up in the original game for whatever reason, they didn't work or whatever, so that they can still get use out of that work in some way. I think that's cool. I think that's really interesting from somebody who's interested in the behind the scenes process of this stuff. And I'm not saying necessarily that this is going to be like an entire chapter that was cut from the game or it's going to rewrite the story in any real meaningful way. I just think that's a really cool thing to add, especially for like a $10, upgrade fee. I think that's entirely fair. That new mode also strikes me as very interesting. I think I might jump into it just for that alone, just to see like what that's about, because that speaks to me. Because I do like the way The Last of Us plays, for all of my criticisms of it in our spoiler discussions many years back. So yeah, I mean this is fine to me. I will say though, like is it undeniably funny that there are 3 remasters in this franchise that only has 2 games? Yes, it's amusing. It brings me a little hee hee ha ha, but I mean it's not like offensive or anything. I'm not going to get up in arms about it.
It's fair. It's fair to ask if this needed to happen. I just think
it's fun. It's just amusing to see. It's amusing to see The Last of Us Part 1, The Last of Us Remastered, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, and there's only 2 source games. Like that is funny.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it is funny and it's a little gratuitous. I just think that my honest answer is if you care about the brand, which we do, I mean, I care about the health of the brand in terms of wanting them to make more of these great games. And it's like, go get your money, man. I mean, it doesn't really affect me at all. It's not like Naughty Dog was like, all hands on deck for The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. It was probably one corner of the office that was working on this, probably for not very long. And there was someone was saying, I thought I read somewhere something along the lines of like, it was almost a project that was insinuated as being something to help people kind of get acclimated to the Naughty Dog's pipeline and all of that if they were newer to the studio and all of this, which is not a huge surprise since they said The Last of Us Remastered on PS4 was the same thing. Like, let's learn how to use the PS4. Now you have to take that for the marketing and PR speak it is, but there might be some intrinsic truth to that too, of just getting used to things. So I don't see the downside. And especially with the pricing. And by the way, even without that, because you guys might have known on that the day that this came out on the internet, it leaked. And then, and it wasn't clear that it was going to be the $10 upgrade was going to exist. And that was when I saw people really freaking out. But even then I was like, I don't know, I'm going to buy it. I don't give a shit. I mean, it's like, to me, it's almost like even that wouldn't have been that big of a deal to me, just from the sense of you already own the game. So what do you even care? If this is a whole thing, like it doesn't even involve you at all. This is like a thing for someone else. If you don't want to buy it or you already own it, then that's also something else.
Right.
And I think that once that became clear that wasn't even a thing, then there was nothing else to really be upset about.
You said to a message in the Sacred Symbols like iMessage chat where you were like, when this leaked, and I had no idea what was going on because I just wasn't on the internet that day. and with no context, you were like, "I'm gonna buy the shit out of that remaster minute one." And I was like, "What? What are you fucking talking about?" I thought you might have texted the wrong person or like responded to somebody else's message through me or something. But
No, that's what Dagan always does with me and his son. Dagan, every like few weeks, I get a message from Dagan where it's like, "I'm out front," or whatever. I'm like, okay.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, it's like, what do you have something to tell you? You're gonna fucking kill me? All right, let's get deeper into this optional mode though. The Snack Squatch wrote in, said, "Hey guys, I know a lot of people are frustrated that they're already doing a remaster for The Last of Us Part 2, but I'm glad they're at least offering a $10 upgrade if you already own the game. The biggest thing I'm excited for is the new survival roguelite mode. The first thing I thought of was factions. With being able to unlock new characters with special abilities, do you think this might have been a mode in factions that was possibly scrapped and they included it in this test run for the other game modes for factions? Thanks for all you do." I doubt it. In fact, I can say that I after it was announced, I spoke to someone who reached out to me that played the new version of the game and played, under NDA, played the new mode or whatever, the survival mode. And he was saying that it was fun, and he gave me a bunch of details about how it all works and what's going to happen in it, which is cool. But one of the things he said, which was interesting, was that on the PS5, the debug that he was playing on was a package file for The Last of Us Online. That's what it was called on there. And so I would assume that they are separate things and that this is basically just a reusing. I mean, I don't want to simplify it. I'm not a technical person, but a reusing of existing assets folded together in some sort of, like, you can almost imagine, and I don't want to get this too carried away, but like, it's Returnal, right? It sounds like the random layouts of Returnal. You would almost imagine like maybe Housemarque was like, "Here, you take this little thing and overlay your assets on it, and your combat and all of that." But it's kind of a similar idea where it's just going to be these randomly built worlds. And I think that sounds cool, but I don't think it was part of the original or part of the factions game at all. I think that this is just a value added thing that they probably felt like they needed to do to charge anything for it at all, because otherwise I think people would have busted balls. Although Evan makes a great point at the same time that the Game of the Year editions, like, we used to make fun of them back in the day when I was in media, because it would be like, who the fuck even gave this game of the Year? Where there's like, oh, Game of the Year edition of whatever, and then you'll read and it's like Game of the Year from this European magazine or something.
Yeah,
and it was constant. They were constantly re-releasing shit all of the time. So it is true, and you were paying full price for that shit. They would basically keep the price the same and then say like, well, you get the DLC. So and now people these few years later are complaining about, it's like, man, what the fuck is going on out there with the consumer? It's strange. Very strange. Everyone's up in arms.
I'm glad we got rid of the Game of the Year edition like moniker. Or at least, like, I don't see that much anymore. Thank Christ. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. Maybe it's still there.
Remastered.
But that's at least cute. That's
good.
Cuteness there. Yeah, I like that. But like remastered, like, is perfectly fine. Like, you don't need to like presume yourself to have won an award that you didn't win. It just comes across as like very bizarre, especially because some of those covers were fucking heinous. You remember what was it? The Arkham one.
That's the one I was thinking of. That's exactly. It was like, it had text all over it, right? Like,
yeah, it just looked like a fucking poster board for like a school project. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, this sucks. This is an ugly ass box.
That was Arkham City, I want to say.
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's
that's so funny because that was the one I was thinking of. That was the exact one that was like in my mind's eye. Was that box in that era? So 2011, 2012, 2013. Yeah, that era. All right.
Yeah, Lord.
I'm sorry.
No, nothing.
Oh, okay. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add about the new mode? Are you gonna fuck around and find out with the clickers?
This reminds me a lot of, yeah. This reminds me a lot of, and I guess not. I can't say this with certainty until we see the mode, but reminds me of what IO did with Hitman, where they took all of their established assets and then created a roguelike mode. And it sounds like what they're doing here is they're taking their established assets with this game, creating this new mode.
Yeah.
And I think that could be really cool, especially if you really like the combat. And while you can play the story to get the combat, something that is just really tightly focused, could be something just hop into, play some rounds or whatever. So yeah, I will, like I said, I'm going to check this out for sure. I'm not usually big on roguelike modes in general, but nothing wrong with checking it out.
All right. Well, The Last of Us Part 2 comes to PlayStation 5 in January 19th. $10 upgrade. If you own it physically, you're gonna have to buy it again. Sorry about that. And really, I think you're perfectly fine because I wrote in the thing, The Last of Us Part 2 got a PS5 patch that had it running at 60 frames. So you're kind of already in good shape, even if you don't want to spend that extra $10. I'm not really a big, and this is strange but true, I'm not really a big commentary person. I don't do commentaries really very much at all. I do like that that's available, and I know people really dig that sort of thing. And as we noted, all of us noted already, the lost levels sort of thing is very cool too, because apparently they're going to give you insight into things that were cut at different times. So like they're in different states of repair, where I think some of them are going to be like almost just gray boxed, and then some of them are going to be almost finished.
That's dope. I love that shit. I absorbed the hell out of that when I think Left 4 Dead was the first game that I think I ever played that had something like that. If I remember correctly, like even in the console version of the game, like you could run through like a director's commentary mode, and I thought that was so fucking interesting. So yeah, that's a no-brainer for something like this. Like I think that adds a lot of that's just really fucking cool. It's really niche though.
And The Last of Us returns to HBO apparently 2025. So yeah, as you said, Dustin, people have plenty of lead time, but man, this is going to sell millions of copies. I can't straight up. So I'm looking forward to playing it again. I'm a fucking huge nerd for The Last of Us, as everyone knows. All right, number 2. Sony-owned Finnish studio Housemarque announced unfortunate news in recent days. Harry Kreuger, the director of beloved PS5 roguelike shooter Returnal, is departing the team. Kreuger first joined Housemarque nearly 15 years ago as a programmer, and the first title he actively worked on for the studio was actually the seldom discussed but mega high-quality collaboration with Ubisoft from 2011, a title called Outland. Do you guys remember that game at all, by the way? That game was fucking awesome. That game was super awesome. One of their best games.
I remember fucking around with it, but I didn't get super into it because I think at that time I was still very snooty about mobile games. I was like, sure. Well, but I do remember liking it though.
Well, I played it on PS3.
I played it on a phone, I think.
Oh, okay.
That was my introduction to it.
It was what's that game? Ikaruga, the polarity game with the colors, with the bullets. And it's very much like that, but it's a side scroller. It's brilliant. I mean, Housemarque, Ubisoft was wise to get with them. I don't know why they didn't continue. I don't think the game sold very well. I have a very specific memory of going to Ubisoft's office in San Francisco to play Outland, though, and just being so stoked about it. But anyway, Kreuger commented in part, quote, "It's been an honor to accompany Housemarque on this journey, witnessing our growth from our smaller arcade-inspired titles to the magnificent heights we reached with Returnal, ellipsis. Departing from Housemarque was a very difficult decision for me, but I'm leaving the company with nothing but deep gratitude for the past and glowing optimism for the future, with an exciting new project in the works, a fantastic team that's stronger than ever, and the continuous support of Sony and PlayStation Studios. I know that Housemarque's brightest chapter has yet to be written," end quote. Chris says he's turning his AC off now. He's back. Alari Kutinen, co-founder and GM of Housemarque, also noted, quote, "Throughout Harry's tenure, we've seen the death of arcade and also achieved growth milestones we once only dreamed of. Harry's passion and direction have been vital in sculpting our studio's trajectory to the current rescale. The rebirth of arcade, defined by Returnal, speaks volumes of the impact and vision, and it is a great point for future leaders to take over and keep improving upon," end quote. Kutinen's death of arcade statement is a reference to Housemarque's pronouncement in 2017 that the style of game they were known for making for many years, Super Stardust, Dead Nation, Alien Nation, Resogun, and so on, were essentially dead, and they needed to remake themselves following the subpar commercial reception of both of their games that launched that year, the self-published Nex Machina and the Sony-published Matterfall. And somehow they managed to reinvent their formula both expertly and coherently with Returnal, which launched in 2021. Now Housemarque is small. Sony finally purchased them outright months after Returnal launched, but at about 100 people, they are a one-game-at-a-time team. It's thus unclear if Kreuger is leaving a project he was actually the director of, as he also directed Nex Machina. However, most of Housemarque's games are directed by Harry Tikkanen, who remains with the studio and who is the creative force behind Returnal, which was his concept. Thus, while this is potentially ominous news, the reality is that it's unclear if this exit will truly affect Housemarque's creative output in any term. The most likely scenario here is that he was poached and given an enormous amount of money, which he couldn't say no to. I mean, that's usually why creative directors leave their posts, especially when you're successful and you're going on to your next game. So what do you guys have to say about this? Did we all love Returnal? Is that fair to say?
I liked it a lot. Like I would say that I really, really, really enjoyed it. Love is kind of strong, I think. Like I don't know if I would put it in like my top like 25 or 50 games necessarily, you know what I mean? But it was pretty. I mean, definitely like in my opinion, like as far as like Sony first party goes, it's definitely the most up my alley kind of game because it's just so gameplay driven and so kinetic and energetic. And for that, I think I do think it's great. But yeah, I don't know. I think I loved the gameplay more. I think I loved playing it more than I liked what it was. I didn't really jive that much with the whole astronaut angle or like what the story didn't.
Selena.
Yeah, like yeah, I don't know. Maybe it just didn't hit me at that time, but playing it was a joy. I loved it.
That was her name, right? Or Celine?
I loved playing.
Selena? So I think it's
Celine, I think.
I have
Celine.
no fucking idea.
Yeah, I actually really think I love Returnal. I think that, and people can go back and listen to those episodes 2.5 years ago now, I guess, but I had a path with that game. Were you even on the show? Were you on the show at that time, Dustin? You were on the show at that point. No, I don't know.
Returnal for sure,
Yeah.
right?
2.5 years ago. I don't know. But
I've lost all concept of time.
yeah, me too.
Because didn't we? Oh no, that was with the multiplayer thing.
There was the thumbnail where I made Colin Celine and Chris wasn't on the episode, and I put myself as one of the heads in the background. So I'm going to say yes, I was.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't know why that's not even relevant. I was just kind of curious as I was moving through my point. But what I was going to say about Returnal was that it did something to me. Like I had a path with it that was like very defined and very unique, and it's very memorable about how. And it's very unique in the sense that I love Housemarque, and I kind of refuse to let the game beat me. Where I'm like, I don't know about this game, and I was annoyed by not knowing about it, and I was annoyed that I wasn't good at it, and I was annoyed that it wasn't natural like Stardust was to me, or Dead Nation, and especially Resogun, which I was really, really good at. And it was because it wasn't like Resogun is deeply inspired by the likes of Defender, and so you're familiar with other games and you know how to play them and all of that. But this game wasn't really built on anything like that, so I let myself sit with it, and before I knew it, I became completely addicted to beating it. Like I addicted to the point where I'm like, I'm not moving on. And then I don't know if you guys remember what happened was within a few days, I played it for like 70 hours, and I was like just muddling through it, trying my hardest. And you don't get a lot of permanent upgrades in the game. You have to just become good at the game. And then I discovered that the lobber is the ultimate weapon for me in that game. And when I discovered it, and I just started murdering shit with it, and then I just ran right through the game, like no problem. And I remember that moment of being like, I'm going to fucking beat this thing, you know? And the idea of getting to a boss and dying, but then beating a few of the bosses the first time, and just being really patient and not too eager and too anxious, because nothing's too aggressive in the game. It's not like Dark Souls where you're being attacked constantly. You have to just kind of exist and move and survive. And I really, really loved Returnal. So anything that's going to let Housemarque lose some of that energy is a bummer, but it's not. I don't want to discount a programmer as being a creative mind. Obviously, he's a very creative person, but it's very unusual for programmers to become creative directors. And that the person who's the creative director of most of Housemarque's games is the person who came up with Returnal. And he's still there, and he's probably directing the new game, whatever it might be. I don't know that I feel so upset about this. How do you feel, Dustin?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too big of a deal. Like you said, this was the other guy's vision overall, even though he wasn't the game director per se.
Antti
right?
Kutinen, I think his name is.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry. Harry Tikkanen is the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think things will be fine for Housemarque. Obviously, losing someone like this that just made a really cool game is unfortunate, but it sounds like they've had multiple different creative directors on games in the past. So I think it'll be fine, and it'll be interesting to see just what Housemarque does in the future, just because, like you said, they had kind of that shift where they knew they needed to change and couldn't just make pure arcade games anymore. And so Returnal is kind of that hybrid. And so I wonder if they'll continue on trying to be that pure hybrid route, or if we'll see something more linear from them. Personally, that's kind of what I want. I think I would have, I don't know, it's hard to say in hypotheticals, but I would think that Returnal's strongest aspects for me are the moment to moment feeling of combat.
Mm-hmm.
And I would rather them focus on that and have a tight experience. That, to me personally, the thing that I liked least about Returnal is the fact it's a roguelike. I personally, I hate the fact that, and when I play a game like this, I get a way of playing that I really enjoy. I like certain guns. I like certain power-ups.
The lobber.
I hate the lobber.
No, I know. Everyone hates it. I don't know why I just connected with it so much. It was a destructive force, that thing. Holy moly.
Right. But so then, and I understand some people, this is going to be different strokes for different folks, right? That some people like the challenge of, I can't use the things I'm best with right now. I get that. To me, it feels like when I play a roguelike game, I am playing a slot machine. And if I can get some of the elements together that I like, then I feel like I have the opportunity to win. And I don't like that because it's annoying when it's like you're trying, you're getting there, but the roll wasn't quite right and you're maybe going to make it. And then you lose. You're like, man, if the odds of the dice had rolled in my favor, then I might have won.
Yeah.
To me, that's frustrating, but I understand that people might like that random chance element. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that because I love purely the way the game feel of Returnal is, the way you're dodging, the way the aiming felt, if they made that wasn't a roguelike and maybe a more linear, more story-focused type game, that would really, really speak to me. I could understand them not doing that too, but we'll see.
I'm very much in agreement with you in some way where it's like that probably was the part of the game that I stuck with the least too. Like I almost imagine where it's like, because I liked playing it so much, but I was just like, part of me was just like, man, I wish this exact game was like a Gears of War type thing. You know what I mean? Where like just like, oh hey, I wish I could play this the way that Gears of War is structured in like a like a linear kind of level by level kind of basis, because moving around and shooting feels so damn good. But I also know that's not what Housemarque does.
Yeah, they've never really tried. I mean, Dead Nation is probably the game with the biggest actual story in it. But I don't know. And I love Dead Nation. I think Dead Nation's fantastic, but
I think that's what's so special about it. I think it's like the studio's not used to doing this, and they made this, and it feels so good to move around and it feels so good to move around and shoot in Returnal for a studio that's never done that before. That I was like, dude, oh man, make this like a linear. Like I want that out of you because I know you're so good at this now. Like before, I had no concept that they would even be able to nail this at all. Like I thought maybe they would understand like, how to make a kinetic, battlefield, like in the way that they have. But like I had no idea that it was going to feel as good as it would to move around. That's usually like the hardest thing to get right. And it's the thing I'm most sensitive to in a lot of games. Like there are games that I straight up, Evil West was that game for me too, where it's just like or was it Evil? Oh my God, there's so many games that have that naming convention in the last like year.
Evil West was like the third person shooter that was like in the Wild West.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's what, it's
not
like,
Weird West. I think that's what you were concerned about.
Right. Yeah. Weird
Mixing
West.
up.
Yeah. Oh my. And then there's like West of Dead, that other one where it's like, yeah. So I already forgot which one I was talking, what the name was.
Evil West.
That one, Evil West. I remember like playing it and I was just like, yeah, I almost like this, but like it feels, I don't know if I like just moving around in this. Like there's something I have to like moving around in a play space for me to really, really dive into it. And that was one of those where I just didn't feel right. But Returnal feels crispy, man. Like it's good.
Evil West was dope. Yeah. Loved Evil West. Flying Wild Hog, baby. Tell you what. I'll say two things. I don't know. I'm a long-time Housemarque fan. Really, really long time. Not as they came out in the 90s. No one knew who the fuck they were in the United States in the 90s, but because they were making like Amiga games. But from their Sony debut with Super Stardust, which is itself a kind of Super Stardust HD, and Stardust was an existing product already that Sony kind of ended up acquiring in the Super Stardust form as an IP, and working with them for so long, I became a huge fan of theirs. I came to know them. I even have in my papers, which is kind of cool. I want to get it framed one day. I met some of the guys from Housemarque at Gamescom one year, and they were talking about Returnal, but they weren't allowed to show it yet. And they were drawing pictures of it on a piece of like, it's like Hyatt paper, like from the conference room. And it's like pictures of the cylinder and all these different things. And it's cool. I want to get that framed one day because it was a neat thing. They were always friendly to me. They've stayed together. A lot of those guys have been together for a long time. And so they know how to make games. And I remember that 2017, it was after Next Machina came out, but I think right before Next Matterfall came out, where they released that statement saying like, we can't, the death of arcade, where it's like, we can't survive doing this anymore. And I remember being really fucking sad about that. I was like, that's fucking terrible. You're an awesome studio. You should be supported. And they promised they were going to reinvent themselves. Now, remember, they were going to reinvent themselves with like some weird, I don't know, it was like a PUBG style game or what it was called Storm Divers, I think, right? And then pieces of, I don't know, that might have came to early access or something at some point, but it's interesting to me that, so that's one thing I wanted to say was that I was disappointed when they made that pronouncement. But I guess the second thing I want to say is that they somehow triumphed and made a Housemarque game and that's why, like, when people say add story, do this to that, I'm like, that's cool, but, and there is a story there. It's pretty deep actually for them, especially, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I want them to keep just spitting out cool gameplay. I don't want another Returnal for sure. Like I hope they move on. They don't typically do sequels. Alien Nation is kind of a sequel to Dead Nation, but it's totally different. And Super Stardust has iterations, but you can't really do it. I don't know if you guys have ever played Super Stardust. I love that game, but you can't really do anything to it. It's just what it is. So you can't iterate on it too much, but there's a bunch of different iterations of that game. Probably the best one being Vita's launch game, Super Stardust Delta, which is an amazing way to play the game. So I just want to say, like, congratulations to them for the triumph, and I'll be interested to see how they come off. I mean, in reality, we might hear from them in the next year, as far as, like, you can imagine a reality in which we see a Housemarque splash screen and a new announcement. They're a smaller team, like I said. They're one game at a time team. It would be fucking awesome if they just released a $20 game, you know, like an old style game. I mean, I would really love that, but that's not going to happen. They didn't buy them to do that. So they have some sort of intention with them. Returnal sold pretty appreciably. I think it sold over 1 million copies, which isn't bad for what it is. I'm sure a lot of people bought it and had no idea what they were getting as well. I don't know. Will it matter? I don't feel like this is one of those concern troll things, I think, in some sense, with the way people are talking about it. Like, I don't know if you saw, I didn't even write it up, that one of Gears of War creative leads at the Coalition is going to Santa Monica Studio, and that as a creative director. And I'm like, that's interesting. But again, that's kind of like, I don't know. We'll see how that all works out. I don't think it's worth reporting at the front end. Okay. Number 3. For reasons unknown, there were people that thought Insomniac's Wolverine project would launch next year in 2024. This would, of course, be an insane pace for Sony's workhorse studio, which is Insomniac, which has already released an astounding 3 PlayStation 5 games to date. 2020's Miles Morales, 2022's Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and Spider-Man 2, which just launched weeks ago. But putting any speculation to rest is a report from website Insider Gaming, which relays word from a well-respected leaker named Daniel Richtman. Richtman reports that Wolverine is slated for a 2025 release on PlayStation 5, which seems much more reasonable, and that it will not surprisingly be a much darker and more violent game than Insomniac's normal fare, though it's important to note that Insomniac's Resistance franchise was mega dark and mega violent. He also reports that the game takes place in a location called Madripoor, a fictional locale in Southeast Asia often referred to in Marvel Comics beginning in the mid-1980s, which may or may not be part of, near, or associated with real-life Indonesia. Now, whether or not this information is true remains to be seen, but it makes sense to believe it, as the leaking source is generally reliable. Insomniac, founded in 1994 and finally purchased by Sony in 2018 following the release of the original Spider-Man, which was actually a second-party game, has developed a staggering 21 individual games for the brand, ranging from Spyro in the late 90s to Ratchet and Clank beginning in 2002 to the aforementioned Resistance, which had its moment in the PS3 era. Wolverine marks the 22nd Sony-published project and 4th in the Marvel Universe. This game, first announced in the late summer of 2021, is the only AAA first-party single-player game we have confirmation of that's actually in development, lending a great deal to the interest surrounding it. So, too, is its high sales potential. 2018 Spider-Man is the best-selling Sony-published game of all time. Miles Morales has made hundreds of millions in profit for Sony, and Spider-Man 2 is already one of the best-selling games of the calendar year after only a few weeks on the market. All right, so pushing Wolverine out means, Dustin, that we have many more mysteries. I never expected Wolverine in 2024. That seemed insane. In fact, I think 2025 is actually kind of insane too, although why would you even announce the game in 2021 if you weren't going to get it out by then? So that seems more believable. The person that leaked everything seemed to have believable Marvel-centric bona fides and credibility towards his darker, setting and more of an open world and maybe more dark, and so on and so forth. I wonder what you make of this, and it kind of opens up this this bigger gap about where first-party games go next year, because now it really reduces down to Concord, basically, because Helldivers is second party, and obviously other games like Rise of the Ronin and all the rest are going to fill in those gaps, but it does look awfully empty.
Yeah, I think it feels empty for now, but I have the feeling that something will come next year. We'll get an announcement in the spring and then have something in release in the fall, something like that, which will be a newer thing, I guess, to do that short of a turnaround. But I don't know. This is the new Sony that's just kind of quiet and lets their developers develop in peace until they want to show, or if they want to show early, like Insomniac did with Wolverine, then they gave them that option too. But I like that this game will be a darker tone. I don't really have any feelings about Wolverine. Surprise! I don't care. Not that I don't care. I mean, I've seen Logan was a cool movie, and I've seen a lot of the X-Men movies, and they're cool. But we have yet to see what makes this Insomniac's take on it, and I think that that's what will make this game interesting to me, and also just how it plays and to the extent of how dark it is. Dude, I want to see Wolverine use his kitty claws and it like swipes some guy's face off. That would be cool. That would be really interesting if it's like we actually are doing, to a degree, realistic gore of what Wolverine's
stab through a guy's face.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that would
lift him up.
Which I might have to remember, because wasn't that the trailer they showed? It's been so long since I've seen it. It was pretty gory, if I remember correctly.
No, I don't think they
right?
showed anything. I think it was. I think it was just a teaser of just him at the bar, and then his claws come out. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's not really gory at all. I'm clicking through it now. It's him sitting at the bar, and someone comes up to stab him, and then his claws come out.
It's implied.
So, yeah,
it's implied. I
don't
know, man. I hope so, because like honestly, dude, low key, X-Men Origins Wolverine was a pretty fucking not bad game at all.
Yeah, dude, that's Raven. Raven did that game.
Yeah, and it was. I remember that was at the tail end when people were just expecting, like at a certain point, like the reputation of movie-based games were beginning to dwindle, like because they were pretty strong, I think, in the PS2 era, probably like largely because of Spider-Man, but there were other games, like I remember the Incredibles having like a really solid game as well. And this might be wrong. This might be my kid brain misremembering, but I remember even things like Toy Story. Like Toy Story had good games. I remember that.
I think the
like
PS1 Toy Story game is like very well regarded, as I remember.
Yeah. I remember that, and so like at a certain point in the late aughts, those types of games started to become like you had like B movie and and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, I don't know if this is long for this world. And then that game came out in like 2009, I think, or like 2010 or something. And it was really fucking good.
It was
like surprisingly good. And it felt really good. And if it's even a fraction as good as that, which I have no reason to believe it wouldn't be, like then we're golden. And if it's gory, all the better. I hope to God it's gory. I don't know how you would do a Wolverine game and not have gore. It's like the whole point of him. But yeah, that's, I don't know. I do think like I've heard that 2024 thing before, and to me it seemed plausible only because Insomniac, like you write in the write-up where it's like that would be insane for them, but like it already kind of has been as is. Like everything about their output has been insane, so to me it would only track that, like, yeah, I mean 2024, why not? It's about as insane as anything else they did when they put out, what is it, Rift Apart and Miles Morales, like insanely close together. But it would stand to reason that this would be a little bit more different because it's more, I would imagine, more from the ground up and not based on any pre-existing assets or pre-existing blueprint like Miles Morales was and like Ratchet and Clank was. So yeah, 2025 sounds right. But man, 2024 is, I don't know if I'm
being
all that
made
confident.
right in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
Right over there in Burbank. And I do think that it's worth noting that, yeah, I think if you removed Wolverine completely out of existence, and you never heard from Insomniac until PlayStation 6, I think everyone would understand that. Yeah. So the fact that Wolverine is coming out too, it's like, what else are you going to do? The only thing that bumps me out is that they're going to certainly make another Spider-Man. So it's like, we're never going to get Resistance. We're never getting Resistance ever.
Yeah, no, it's all gone.
It would be awesome if they had some other studio do Resistance.
Yeah,
because that was one thing that the guy was saying, and I thought it was a little weird. It was like, oh, so, unlike Insomniac's games, this is going to be very violent. I'm like, yeah, Resistance is really fucking violent. But I understand your point. That's basically the beginning and the end of. No one thinks of Resistance. It was a one generation franchise from beginning to end.
That sucks. That makes me so sad.
Me too. I think Resistance 3 is a uniquely memorable and arguably the greatest single player first person shooter I've ever played. I love that game. Resistance 3 is exceptional. They got a whole year to polish it, and to work on it, which I thought was really awesome. Like a whole extra year got delayed. That was when games were made in 2 years and they made it in 3. So
yeah.
And I love the Chimera. I think the Chimera are awesome. Awesome bad guys. They overheat and they have those big coolants on their backs, so you have to shoot at those and all this weird. And they're upset in Insomniac's obsession with weird weapons, which comes from Ratchet and Clank. And really, that's mega Ratchet and Clank DNA in Resistance. The guns that shoot through the walls and stuff like that. I loved all those cool things. Yeah, it's good shit. Resistance is truly underrated. I would say Fall of Man probably doesn't hold up as well. I actually played Fall of Man probably less than 10 years ago just to dick around with it again, and it's not great. I mean, it doesn't look great. It's very muddled. They made it pretty quickly. Resistance 2 is awesome, I think, and Resistance 3 is masterclass level. If they were all as good as Resistance 3, I know, and I can talk about this now. I've said this in the past though, and I don't know if anyone's ever picked it up or whatever, but that, as I understand it, Resistance 3 had a totally different ending and was basically it was going to continue, and they were going to imply that it was going to continue, and then they kind of just wrap it up. And you can kind of see that with Resistance 3's ending. It's a little anticlimactic. I won't ruin it for anyone because you should go play it yourself. All right, number 4. That's the final piece of news. In a rebranding move that likely indicates our assumptions were true, Sony-owned mobile game studio Savage has been renamed Neon Koi. As noticed by website mobilegamer.biz, the rebrand comes alongside the seeming implosion of Sony's initial mobile games motives. Remember, Sony purchased Savage outright in 2022 to jumpstart a mobile PlayStation vertical. But as the website notes, and as we've reported on the show as news develops, a handful of the most important people responsible for this jump to mobile have already left PlayStation. Nicola Sebastiani exited Sony earlier this year, a veteran of Apple who helped get their gaming initiative off the ground, culminating with Apple Arcade. Once brought into Sony to help get things going, he felt the jumpstart would come with the acquisition of the European mobile team Savage, which he engineered the purchase of. Obviously, it didn't work out. After he left, Michael Katkoff, one of Savage's founders, left the studio, as did the team's general manager. And really, what Neon Koi will do from here remains to be seen. On LinkedIn, the studio announced the change, noting in part, quote, "After consideration and reflection on our values, mission, and the incredible growth we've experienced, we've decided to embrace a new identity that better aligns with our vision for the future. Neon Koi represents our culture and the passions of our game project," end quote. We, of course, don't know the nature of the project or if it's even the same project envisioned when Sony bought the team. At that time, Savage was working on what was described as a AAA mobile-centric game as a service. As MobileGames.biz notes, Jim Ryan said at the time that by now, 1 in 10 PlayStation games would be mobile. We've yet to get any. Uh-oh. Interesting times afoot here. That's so interesting that mobile gaming or MobileGamer.biz noted that. I thought that was so fascinating that he did say that by calendar year 2023, 1 in 10 PlayStation published games would be mobile, but we've gotten 0. And there are none announced. Now, I did do some digging about Neon Koi and Savage, and if you click around on LinkedIn, you note that they kind of publicly talk about, we've hit a milestone. There was a video or a picture from 2 months ago or so on their LinkedIn where it's them in front of a huge neon PlayStation logo, on their wall in their studio with champagne, saying we've passed a big milestone. And so presumably they've passed an internal milestone and are moving on, which is great. So they're working on something, but something went wrong here. When Nicola Sebastiani, very expensive person to get come work for you, a guy who helped get Apple's games off the ground in Apple Arcade, which is a huge hit. And that doesn't come cheap. And he comes over and then he is like, we need to buy this team. And he goes and buys this team. And then that guy who founds the team leaves along with their general managing unit. Then it seems like they kind of boot Sebastiani or maybe a mutual parting of ways behind the scenes and maybe restructure, but they own this team. And they're kind of stuck with them. And so I just wonder what's going on with them. So the rebrand just seems like, yeah, we're moving on from that whole era. Whatever is going on over there is not going on here. Dustin, what's your interpretation of Neon Koi?
Yeah, obviously Sony has somehow totally fucked up with this PlayStation Mobile initiative. We've talked about that weird Wipeout game that was you would think would be part of it, but they also didn't give a flying fuck about. And so that's kind of gone by the wayside. But wasn't it a few months ago we talked about the possibility of what are they going to shut down Savage because they've just kind of been floating around for a while. So I think this definitely shows that there is still some intent to use them. And I think that the name change is good. I never really liked that name Savage. It reminds me of being in my dad's car in 2004 and hearing Michael the Savage Nation. For anyone that was
Michael Savage,
a kid of
liberalism is a mental disorder.
Yeah,
that was
guy,
his book.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know. I always thought of him when I heard this name.
Such a funny fucking association.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like,
dude, I remember him because my dad would listen to Michael Savage sometimes, and he would go off on these tangents for like hours at a time where he would talk about cooking food or like this encounter he had at a restaurant in San Francisco or some weird. He was a weird cat. I think he's still around, like still kicking around. He used to tweet in all capital letters too, which was awesome. That I appreciated. Yeah,
it's funny to think about, but was Michael Savage my first exposure to talk radio, aka podcasting?
Yeah, maybe
in 2004. I mean, I don't know. I don't really remember much of anything that he ever talked about, other than I think I do remember these tangents.
He would also play the beginning. I don't know how he got the license.
About? Much like this show.
Yeah, his tangents were insane. Like my dad used to lament them because he'd be like, "Oh my god, what the fuck is this guy even talking about?" What I do remember about the show though, because I listened to it here and there when I first moved to California because it was available on like a very primitive iTunes feed for podcasts, like radio style podcasting or whatever, like before people were really cutting their things out. And what I remember about it was that I don't know how he got the license to this, but he had as his intro song the Rammstein song "Tier," Tier, which is a fucking banger of a song. And that's what plays in the beginning, or at least that's what did for years, playing them. Like, how the fuck did you get this? You know, seems very strange to me, but I don't know. Dude, I just think that his book being named Liberalism is a Mental Disorder is like fucking gutturally funny to me. Like that's such a ridiculously aggressive title.
It's clickbait.
Yeah. It is. I think it was a New York Times bestseller too, which is even funnier. All right. And no, I don't think that that's true. What do we have here? Anything? Okay, Jack W. wrote in and said, "Gobble gobble, sacred gentlemen. Savage Games is now Neon Koi. Do you think this name change shows Sony is still interested in a mobile strategy after all the murky moves in the past, or does the rebrand allow them to move on from making mobile games? Look forward to hearing your thoughts. Hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving." That's a really interesting point, actually, Jack, that maybe they're just like steer you towards the PlayStation Network or something. But I don't think so. I think they want to make mobile games, and I think that that's smart. The only thing I'll say, and Chris, I'll throw it over to you, is, and I remember we noted this when they bought Savage, was the only thing that must be true, and I really, 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 really believe this, is that the game, if they're making a game as a service, like a real multiplayer style game, it has to be on the console too. You know, like there has to be some sort of component that touches PlayStation. Otherwise, I don't think any
like
of this
Fortnite
has a prayer.
or Genshin Impact or
right,
like
exactly.
Fortnite, Genshin Impact, and Call of Duty and all these other things that exist on
Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, what a fucking heinous thing to say. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the idea that I appreciate the vision or the what do you call the optimism of being like, oh, maybe they won't make a mobile game. Maybe they'll steer them away. But like the reality is, mobile gaming is a huge industry, and it's quite frankly, it's dumb of PlayStation not to try to get involved in some way. And I mean, Microsoft just acquired King. That's like a big, like, you don't make that acquisition if mobile games don't mean anything.
Yeah, Sega acquired Rovio.
Sega acquired Rovio. It's like, I understand it, like we are in a very specific place where they don't matter to us. It doesn't matter to me at all. And I can't even begin to tell you how little I care about mobile games in general. But it is a massive part of the industry. It's similar to stuff like Roblox, where you're just like, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. I spent my entire life playing video games. I have no fucking idea what Roblox is. No clue. Still, even to this day, after researching, I've looked up videos. And I'm like, I guess that's what Roblox is, but that looks entirely different from what I saw yesterday. So like fucking whatever. I guess it's just literally a functioning fever dream of ones and zeros that just exists in this place that I have no hope of even touching. And I get that most of us are like that with mobile games, where like we don't pay attention to it. It's beneath us or whatever, or like it's just segmented away. But it makes a ton of money, and I can't imagine that even if their initiative did fail, or maybe like their previous plan wasn't panning out, I don't think that leads to a complete restructuring of their entire mobile game initiative, in the sense that they're not going to do it now. I think they're just changing up what they're doing, how they're doing it, and who's doing it, probably. Like I think that's really all that's really happening here.
Dustin, do you think that the game has to touch the PSN in some way for it to ever to work? Like, what does it mean to be a PlayStation game off the platform? We've never really seen that outside of the PC games, you know? And so, and the occasional one-off mobile game. But what does it mean to bring that heft? What brings people to PC is the PlayStation name. So can they rely on that, you know, to play those games in select numbers? So can they rely on that to find success in mobile? People also bring up, as we noted recently on an episode, that Sony itself does own one of the biggest mobile games in the world in that Grand Fate Order game, but it goes through Sony Music for some reason. And we talked about all the reasons why that is. So they have a little bit of internal know-how already.
Yeah. I think it's important to note that, especially now, the line between a console game and a mobile game is getting very blurry. Obviously, there's the example of that the new iPhone will play Resident Evil 8, and Resident Evil 4 Remake is coming to iPhone. I'm not even necessarily talking about that though. You guys brought up Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. These are massive, massive games, and they run on both and look amazing on PlayStation 5, PC, whatever, and also run pretty dang good on phones. And these are, I would call them, in terms of the scale of the world and the combat, these are legitimate console video games that you're playing on your phone. So and with Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail being, if I remember correctly, these are PlayStation exclusives. I think Genshin Impact was supposed to come to Switch. Maybe it did. But either way, has a heavy emphasis on PlayStation. Sure, PlayStation sees that and says, yeah, how can we get a cut of that where we make a game that could run on both? And maybe that's one of the biggest strengths, is that your account works on both mobile and on your console, and you could play it in both places. I think that no one is really successfully replicating the success formula of Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact. So I think that's what they're looking at. So I would expect whatever they're making would be available on both mobile and console.
Interestingly, on Wikipedia, I just retweeted it because it says Switch TBA. But then when you go to the citations, it says a Nintendo Switch version is in development, though no release window has been announced. The first article is from 2020. And then in 2022, there's an IGN article where it's like still in development. So something's wrong with that port, I would imagine, because I'm sure that they want very, 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 very badly to be on Switch. Is it possible that the Switch is the weakest of all of the, like, weaker than phones, I guess, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be
now. Yeah.
Right. So that might be one of the precluding factors, I assume. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on Neon Koi. I don't know. As I said, if you poke around their LinkedIn, you'll see that they're celebrating milestones internally. They seem to be a vibrant company that's still very much alive and is celebrating its PlayStation branding and all the rest. So something is happening there. I dig the new name. Savage is a bad name, although it's a name that that's like the name of a 90s shooter studio. And I don't mean that as an insult, but it's like Savage Games. And you make like some fucking crazy ass Postal game or something.
Yeah. Never soft.
Never. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't really
always hard.
Always hard. Oh my God. Why didn't we name the show Always Hard? All right. Let's get into questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, because that is it for the news this week, believe it or not. As always, we like to end the show with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. I put up a thread in the news feed each week. You put your inquiries there. I go through them. I select them and put them throughout the show, as you've already seen. And then we end with 6 more of them of a random variety, I should say. Tony Rivera wrote in and said, "Hello, gents. Would you kindly read my inquiry for this week? It appears there's a wrench in the works for Netflix to make the big daddy of all franchises into a live-action adaptation. What say the sacred Lale Lule Lo? Can Bioshock captivate the masses in the way that The Last of Us on HBO did?" By the way, how fucking nerdy do you have to be to just know how to say that? You know, like just like
the Lale Lule Lo.
Yeah, like where it's like
do with Colonel.
Yeah, with the Colonel, like, or it's just like you're so nerdy that doesn't even. You're nonplussed when you see the fucking Lale Lule Lo on your screen. He says, "Can Bioshock captivate the masses in the same way that The Last of Us on HBO did? What is Ken Levine's involvement? Does this sound like a cream-filled cake from the Circus of Values or more manure from the Gatherer's Garden? Please discuss and keep those little sisters in check." The honest answer is that I don't, I'm sorry?
I said, sound like Dagan wrote that with how many like references.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't rhyme.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Dagan's he maybe getting a little too clever by half sometimes, you know, like here and there.
He's maybe feeling himself a bit too much with
I think
all
so.
these rhymes and stuff.
People gas him up so much, you know, like he doesn't. I've said this before to him. If you look at the hate that we get fractionally, or let's look at it as like a pie, right? He gets none of it. He gets crumbs. And so he's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Good for
it's
him.
all that rhyming. It's all it's all that spell casting, incanted pagan Dagan, we call him. Always casting spells.
Pagan Dagan. By the way, you guys didn't answer my tweet when I sent you the Golden Showers video, which I think is probably an all-time top 10 Donald Trump moment when he's like, "Golden showers." They call them golden showers.
It's I saw that and I immediately it struck me as weird because there was that whole rumor about him, right? Like many years ago in the hotel in Russia or something about getting gold. So seeing him talk about it at all kind of struck me as, look, I don't know how truthful that is, but it struck me as weird to draw attention to it, where it's like, I'm not a fan of that myself personally. Like it felt like trying to, you know what I mean? It felt weirdly specific for him to address.
Yeah, it's also very late because that comes from the Steele dossier, which is ancient.
Right. It's fucking. Everybody would have forgot about it by now, but like now it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh, the gold, because he's, for people that haven't heard it, he's like talking about how he had to come home to Melania and tell him that he was being accused of getting golden showers in Moscow, and he was like, and she's like, she didn't believe it. Because she's like, he's a germaphobe. Golden showers. They call them golden showers. So it's fucking excellent. Excellent. He's so funny.
He is funny.
I just can't with him, dude. It's just like, regardless, it's like, why can't you be normal?
I feel like a parent sometimes where I'm like, why don't you apply yourself?
Exactly. Yes. You know what I mean? That's very well said. All right. So back to Tony. Here's what we know. And I actually looked this up. It's on Screen Rant. They say, quote, "The most recent news on the Bioshock movie came in late 2023. On October 18th, live-action Bioshock screenwriter Michael Green spoke to Collider and gave an update on the script on the upcoming Netflix video game movie. The latest attempt to make a Bioshock movie was announced by Netflix in 2022, but news has been relatively quiet since. Michael Green gave some assurances that development was indeed ongoing and solid progress had been made. So, and apparently maybe the SAG-AFTRA stuff had kind of some delays to it, but what I really wanted to focus on, because I've never spoken one time to Ken Levine about the film, and I doubt that he has anything to do with it because he doesn't own Bioshock.
Right.
Unfortunately for him, because he should. But I don't know that they need him to do it right, but it's funny because he brings up the HBO Last of Us specifically, and I would have said the same thing about the Last of Us, where I'm like, you're not going to be able to do it. It's part of it is playing it. Now, I think the Last of Us game is better than the show, but the show is pretty fucking good. And so could it get the same treatment and make, because Bioshock is so atmospheric. It's part of it is experiencing like the audio diaries and the weirdness. What are they going to do? Because it's just going to be you alone with the splicers and the big daddies and the little sisters, but there's not anyone. You speak to a few people in the game, but it's usually behind glass. You never actually encounter anyone. So how are they going to do it? You know, now it's a 3 hour, 2 hour movie, 2.5 hour movie. So maybe they figure it out. What's your hope for this? What's your hope level for this, Chris? Your hopium?
Oh, 0, dude. Like I really truthfully don't believe that it's even remotely possible to capture Bioshock in a medium that is not interactive, because that is literally the point. It's not like a secondary kind of thing where it's like The Last of Us is obviously, you know, it's driven by choice in some way, in the sense that, like, obviously it's a video game, so that's a core part of it. But at the same time, the narrative itself, the narrative of The Last of Us doesn't necessarily require your input to work as a functioning narrative. Like, this was the criticism that a lot of people had of it early on, where it was just like, yeah, it's a movie. Like, the story itself isn't necessarily what's so fresh and new. It's the fact that you're experiencing the story in a way that you can interact with it. Which, you know, Bioshock, that twist loses all meaning if it's not you. You know, so like, to me, I think you could do interesting stuff. Like, I think there's a way that you could tell, like, the fall of Rapture, maybe, or like lead into what Bioshock would be.
That'd be sick.
Like, that would be sick. Like, I'd be totally, because I think that's doable. There's enough story there. There's like enough going on. There's like enough world building there, and there's enough to draw from, and especially just aesthetically, I think Bioshock is just so gorgeous. And you know, atmospheric, and I think there's a way to do that in a prequel kind of setting. But at the same time, you know, what would even necessarily be the purpose of that? You're making a prequel to a game that came out in 2007. You know, like, what's exactly the incentive there? I guess presumably you would want to, if you were doing this at all, you'd want some synergy with whatever that new Bioshock is over at Cloud Chamber, which that muddies the water too, because then I don't know. I
think it's unclear if that game's even going to come out at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have nothing on that to one way or the other, but it seems like they've rebooted it a bunch of times. Like, I had that big leak where I talked about the game taking place in Antarctica and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if that's still true or not, but I've read things, and that was widely confirmed and reported by others as well later on. But I don't know if they have to execute on, they must know that they need to execute on it like perfectly or not at all.
There's a lot of pressure on that game. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine working on that game with all the pressure that would be on it. But yeah, I don't know. Does what I'm saying make sense about like it just not really making it would be like putting, oh, hey, there's a Metal Gear Solid movie, and there's a Psycho Mantis fight, and it's like, how like the entire impact of that fight is gone if it's a movie, because what do you do? I don't know. Maybe they can find some insanely clever way to do it. I don't see it happening. Bioshock is very near and dear to me, and it's very near and dear to me for a very specific reason. And that specific reason is literally incompatible with the medium of film. And so I just don't know.
I also wonder if, and Dustin, we'll get you in here if you have anything to say, is it sounds like it would be very expensive. Like, how are you going to make the sets? I mean, I don't want to be in the green screen nightmare. You need to do it right, especially if it's post fall Rapture, like Bioshock Rapture, where it's all fucked up, because it's got to be gritty and dirty and full of shit. And it's like, but you got to have these beautiful, you could do like crazy aquariums probably, and do all sorts of tricks with them, I imagine. But that's probably part of it, you would imagine, is how would you even execute on this without it being fucking episode 3 or something, you know? Right.
I don't have too much to say that Chris didn't already say, because I think we're in total agreement that the easiest solution, or what would make the most sense to me, is something about before the fall of Rapture,
which is the
I think that
Bioshock
would
2
be-
DLC, right? I mean, that would be the moment before as it's falling.
Yeah, well,
not-
it's Bioshock Infinite's DLC.
Oh,
as well
Bioshock
with,
Infinite. I'm sorry, Bioshock
right.
Infinite's DLC. Yeah, the fall,
right, yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
like
Sure.
the New Year's Eve celebration or whatever.
I'm even thinking before that, there is a Bioshock book, which you could argue is fan fiction because Ken Levine didn't write it. It's called Bioshock Rapture by
I have
John
that. I have
Shirley.
that actually. I never read it, but I have it. Yeah.
I think I read that book in 12th grade, and I thought it was awesome. I thought it was really cool. It talked about, you got a lot of really interesting backstories with specific characters and how Andrew Ryan put together these people to come together to create Rapture. And I thought it was really cool. I think that would be an awesome basis for what they could do. But I'm not sure. They'll probably just try to do the game and it won't really make sense. But
Bioshock Infinite would be interesting and even probably easier to do.
Probably, yeah. That would be easier to do. It would be a lot more. It would lend itself a lot more to film than the original Bioshock.
Definitely,
like
very Victorian.
Very Victorian. I think, I don't know, man. The movie that I'm pitching in my head is almost like the first half is not necessarily first half or second half necessarily that would be divided in this way, but almost like Oppenheimer meets Gangs of New York, where like you would have Andrew Ryan kind of building the city, and then a quick turf war and like just kind of it all like leading up to where Bioshock starts. I think that'd be cool. I think you could do that. I think that would be awesome. And but again, like that budget would be fucking insane. It would be so hard to make that look good. I don't know.
Tony, thank you for writing in. BMJ614 wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, since Street Fighter 2 was so different and way better than Street Fighter 1, it is said Street Fighter started at 2, and that's where the saying blank started at blank comes from. There are many reasons why a video game's first and second entry didn't set the masses on fire, consequently letting the following sequel pick up the slack in many ways. In conclusion, my question is, do you all know instances where a video game in particular series started in a following sequel because it was just way better than its predecessors for whatever reason?
Yeah.
Two came to mind for me. I wonder if you have any in mind, though. Dustin, what are your thoughts?
I would say the number one that came to mind for me is Nier Automata, where the first game had a lot of interesting and successful elements, but it just wasn't very well received or very popular. Nier Automata took off, became very, very popular to the point where they went back and fixed a lot, but not all of the issues with the original game in order to kind of bring it up to speed so people could enjoy both. Now, I mean, Nier is huge. There's anime, there's figures, and it sold extraordinarily well, which is just totally unexpected.
Any ideas from you, Chris, on this? I'm curious to see if you guys come up with either of the ones that I was thinking of.
Oh yeah, easily. The one that came to mind immediately was Metal Gear, where I mean, I feel like Metal Gear Solid is really where that starts.
Yeah.
So I thought you meant Metal Gear Solid 2.
No. That's a good point. Yeah. So like Metal Gear / Metal Gear 2 into Metal Gear Solid is when, and we don't think about old Metal Gear anymore. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there are some others, like I think I was gonna say as a joke, Castlevania didn't start until Lords of Shadow.
Oh yeah, it only just begun.
Yeah, but I think Far Cry is another example of that too, where it's like, I mean, I know Far Cry has a lot of fans, like the Far Cry 2. I remember actually really liking Far Cry 2, and I played a fair bit of I think it was like Instinct's Predator on the original 360. It was like that's
like a port, right? Is it?
Yeah, it was a cheap PvP kind of Far Cry game, and I remember liking it. I remember liking it, but arguably, like, it didn't really start. Like, Far Cry 3 was really like the beginning of that, of what Far Cry is today, I guess. Because Far Cry 1 and 2 are insanely different, like shockingly so.
Far Cry 2, I remember your weapons would jam and shit. Like,
yeah, which was super fucking cool.
So fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Far Cry 3, I think, is where that series really, really, really took off. Far Cry 1, that's like the guys that did what's Crytek. Yeah. So yeah, that was like the continuation of Crysis. All right. for me, I was thinking of two things, although I wonder what people would think of them. The first is Mass Effect. I think that although we haven't gotten a lot of games out of that series, I think Mass Effect 2 is kind of the prototype of what people want, which was fewer, although not eliminated, role-playing game mechanics, experience for talking to people and all that kind of shit, but not driving the Mako around and doing all this kind of stuff. So I feel like the streamlined nature of Mass Effect 2 came to mind. But the big example for my personal life, or my personal, history, is Mega Man. I mean, and that's a huge example. Mega Man 2 is the seminal Mega Man game. No one gives a shit about Mega Man 1. I mean, I like Mega Man 1, and it's got a special place for Mega Man fans, but it is by far the worst of the classic style 8-bit Mega Man games. It's just totally different in a lot of different ways. And Mega Man 2 is the one that brought us to 8 enemies and the stage select screen as we know it, and the way that the enemies are introduced with their little moves and all that. I don't know. It's just that's the one that came to mind for me in a really prominent way. But I love that. You could even say like Assassin's Creed, maybe Assassin's Creed and Uncharted are more like games that just became substantially better in their sequels. But as far as games that became something different, yeah, that's where Mega Man 2 is definitely the one I wanted to throw out there. I think this is a great question, though. Thank you, BMJ, for writing in.
Yeah.
James Underwood wrote in, said, "Greetings, extraordinary League of Sacred Gentlemen. In this ever-evolving world of digital media, do you feel that your attention spans for games are getting shorter and shorter? I myself find that the sheer ability to swap from game to game quickly and seamlessly causes me to do just that. If a game doesn't hook me immediately, I tend to bounce off of that game to one of the others I have installed. What say you on this? And many thanks to you guys on the wonderful content and witty banter." Thank you, James, for writing in. Dustin, what do you say about this? I don't know that I suffer from this any more acutely than I always have, in that games have always been easy to swap. Like when you think about NES and SNES and PS1, we were living in the era of analog television where you got what you got and you had to go to the movies and you had to go rent the VHS and all of that. So the idea of swapping games was like almost trivial. I understand that it's become even more trivial now in the digital ecosystem and with your phones. And I find myself using apps in that way where I'm constantly switching between things. But I don't know that I'm extra touched in this way with games. I think it's always been this way. But this is, again, what I'm so concerned about with things like Game Pass is though the value is in the broadness. It's like, what does the lack of depth in any and your willingness to not go into any of those games say about the product themselves? Like, why not just give you a bunch of 3-hour games since half of you wouldn't know the difference? That's kind of my whole point. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a multitude of factors. I think that the attention span of everyone, regardless of how many options, has gone down just because of phones and social media and stuff like that. I know on a personal standpoint, it's difficult in that I have so many more options because I have money now that I can buy whatever game I want. Whereas when you're a kid, you just got what you got and you either played it and tried to enjoy yourself, or you played nothing. So as an adult now, where it's not so much a matter of the cost of the games, not that I'm going and just buying whatever game I want willy-nilly, but it's more so the matter of time. And so sometimes I can feel the allure. I got to resist the allure of a new game when I'm currently playing a game, and understand that that's just like my like monkey brain that just likes new stuff. It's like, no, take it easy for a second. You're enjoying the game, you're actively playing, so why would you buy a new game that would distract you from that, other than the feeling of you would like buying something new or playing or checking out something new? I think everyone feels allured to that to some degree. So, and I think you're right too, that having so many options, like, think about it, whether it's Game Pass, Netflix, or any type of subscription service, it's when you're surrounded by content, you get the analysis paralysis, and you spend so much time thinking about what you want to play or what you want to watch, they end up watching nothing or watching something you've already seen just because it's safe and you like it. So it's definitely an issue. I don't know what the answer is other than just trying to train your brain to commit to things, and that's definitely still hard for me.
Yeah, me too. I've gone on and on different shows about how I have adult onset ADD in a major way. But games, I try to stay relatively I stick with them. I like the metagame of trophies. I like beating games. I've always loved beating games and saying that I've beaten a game and being able to complete it. So that's always still appealing to me, where it kind of overrides it. Chris, you've been very open and I think are notorious for jumping around from game to game and not necessarily finishing things. There are many such cases.
Many such cases.
Yeah. So yeah, where do you stand on this?
I actually feel like the opposite has happened to me, where like I feel like I've gotten a lot more patient with video games as I've grown older, because I just have a better understanding of what I like, and I have a better understanding of the idea that what I like isn't necessarily always readily apparent. So like when I think about like when I was younger and I played Red Dead Redemption 1 and I was like, I'm not feeling this. This is slow as fuck. I don't get it. And I just didn't buy it. And then I finished all of Red Dead Redemption 2 when it came out in 2018. I probably would not have had the patience for that. I didn't have the patience for Metal Gear when I was younger. I just did not. Tank controls and all that stuff and the weird button layouts. I was like, I don't got patience for this, you know? And so looking at the stuff that I've played lately, I mean, even just the idea of getting 30 hours into the most recent Final Fantasy is something that I would have been literally not even remotely desirable or possible for me in when I was 12 or 13. It just simply would not have happened. So I think as far as games go, I think I actually let games breathe a lot more than I used to. Death Stranding is another example of just like a game that I definitely wouldn't have liked when I was younger, because I just wouldn't have had the patience to really stick through and see what was there. But at the same time, I do jump around to a lot of games because I don't think it's a lack of patience or any more of a lack of patience than I used to have necessarily. I just think I know myself a lot better than I used to. And so when I start a game and it's like I'm spending 4 hours in it and I'm just not feeling it, I'm not going to force that through unless there's something that I think is special about it, you know? I just don't really, there's too many good games to play. I'm so short on time that like, you know, I can't justify spending 30 hours or 40 hours or 50 hours on a game that I don't like. Like, I just can't do it. Even just for the sake of like, oh, I completed it. You know, I did it. I beat the game. It's just, that doesn't really do anything for me if it's a game that I don't care about. I care about beating the games that I respect and that I really, really see something special in. It's why I platinumed Spider-Man, even though I don't platinum a lot of games. It's why I platinumed, CTR. It's why, I completed all of Red Dead Redemption 2. It's because I think there's something there. And to the point where I'm even going back to some games that I knew that I liked back in the day, but still didn't have the patience for. Things like Grand Theft Auto 4 was a good example where like I loved playing that game, but back then I just did not have the patience. And now I'm, slowly, like every now and then kind of jumping into it and finishing a mission and kind of doing chip damage on these things that I know I missed out on. So I don't know. It's a bigger question, I think. Like, do I think all of our attention spans are fucked? Yes. Absolutely. And that's really
manifestly
more to do with
in some sense. Yeah.
Yeah, manifestly. It's so funny that I remember being a kid and and not necessarily my parents necessarily, but parents that I knew and other family, like they were so concerned about video games robbing your time, or like being so obsessed with video games that you don't do anything else. And like those same people who were really chastising me about it are now like hopelessly addicted to their phones in their 60s, because there's just nothing else to do and they're scrolling TikTok. And it's like, that's way worse, dude. That is infinitely worse than anything you could be doing in a video game. That is following you around. That is bombarding you with like notifications when you're not paying attention to it. It's fucking sinister, So I don't know.
It's like the old people that video, the old people in the casino all hitting the buttons.
A million percent. Yeah.
On the jukebox or on the not the jukebox. Why do I call it the jukebox? What am I fucking going to Happy Days?
Yeah. The slot machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's totally that. It totally is that. And it's so funny to me that it is not even remotely the fault of video games, because that was the thing that I was always told that it was going to be. It was like, oh, these kids are being so obsessed with video games, it's going to rob their lives. It's like, bro, I would prefer not to have a video game on me when I'm outside. In fact,
that would be nice. Yeah. It would be nice. Yeah. Remember, what was it, 2016, at watching everyone play Pokemon Go? So interesting to me because you really could see it. It was it was leaking
That was
into
cool,
everything. You know,
that was cool though, because it was a video game, but it was still like within our world enough to be like sociable. Like it was actually, I think Pokemon Go is actually like a really kind of amazing thing, in a lot of ways. It's a really one of a kind thing that happened, and like a really quick flash in the pan. I know it was successful for a few years after that, but like that first week was actually, it really was a you had to be there type of insane. Like every single person everywhere was walking around outside and like talking to each other.
yeah.
Like talking to strangers. It's fucking weird. It was like a glimpse into like the 90s or something. Like for like 2 days.
Everyone wanted to, including Niantic, but everyone wanted to replicate it too, and it was just one of those things, you know, just one of those things.
Can't force that.
All right, let's see here. Where are we? Vince wrote in.
Vince
says, "Hey guys, have you ever considered putting your PSN account in your will or giving your credentials to someone you know when you die? Personally, I don't want this to go to waste and fully intend to make sure someone will benefit from it. Thoughts?" I never thought about this. This is a great question, though. I wonder what the user agreement says. Like, can you do that? Or like memorialize it in some way? What would be cool? I know Twitter, or I'm not Twitter, Facebook, I think does this, where they like, when you die, if people get in touch and like have proof, they'll memorialize your page and all of that. It would be interesting if they could, like, if you could like memorialize yourself in some way and then transfer the ownership or the licenses over to another account that you could link to. It's a little dark, but it's not something that many of us have to. We have some older gamers in their 60s and 70s listening to us, no doubt, and beyond. But I even had one of them on the show. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Holbert. But I also think that as we all collectively get older, maybe this is something that will have to be dealt with, because it's not going to be as easy as handing over your record collection to your kids or handing a crate of, you know, cassettes to someone. It's like, well, this is interesting, you know, and like how this will be dealt with. Because I wonder if you try to like, I'm transferring the name over to my son and then he's going to change his name and all of that. And they're like, we're shutting this shit down against the EULA that you signed when you bought your PS3 in 2006, you know? And it's, I don't know. Have you guys thought about this at all, Chris?
No, I've never given a shit about this at all. I do. The way that I think about it genuinely is like, I'm dead. I don't care. Like, you could do whatever the hell you want with my body, quite frankly. I just, you know, like,
maybe we will.
Parade me, make me like a marionette or whatever. Like, do whatever. Like, so, I mean, this is obviously something I'm not thinking about because I'm not in a position to. Like, I don't have like a wife and kids that I have to think about, or even like I'm not married. So like that, even just that beginning level of like that intertwined ownership of bank accounts is completely foreign to me too. So like thinking about, oh, where's my digital license for Halo 2 gonna go? Like, it's so beyond my scope that I've never.
I would love to know.
It is interesting though.
This would be something to actually, I don't know if this would probably not be in Hoag's wheelhouse, but maybe he'll know someone we can talk to about what this would all look like and who.
It is fascinating.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, Dustin, have you ever thought about this before?
I've not thought about it, but this is to me the most morbid example of why actually owning my games physically is important. Because let's say I die and I want to give my digital account to somebody. They can't, and they have an account. They can't combine their account. So I quickly Googled. I see no instance of transfer of game licenses from one account to another.
Yeah, what you would have to do is
going to be important in the future in terms of how we deal when we have an all digital future. But right now, if I want to give someone my entire library, I can straight up, and they can add it to their library. So again, I've not thought about this point in the terms of me being alive, but it is a point that you can't transfer those licenses even if you die.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What I was going to say was, I think you could, like, what you would have to do is set the dead person's account to be logged in as the primary, like their primary PS5 would be, and then you would have to play on that account. Well, so you would, I'm not sorry. So that would be logged in as the primary account on the PS5. You can download anything while logged in on that, and then you can log in as yourself and play those games. That's how you'd have to do it. That would be the only workaround. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
yeah.
They should have a setting where you could where it's like a one-time, almost like a kill switch, where like if so, you just log onto somebody's account and you just under their account information, you just click "murked" or something,
Right.
and then it would have like this little memorial,
A little
Cool.
memorial.
a little memorial for our dead friend, our little dead Dustin, little dead boy Dustin. Tragically died on the cyclone. I can't do that voice right now because it's like that, dude. That voice really hurts to do, actually, because there's like such a rasp in it.
All right, we'll let it go for today. 2 more. Mr. Moham wrote in. He wrote in all capitals his name, Mr. Moham. Happy Turkey Day, CDC. I need your video game omniscience to settle a moral quandary I've been wrestling with. I'm working on the platinum for Far Cry 6, which requires capturing a base in co-op, so I let the matchmaking find me a random partner. After acquiring the trophy, this took all of 3 minutes. I received a PSN friend request from the stranger who clearly wanted to continue the adventure together. Rather than taking the time to politely explain that I like playing on my own and just wanted the trophy, I instead booted this individual from my game and quickly blocked him on PSN. Am I going to hell, or did I make a prudent, efficient decision? Please bestow your knowledge upon me.
Jesus Christ.
Seems so unnecessarily mean. Like,
The block is a bit much.
yeah, like why couldn't you just message him back and be like, oh, or just accept his friend request and then say, the thing I do is I try to get into these trophy situations where it's like, I'll wash your hands if you wash mine. If we both need the trophy, we'll go through it twice if we have to or anything like that. But otherwise, I have no obligation to stick around. But I don't know that you want to go as far as to just boot the person from your game and then block them.
It's
Like this guy's got to carry this around with him. He's like, what the fuck did I do? You know,
it's
kind of
deeply
aggro a little bit. You know?
Yeah, it's deeply unnecessary. It's like something a Nazi would do. I feel like it's just so like authoritarian. Where like it's just, oh, you dare speak to me? Be gone! Like I'm eradicating you from my perception of the world. It's so. It's so. I get it. Like I look. I don't accept. I mean, I would have. Why not just ignore it?
Yeah, just delete the friend request.
Yeah, you could have just ignored it. Yeah, that's
just ignore it. Just block him.
Be just as effective, and he went fucking nuclear. I'm surprised. What, are you going to report his account? This man tried to speak to me.
Yeah,
Tried
I
to
make friends with me in a
Harassment.
social game. That's so heartbreaking too, because like I don't know, like I get it. I understand. Like look, I don't accept every single friend request that I get for sure, because I mean largely because a lot of them are just people who find the show or find my YouTube stuff and search it. But I don't know, man. Like I've met a lot of cool people like doing this kind of like co-op stuff, and it just sucks to know that some guys out there like looking. You know, he's just like, hey, I want a friend who plays.
Yeah, it is sad because imagine
yeah.
Far Cry 6 sold really well, but I don't know how big the online suite is for people or anyone still playing it. So he probably friended you because he was amped. He's like, oh shit, like there's a Far Cry 6 fan here. He played with me for a few minutes, so he must like the game, and then he wanted to solidify the deal, and you ruined it. And now this guy's got to carry this around. I don't know, man. Mr. Moham, I don't know. Pretenio wrote in with the final inquiry. He says, hey boys, I'm generally of the opinion that seasonal holiday content in video games is always bad. Specifically what I'm talking about is when during certain times of the year, a game will have some theming or reskinning going on for a relevant holiday. I've been told that this is often a way to keep artists employed, but either way, I don't think it adds positively to the gaming experience and is akin to putting current day politics in a game that isn't about that. What are your thoughts on this topic? And is there any holiday content in gaming that you particularly enjoyed or disliked? Where is this happening? Is this happening in like service games, I guess? Because I don't see this happening in any games I play. So what are they doing? They're putting like fucking Santa hats on. Yeah,
basically. Yeah. There's like in Fortnite or even in stuff like even just other multiplayer stuff in general. Like I think Halo and Call of Duty. Call of Duty might do it. I don't know. I know Halo does. Where they have like Christmas themed armor things where it's like, oh, okay, here's like a fucking Santa hat, or here's like dumb reindeer horns, or some festive bullshit. The same thing with Halloween where they have like jack-o'-lantern stuff. I don't know. I don't mind. It's more content and it's like flexibility for the game. So like I don't know. It doesn't bother me. It is funny to see somebody with like a Santa hat in like July, but I don't know. It's a non-issue for me. Like whatever, you know.
I also don't think it's like to keep artists employed. I think it's to make money. You know,
Yeah.
they don't care about keeping people employed unless they're making any money. So I don't think it's even that deep. Dustin, any thoughts as we close?
I don't know. Maybe I'm being short because it's been a very long episode, but akin to putting current day politics in a game that isn't about that. You're mad about a fucking snow level, a Santa hat. Bro, how unfun are you?
Oh man, you didn't expect this from the top.
Snapped.
This is very unusual for Dustin. Yeah,
it's like I'm thinking of in Modern Warfare 2 last year. They made the shipment level. They put some Christmas trees in it and some lights. It's cute. It's fun. What is there to be mad about? What is there actually to be mad about?
I
seriously don't get
it. There's a funny aspect to this question too, because the question is about it's not about current day politics, but still it's somehow found its way in it. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like kind of like it's like meta in some weird way.
Yeah, we're beyond the event horizon where everything is just sucked in regardless of proximity. It's just proximal. Like it's just everything has to be touched by politics and nothing. And even the complaints about politics are now political, and the complaints about things that are not about politics like this are also political.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ouroboros.
Yeah, it's annoying. I just don't. I don't think it's that serious either. I just was curious what you guys thought about it, because there are certainly games I like where there's like a holiday theme to it. But yeah, the whole rebranding things, they just want to make money, give things that like seasonal feel. I can't relate to this, but there are people that really, really, really dig this time of year, and they're just into it.
Yeah,
they're just into it. You know.
Yeah.
And so like you're gonna get them. You're gonna get them in Fortnite. You're gonna get them in all over this place, and they're gonna make their money on you. So more power to him, I guess.
You're gonna get fucking Eminem in a Santa hat running around in Fortnite shooting all these 12-year-olds. It's gonna be a sight to behold. While Mariah Carey's. I just totally forgot about that. All that Mariah Carey Eminem stuff from like the 2000s.
Glad that brought delight to your face.
It did.
All right, it's time to go. We've been here for a long time. This is a long episode. Let's Dustin. Let's say goodbye to you first. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm out of steam at this point. I gotta start thinking about that turkey.
Yeah.
You know, how I'm gonna massage this turkey.
Yeah.
Add a lot of flavor to this turkey. What am I gonna do to it?
You can do whatever you want to it.
See.
Yeah. That's the beauty of it. Do whatever you want. The crazier, the better. Chris, goodbye to you, my friend.
Oh man. Goodbye, guys. Yeah. I did want to leave you guys with some imparting knowledge that you might not have been aware of that I found out recently that disturbed me. That song "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree," you know that song?
Yeah,
it's like obviously the classic. That's like a 13-year-old girl in like the 40s singing that or something. Like it's like a child.
Really?
Yeah, actually, I was always under the impression that it was like some like I don't know, at least like a 30. You know what I mean? Like some adult or like maybe even an old woman at the time.
Yeah, it's like a raspiness to it almost.
Yeah, Brenda Lee. Brenda Lee. It's literally just some 13-year-old child.
That's so weird. That is unsettling. Yeah.
Imagine having that amount of impact on culture. You know what I mean? Like where that song is like unavoidable every single year for the rest of your life because you did it. You made it when you were 13. That's insane.
That always reminds me of Home Alone. I think it's in Home Alone.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
She's still alive.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she is.
Well, she was 13 when she made it. She's probably only what is she now?
She's 78.
Yeah, she's hanging in there. Good for her. All right, let's get out of here. It's time to go. My friends, thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Listening to another episode of Sacred Symbols, yet another episode. We appreciate your support over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Merch, including our Black Friday sale going on now, laststandmedia.store. So check that out. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.